welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. In the hushed embrace of awakening, I find myself enveloped in a weighty cocoon of tranquility, a heaviness that lingers like a familiar shroud. The room, aglow with a soft, opalescent light, bathes everything in a gentle luminescence that defies explanation. The walls, ever elusive in their hue, shift imperceptibly as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with my gaze. High above, the ceiling looms, far grander than any ordinary bedroom, disappearing into a velvety darkness akin to a sky devoid of stars. Nestled upon a bed of almost too softness, the silk sheets caress my skin in a hypnotic whisper as I stir. A scent lingers in the air, sweet and redolent of memories unnamed, perhaps lavender or the hint of vanilla, yet forever morphing as I strain to capture its essence. Time in this peculiar realm ebbs and flows in a manner all its own. Shadows pirouette along the walls, a silent ballet choreographed by unseen hands, while a subtle backdrop of sound, akin to a slumbering sigh or the echo of my own heartbeat, weaves through the air. Rising from the bed, my bare feet meet a carpet so plush it seems to cradle me in the heavens, each step a dance upon the clouds. The room, sparsely furnished, reveals only a weathered wooden desk, a plush armchair of burgundy velvet, and an oval mirror crowned with a gilded frame. The mirror, forever veiled in mist, as if just steamed, hints at secrets left untold, its reflection a distorted echo of reality. Drawn to the desk, my eyes alight upon an ever-changing tableau. Today, a time-worn leather journal, a midnight blue fountain pen, and a cup of tea exuding a gentle wisp of steam rest upon its surface. The tea, still warm, bears no memory of my hands preparing it, while the journal's blank pages beckon with an invisible story waiting to be unfurled. Seating myself in the inviting armchair, the velvet yielding to my touch as if warmed by a recent occupant, I notice a peculiar rhythm pulsating within the wall before me, akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Intrigued, I rise to investigate, only to find the surface unyielding and still. Seeking an exit, my hands trace the walls in search of a door, each crevice and imperfection a mystery waiting to be solved. Sometimes a phantom handle teases my grasp, only to dissipate like morning mist upon my touch. The mirror, a focal point of intrigue, offers glimpses of a reflection slightly askew, movements delayed as if mimicking a dream. Through the haze, fleeting images of another presence flicker, a ghostly observer in the looking glass. Time, a wayward traveler in this enigmatic realm, waxes and wanes without rhyme or reason. Moments stretch into eternity as I lose myself in the journal's empty pages, the shadows shifting in a dance of their own devising. Returning to the bed, I gaze upwards at the endless expanse of ceiling, the sheets enfolding me in a tender embrace that whispers of serenity. The scent in the air grows stronger, evoking memories of a grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of summer rain. Drifting into a reverie, I surrender to the inevitability of slumber, a question lingering on the edge of consciousness. Is there an escape, or have I already chosen to remain within this timeless sanctuary? Dream and reality intertwine, merging in a tapestry of hues where boundaries blur and fade. As sleep claims me once more, a fragment of doubt lingers. Do I dream the room, or does the room dream me? In this eternal cycle of waking and dreaming, reality and fantasy intertwine like threads in a tapestry, weaving a narrative as intricate as the brushstrokes of a masterpiece in progress. Story 2. In the embrace of autumn nights, a sense of magic weaves through the residential neighborhood. The crisp air carries whispers of fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle of footsteps on the damp streets lulls the senses. Lately, on my evening strolls back from work, a peculiar anomaly has captured my attention. Nestled at the junction of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, a single streetlight stands, its behavior defying the norms of its brethren. Unlike the steadfast glow of its counterparts, this particular light possesses a mysterious quality. As I draw near, its luminance begins to wane, almost as if veiling a hidden secret from my gaze. Initially dismissing it as a mere malfunction, I soon found myself intrigued by its peculiar behavior. The light only dimmed in my presence, unaffected by the passage of others. Curious, I decided to conduct an experiment one evening. Leaning against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building, I observed from a distance. The light shone steadily, casting elongated shadows and a glistening sheen on the surrounding foliage. With each step closer, the light flickered, gradually diminishing in intensity. At a mere 15 feet away, it cast a feeble glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. Standing beneath its soft halo, the night seemed to hush, city sounds fading into the background. Gazing up at the glass casing, I discerned peculiar markings etched upon its surface, obscured by the dim light. Attempting to illuminate it with my phone's flashlight, a sudden gust of wind stirred the leaves, hinting at a subtle movement within the glass. Intrigued, I altered my route to pass beneath the enigmatic streetlight each evening. The ritual unfolded predictably. The dimming light, the thickening silence, the sensation of unseen eyes watching from above. Delving deeper, I discerned subtle shifts in the light's hue, almost as if it communicated through nuanced color variations. On a moonlit night, within the twilight circle of the streetlight's glow, I detected a faint metallic hum resonating from within the pole, its melodic cadence stirring something within me. Placing my hand against the cool metal, I felt vibrations coursing through my palm, as if the streetlight sought to convey a message. Documenting each encounter meticulously, I noted a correlation between the dimming intensity and the lunar phases, with the light nearly extinguishing during the new moon and maintaining a steady glow under the full moon. The streetlight's rhythmic return to brightness, precisely 23 seconds after my passage, further intrigued me. Gradually, its behavior seeped into my routine, compelling me to engage in a silent communion as I approached, almost like a reverent ritual. Sometimes, I would linger beneath its dimmed glow, listening to the faint hum that resonated with tales of bygone eras. Resisting the urge to seek a scientific explanation, I embraced the mystery, relishing the unique connection I shared with this enigmatic presence. Each evening, as I journeyed homeward, I anticipated the silent rendezvous with the waiting streetlight, our shared moment of twilight communion. Night after night, the dance continued, the dimming light ushering me into a realm where shadows and light wove a narrative of their own. Unsure if it was a mere electrical anomaly or a deeper enigma, I found solace in the transient darkness, where the world paused, and I felt a part of something grander, a mystery unveiled through the silent dialogue of illumination and obscurity. Story 3. The gentle warmth of twilight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft shadows that danced across the walls of my study. This room had always been my sanctuary, a place filled with ancient tomes and cherished memories. But on this particular evening, there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The air held a hushed stillness, and the autumn light lingered, saturating everything in hues of amber and gold. My gaze drifted to the newly acquired portrait above my antique writing desk. A relic from the Victorian era, it depicted a woman in a deep burgundy gown, her countenance a mystery I could never quite unravel. The elderly dealer who had sold me the painting had spoken of its intriguing past, but my focus had been on the exorbitant price rather than his words. Sinking into the embrace of my leather armchair with a cup of fragrant Earl Grey tea, tendrils of steam curling upwards, I noticed a peculiar alteration in the portrait. The woman's eyes, previously fixed slightly to the side, now seemed to pierce directly into my own. Dismissing it as a trick of shifting light and fatigue from a day of arduous writing, I turned my attention back to my work. The grandfather clock in the corner marked the passage of time with its rhythmic ticking, usually a soothing sound to my ears. But that evening, each tick seemed to draw me back to the enigmatic gaze of the painted woman. I found myself stealing furtive glances at the portrait, convinced that subtle changes were taking place. The tilt of her head, the hint of a smile, the direction of her stare. As night descended and I ignited the antique brass lamp on my desk, the portrait transformed before my eyes. Shadows played upon its surface, lending depth to the painted folds of her dress. The background, once a simple drawing room, now appeared to stretch into an abyss of darkness. The warm glow of the lamp flickered on the gilded frame, casting ethereal reflections that seemed to animate the painting itself. Subtle alterations began to manifest in my study. Books I had left closed would be discovered open to pages detailing tales of lost art and mysterious vanishings. My fountain pen would inexplicably roll across the desk, and the room's temperature would fluctuate, growing colder in proximity to the portrait and warmer as I distanced myself. On a particularly quiet evening, as I prepared to depart my study, a peculiar detail seized my attention. In the background of the portrait, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned what appeared to be another canvas on an easel. Stepping closer, squinting in the dim light, I realized the secondary painting depicted a study uncannily similar to my own. My heart quickened as I leaned in, scrutinizing the tiny desk, the leather armchair, and a figure seated at the desk, a figure that bore a striking resemblance to myself. As I continued to gaze, the scene within the miniature study grew more familiar until the realization struck me with a jolt. The figure was me, captured in intricate detail, studying a painting. Recoiling, my breath caught in my throat. The woman's expression had shifted, now tinged with a knowing amusement. Her eyes tracked my movements across the room, abandoning any pretense of being a static image. A subtle smirk played at the corners of her mouth, and a faint echo of laughter, like the rustle of aged parchment, seemed to resonate in the quiet. That night, I firmly shut the door to my study, yet I sensed her watchful gaze trailing me through the house. Lying in bed, I pondered the previous owners of the portrait, their narratives, their encounters. Had they too experienced these imperceptible alterations? Had they felt the weight of those observant eyes? Come morning, my study remained unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script that was not my own. The words inscribed read, "Art is ever in flux, dear observer. Sometimes the boundary between viewer and viewed blurs. Wouldn't you agree?" I chose not to remove the portrait from its place on the wall. Curiosity had always been my vice. Now, as I pen this account in my study, I often catch her watching me, that enigmatic smile playing upon her lips. Occasionally, when the light is just so and the house is draped in silence, I observe subtle shifts within the painting, new details emerging, the scene evolving ever so slightly. The portrait remains an enigma, one I've come to welcome. In the tranquil embrace of my study, with the grandfather clock maintaining its steady cadence and the evening light casting ethereal shapes upon the walls, I've come to realize that perhaps we are both observer and observed, intertwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 4. The hush carried a weighty presence on that autumn night. Strolling down the gravel path leading to the ancestral home, the crunch of my steps echoed loudly in the enshrouding darkness. Crisp leaves swirled lazily around my feet, whisked by a gentle breeze that whispered among the ancient trees' branches. The house had sat vacant for months following Aunt Mary's departure, and the duty fell upon me to ensure all was as it should be. With a metallic click, the antique key twisted in the lock, its sound reverberating through the desolate porch. A distinct aroma lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence evoking memories of childhood days spent within those walls. Stepping inside, the dimming light filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The quiet within was profound, broken only by the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet an eerie quality cloaked the silence, hinting at an unseen presence. Progressing down the main corridor, my footfalls creaked familiarly on the hardwood. Family portraits, long fixtures on the walls, now seemed to regard me with altered gazes. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a peculiar detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly different, more enigmatic than recollection served. It was then, in that moment, that I heard it. A faint sound, initially dismissed as imagination, a distant echo, akin to a lullaby softly sung in a distant chamber. The tune felt familiar, yet elusive in its recognition. Drawn towards the source, up the staircase I ascended, each step narrating its own tale with a characteristic creak. The melody grew clearer, though still nebulous, akin to a fading dream upon waking. Arriving at the landing, I discerned the music emanated from the old playroom, where childhood afternoons had been spent with cousins amidst rainy days. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to filter through. Pushing it open with care, I beheld the room just as memory recalled. The rocking horse, the bookshelf laden with children's tales, the weathered toy chest. But a new addition awaited. A music box perched on the windowsill, unknown to me till then. Approaching cautiously, the tarnished brass music box bore intricate floral engravings. Strangely, it remained silent, yet the melody persisted in the air, as if the walls themselves hummed it. Observing the box, its reflection in the window appeared to animate. The dancer atop swirled, though the object remained motionless before me. A blink, and the illusion vanished. Recognition dawned. The melody was my grandmother's lullaby, sung before our bedtime. But she had long departed before this room transformed into a play space. How could her voice resonate so vividly in this place? Taking the music box in hand, a curious warmth enveloped me. Nearly erased by time, a date was engraved on the bottom, coinciding with my grandmother's birth. The melody slowly faded, melding with the house's silence until it dissipated entirely. Seating myself atop the old toy chest, clutching the music box, the moon cast shifting shadows across the floor. Since that night, the music box accompanies me on every visit. Though it remains silent, on the quietest of evenings, a distant echo of that familiar lullaby seems to linger, as if the house cradles the memories of all melodies sung within its walls. Perhaps I muse as I close the door behind me. Certain places retain the essence of the love and care they've harbored, resonating softly through time, a perpetual echo reminding us that nothing is ever truly lost. Story 5. The gentle November rain tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, creating a soothing melody that always brought me a sense of calm. I had returned to the attic after many years, now that she had passed away, to sort through her belongings. The scent of aged wood and yellowed books lingered in the air, while the fading twilight cast dancing shadows upon the vintage wallpapered walls through the half-opened shutters. In a forgotten corner, beneath a thin film of dust, I discovered Grandma's old brass record player, kept gleaming like a mirror. It was a relic from another era, adorned with delicate floral patterns on its mechanical arm and a perfectly preserved turntable. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly stored in time-worn cardboard sleeves. As I leafed through the records, my fingers paused on one in particular. Its cover was pure white, devoid of any title or author, save for a delicate golden border that glistened in the dim light. Though unfamiliar, I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to play it. The record player hummed to life with a faint, familiar, and comforting sound. Placing the mysterious record on the turntable, I lowered the arm. After the initial crackle of the vinyl, the music began. It was a melody unknown to my ears, a piano waltz, Yet there was a peculiar quality to the way the notes intertwined. Each revolution of the record seemed to alter the music subtly, rearranging the notes into new harmonies. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the enchanting composition. I could almost smell the fragrance of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, though it was the heart of winter. When I opened my eyes, the shadows in the room moved in an unfamiliar manner, swaying to the rhythm of the mysterious melody instead of following the natural light. Before me, on the wall, a figure's shadow danced, though I was alone. The waltz persisted, and within the piano notes, I discerned the soft laughter I recognized so well. It was Grandma Rose's laugh, as clear as ever. A bittersweet shiver coursed through me, a blend of nostalgia and wonder. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In its reflection, I caught a glimpse of the room behind me, where, for an instant, I thought I saw a young and radiant Grandma Rose twirling in her favorite dance attire. Yet upon turning around, the room was empty. The record played on until its final note, and as the silence settled, the room felt transformed. Vibrant, alive, as if that fleeting musical interlude had awakened dormant memories within the very walls. That evening, as I placed the enigmatic record back into its white sleeve, I noticed an overlooked detail. Inscribed in Grandma Rose's elegant script on the inner rim was a date, her wedding day. Below it, in nearly invisible letters, a phrase, "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since then, whenever I revisit the attic, I search for that particular record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while other times it hides among the others. And each time I play it, the melody varies subtly, as if it harbored infinite iterations of the same memory. I've pondered whether it was a special gift from Grandma Rose or something more mystical. Nonetheless, one certainty remains. On those rainy evenings when the record player spins that enigmatic melody, the attic brims with a subtle enchantment, blurring the line between present and past, reality and memory. During those fleeting moments, perhaps Grandma Rose still dances, eternally youthful, eternally joyful, in an unending waltz across time. Story 6. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon, a mere gentle tap on the door that felt as delicate as a moth's wings brushing against glass. Wrapped snugly in a warm blanket, I sat on the couch, engrossed in my book, while the rain outside created a soothing melody as it pattered against the window panes. Rising from the couch with a sense of calm, I assumed it was just the wind causing a small disturbance outside. Opening the door, I found emptiness greeting me, except for a neatly squared brown package resting on the threshold. There were no labels or addresses adorning the package, only my name elegantly inscribed in a calligraphy that seemed ancient and refined, as though written with a quill dipped in black ink. The cardboard was smooth to the touch, dry despite the rain that persisted outside. Curious, I picked it up, surprised by its modest weight, and brought it inside. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock in the entryway and the soft patter of the rain continuing its gentle descent. Seated back on the couch, I scrutinized the package from every angle, noting the absence of tape or visible opening points. The edges were flawless, as if folded by skilled hands well versed in the art of origami. A faint fragrance wafted from the box, a scent both familiar and elusive, a blend of antique books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood. As I cradled it in my lap, a subtle movement seemed to ripple from within, akin to a delicate dance of the air itself swirling in the box, creating imperceptible currents that teased the senses. The waning afternoon light cast elongated shadows in the room, casting a tranquil ambiance. Opting for the natural twilight that enveloped the space, I refrained from switching on the lamps. The package seemed to absorb the dwindling light uniquely, as if its surface possessed a quality that played with reflections in a mesmerizing dance. After moments of contemplation, a desire to unveil its secrets stirred within me. My fingers traced along the edges, exploring every fold and crevice. And then, a peculiar discovery unfolded before me. Certain spots on the cardboard emitted a subtle warmth, as if concealing an internal heat following an enigmatic pattern. Lost in this enigma, a faint memory flickered in my mind, a hazy recollection from the past, perhaps glimpsed in childhood at my grandparents' abode. The rain outside intensified slightly, its droplets tracing paths on the window that seemed to mirror the warmth I detected on the package's surface. Was it mere coincidence or a deeper connection my mind sought to unravel? While immersed in these musings, the room's temperature seemed to shift imperceptibly, reaching a state of equilibrium that defied conventional sensations. The package exuded that familiar scent, now intensified and mingling with the fragrance of rain drifting through the slightly ajar window. In a moment of astonishment, I noticed a remarkable phenomenon. My touch left faint, luminous imprints on the cardboard, as if the material responded to the warmth of my skin with a gentle glow that faded like ethereal shooting stars in the night sky. Lost in this captivating display, I lost track of time until I raised my gaze to realize evening had descended upon the room, bathing it in a bluish twilight. The package now emitted a faint, almost imperceptible glow, captivating in its subtle luminescence. Deciding to postpone the unveiling, I placed the package gently on the coffee table before rising to illuminate the room with a soft lamp. As light spilled across the space, the package reverted to its ordinary appearance, a simple brown cube with my name inscribed upon it. In the days that followed, the package rested on the table, sometimes revealing that elusive glow in the twilight, at other times hinting at a silent dance within. The fragrance lingered, evolving subtly with each passing hour, a familiar yet elusive essence that defied complete identification. The mystery of its origin and contents remained unsolved, yet its presence held a certain magic, an enigma not meant to be unraveled but cherished in its enigmatic allure. Even now, as autumn rain cascades down the windows on quiet evenings, I find myself revisiting thoughts of that mysterious package and its silent allure. I ponder if elsewhere in another abode, someone else contemplates a similar parcel bearing their name inscribed in that elegant handwriting, debating whether to unlock its secrets or allow the mystery to dance undisturbed in its captivating silence. Story 7. In the gentle night, the rain whispered its lullaby, a hypnotic melody guiding my journey homeward. Each raindrop pirouetted on surfaces, capturing the amber hues of streetlights, painting the slick road like masterful strokes on a dark canvas. The cool, damp air carried the earthy perfume of rain, sneaking in through a crack in the window. Across the empty parking lot, a place unremarkable by day, now pulsed with a mysterious energy under the veil of mist. Ghostly tendrils rose from the earth, embracing the parked cars in a silent, ethereal hug. A moment of pause lingered as I stood, entranced by the flickering reflections of streetlights on puddles. In the midst of this watery ballet, a presence stirred, not menacing, but certainly out of the ordinary. A vague silhouette loomed a few paces away, barely visible through the mist's shroud. Features indistinguishable, yet a stillness that captivated my gaze. Breath held in a silent dance, the figure seemed to meld into the damp night, dissolving like a dream. No fear gripped me, only a surreal calm, as if witnessing a tale beyond words. Inside my car, the engine hummed to life, guiding me home through the rain's soothing symphony. The memory of that inexplicable encounter lingered, an enigma both foreign and familiar. The rain's melody wrapped around me, a timeless embrace. In the days that followed, rain summoned me to seek shadows in the night, not from fear, but in pursuit of that elusive wonder, that tranquil mystery. Even the sanctuary of my home now whispered secrets in creaking floorboards and fluttering curtains. One rainy evening, I left a lamp aglow in the living room, casting dancing silhouettes that swayed to the wind's unseen rhythm. Seated in my favorite chair, a cup of warmth cradled in my hands, I observed the shadow play with a curious calm. A sense of anticipation fluttered within me, a silent yearning for the unknown. And there, a detail caught my eye. An ancient mirror reflected an otherworldly light, as if from an invisible source. Intrigued, I drew near, my reflection not alone. In the mirror's depths, a figure emerged faintly, mirroring the enigmatic presence from the parking lot. No fear surfaced, only a tranquil acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, waiting to be acknowledged. Slowly, I turned, finding nothing but the rain's gentle cadence and the whispered secrets of the wood. Returning to my seat, I pondered the inexplicable encounter. Perhaps a trick of light and shadow, a dance orchestrated by raindrops and lamplight. Yet deep down, a knowing stirred, a recognition of something deeper. Even now, when rain falls in torrents and silence blankets the world, I seek traces of that elusive presence. I slow my pace near vacant lots where darkness breathes between the glow of streetlights. The figure has not revealed itself again, but in moments of perfect stillness, a whisper of its presence brushes my senses. Not fear, but a curious solace, as if that spectral companion were a forgotten part of my being, a memory refusing to fade. As rain weaves its tapestry of sound and shadow, I surrender to the enigma, understanding that some mysteries need not be unraveled, only embraced. Story 8. The rain whispered softly that evening, a delicate veil cascading over the streets, capturing the glow of the streetlights in its glossy embrace. I strolled homeward, weary from the day's toil, relishing the earthy fragrance mingling with the rhythmic symphony of raindrops serenading the rooftops. And there, amidst the gentle downpour, a mysterious find awaited me. A small, dark book resting on the damp sidewalk, untouched by the rain's caress, almost as if it had materialized moments before my arrival. Intrigued, I stooped to retrieve it, marveling at its supple leather cover and the absence of any identifying marks. A black satin ribbon peeked out, a silent sentinel marking its secrets within the yellowed pages. The weight of the book belied its size, hinting at hidden depths within its confines. Shielding the book from the rain beneath a nearby balcony, I cracked open its cover, revealing elegant script inked in black, its date marking the present day, but the year a distant 1887. The initial words beckoned me into a realm of mystery and intrigue. I have uncovered the impossible. Shadows have shed their veils, and time dances to a different tune. I must chronicle before all is lost. A chill, not of fear but of fascination, traced my spine as I turned the page, immersing myself in a narrative woven with enigmatic occurrences. The author's words painted a canvas of surreal events, moments replaying, objects shifting under the cloak of night, mirrors reflecting with a ghostly delay. As I delved deeper into the narrative, the rain's cadence shifted, a melodic harmony lulling me into a trance. The drops fell in a hypnotic sequence, as if choreographed by an unseen hand. Casting my gaze around, I realized the street lay deserted, bathed in the ethereal glow of the street lamp's perfect circles, etching intricate patterns on the rain-slicked pavement. The diary's tale mirrored the hidden patterns of reality, unveiled only to those attuned to its subtle nuances, revealing a world beyond the mundane. The author's journey began with the discovery of an enigmatic brass key adorned with cryptic symbols. And as the diary unraveled its secrets, I felt a metallic weight in my jacket pocket. Retrieving the key, its antique brass surface bore the same mysterious engravings described in the diary, a tangible link to a realm beyond comprehension. The following pages spoke of a door not of wood and iron, but a gateway between worlds, visible only through the prism of reflected light. The key, it seemed, held the power to bend reality to its possessor's will. Raising my gaze from the diary, I beheld the shadows cast by the streetlights, twisting and contorting, forming arcane glyphs upon the wet pavement. The rain's murmur grew, a haunting lullaby sung by unseen lips. The final page bore a chilling admonition. The diary has chosen you, a twist of fate beyond chance. The key will reveal truths, but beware. Some doors once opened lead to realms untold. With a reverent touch, I closed the diary, the weight of the key a solemn reminder of the path ahead. The rain continued its nocturnal serenade, each drop a note in a celestial chorus. The street lamps' glow pirouetted across the building facades, casting shadowy dancers in a silent ballet. Embracing the enigma bestowed upon me, I resumed my journey homeward, the diary cradled against my heart, the key a pulsing secret against my chest. The world shimmered with a dreamlike aura, a liminal space between waking and slumber. I pondered the countless souls who had crossed paths with this enigmatic diary, who had felt the weight of the key in their pockets. Approaching my abode, I discerned a shadowy outline etched upon the wall. A door unseen until this moment, or perhaps always present, awaiting a seeker with eyes unveiled. The key throbbed with purpose, recognizing its kinship with the shadowed portal. In that ephemeral moment, as the rain wove its tapestry of whispers, the diary had found its custodian, heralding the prologue of a new chapter. But that tale, veiled in mystery and wonder, awaited another night, another interlude, suspended between the realms of reality and dream. Story 9. The grandfather clock in my study announced midnight with its familiar deep resonance, each chime echoing through the stillness like gentle ripples on a pond. Nestled in my leather armchair, an old book cradled in my lap, I savored the soothing rhythm of raindrops tapping against the window panes. The house sighed softly, its ancient timbers settling into the embrace of the night. My gaze drifted to the hallway door, bathed in the soft glow of my reading lamp, its dark wooden frame beckoning with a subtle allure. Something felt different about it tonight, a subtle shift I couldn't quite pinpoint. The brass handle gleamed in an unfamiliar light, the wood grain appearing subtly altered. Despite 15 years of residency, this door now seemed like a stranger in my midst. Standing up, I marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor beneath my slippered feet felt cool, a chill seeping through. As I neared the door, the air turned colder, as if a touch of winter had crept into this corner of my home. My hand reached out, and the handle surprised me with its warmth, a stark contrast to the surrounding chill. With a smooth motion, the door swung open, revealing the unchanging hallway beyond. The same faded wallpaper, the same threadbare carpet, the same photographs adorning the walls. Closing the door, I chuckled at my own fanciful thoughts. Perhaps my mind had been weaving tales inspired by the mystery novels on my nightstand. That night, my dreams were filled with doors. They materialized in impossible locations, blooming in garden beds, hovering in the sky, standing solitary on deserted shores. Each bore the same brass handle, radiating warmth in defiance of their surroundings. Come morning, I went about my routine, barely sparing a glance for the hallway door. It wasn't until dusk, as twilight cast its enchanting hues, that I noticed a subtle change. The door now bore a lighter hue, as though time had swiftly aged it overnight. The brass handle had acquired a patina previously unseen. Intrigued, I observed with a photographer's keen eye, noting the altered wood grain and the hinges transformed to burnished copper. Night after night, the door underwent quiet metamorphoses. Its appearance oscillated between aged and rejuvenated, its handle shifting minutely, its frame gaining or losing intricate carvings. I began a journal, meticulously recording each transformation with sketches and detailed descriptions. The changes never occurred in my presence, always unfolding in the hushed depths of night when my attention wandered elsewhere. Curiosity piqued, I resolved to keep vigil one night, determined to witness the door's elusive alterations. Settling in my armchair, I faced the door head-on, a pot of strong tea by my side. The grandfather clock ticked away the hours as I watched, my resolve unshaken. At precisely 3:17 a.m., a flicker of the lights heralded a shift. In that fleeting darkness, A subtle ripple in the room's atmosphere heralded a transformation. The oak door now gleamed with rich mahogany, intricate silver inlays dancing across its surface. Drawn by curiosity, I reached for the crystal handle, hesitating as a gentle hum filled the air, a resonance akin to a fading bell toll. A startling realization struck me. The door bore no keyhole, a feature absent in all its forms. Yet each morning, a keyhole had greeted me beneath the handle. Flipping through my journal, I searched in vain for any mention of the keyhole, a nagging doubt taking root. As twilight descended, I found myself lost in contemplation of the enigmatic door and its nightly transformations. Sometimes, a glimpse of alternate hallways teased from beneath the door, offering different carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet upon opening it, my familiar hallway remained unchanged. Tempted to rearrange the photographs for confirmation, a whispered caution stayed my hand, warning against delving too deeply into the unknown spaces between perception and reality. The door continued to evolve, each night unveiling a new guise. I grew accustomed to its quiet mysteries, finding solace in their subtle dance. Perhaps, I mused, it wasn't the door that transformed, but my perception of it evolving with each viewing. Or perhaps both held a grain of truth, or neither at all. All I knew in the stillness of midnight, rain tapping a lullaby on the window panes, was a sense of anticipation for the door's next metamorphosis, and the mysteries it might unveil or safeguard in the silent hours before dawn. Story 10. The gentle patter of rain on the rooftop tiles weaved a soothing melody as I readied myself for the night ahead. Droplets cascaded down the window panes, casting playful shadows across the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of the fireplace still carried a subtle hint of burnt wood from the previous night, and the soft glow of the desk lamp bathed the room in a comforting warmth. In that serene moment of perfect stillness, a sound broke the tranquility, a sound that shouldn't have been there. The old rotary phone, long disconnected when I opted for a cell phone, echoed with a crystalline ring that pierced the air, unmistakable in its clarity. Setting my book aside, I rose from the plush armchair, my steps hushed by the plush Persian rug beneath my feet. The vintage black phone, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, gleamed faintly in the dim light. Just as I reached out to touch it, the ringing ceased abruptly. The receiver felt cold against my skin, and the scent of aged bakelite stirred childhood memories of watching my grandmother dial numbers with precision on its rotating disc. Shaking off the strange occurrence as a product of fatigue-induced auditory hallucination, I turned back towards the armchair, only to have the phone ring once more. This time the ring seemed more insistent, commanding my full attention. With a mixture of curiosity and unease, I observed the phone. The receiver trembled ever so slightly with each ring, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. Counting each ring, 1, 2, 3, 4, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the fifth. Without pausing to think, I lifted the receiver, and a profound silence descended, broken only by the steady rhythm of rain against the windows. Bringing the cold bakelite to my ear, I awaited the familiar dial tone, but instead, there was only a profound absence of sound. Then, a breath, slow, steady, and hauntingly distant, reached me through the line, as if someone on the other end was patiently lingering, waiting for my response. The breath held a familiarity, stirring memories buried deep within my consciousness. It mirrored my grandmother's rhythmic breathing as she dozed off in her favorite armchair, always with the phone close at hand. "Hello?" I murmured, my voice barely a whisper over the rain's persistent drumming. The breath on the other end seemed to pause, as if contemplating its next move. Gradually it morphed into a prolonged sigh, heavy with a melancholy that tugged at my heartstrings. I remained still, the receiver pressed against my ear, listening to that poignant breath that now seemed to sync with the rain's cadence. Rather than fear, an overwhelming sense of peace and nostalgia enveloped me. It was as though that suspended moment between reality and imagination was narrating a tale that transcended words. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses that carried unspoken significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time seemed to lose meaning as I basked in the ethereal connection. When I finally opened my eyes, the room had shifted. The lamp's light felt warmer, more encompassing, and the air carried a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved fragrance. Slowly, almost reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. Though the phone fell silent, it exuded a comforting presence, as if it had delivered its message. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the phone in the soft glow of the lamp. The rain continued its melodic descent, mingling with memories of the past. Since that enigmatic night, the phone has remained silent. Yet, on rainy evenings when the silence grows profound, a distant breath, a familiar sigh from another time seems to brush against my senses. In those fleeting moments, a smile graces my lips, for I understand that certain connections transcend mere physical wires. Story 11. The soft, rhythmic tap of raindrops against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a tranquil melody. My task of sifting through the dusty attic, filled with decades of memories, carried a weight of both daunting challenge and serene calmness. Each creak of the wooden stairs echoed through the stillness as I ascended, releasing whispers of aged cedar and forgotten tales with every step. The attic welcomed me with a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small, circular window, casting a serene glow. Dust motes danced lazily in the faint beam, creating ethereal patterns that hung in the air like memories waiting to be remembered. As I wandered through the attic, my fingertips brushing against weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's soothing lullaby accompanied my exploration. In the far corner, tucked behind a stack of worn leather photo albums, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small music box, dulled by time, rested on a faded pink blanket. What drew me in was not its appearance, but the slow, deliberate turning of its metal key, as if someone had just wound it moments before. The subtle movement, barely noticeable yet undeniable, sent a shiver down my spine in the attic's hushed stillness. Approaching the music box, a slight chill in the air hinted at a shift in the atmosphere. The intricate lid of the box was adorned with delicate carvings of woodland creatures, their features softened by the passage of time. Curiously, my grandmother had never mentioned this particular piece, a fact that struck me as odd considering her fondness for sharing stories about her cherished possessions. As I gingerly lifted the music box, its warmth against my skin contradicted the attic's cool embrace. The key continued its silent rotation, defying all logic and reason. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar melody of a lullaby. Instead, a different sound emerged, the soft, distant giggle of a child, ethereal and haunting, drifting through the air like a forgotten echo. The laughter held no fear, only a profound sense of longing and solitude that stirred a deep, unspoken emotion within me. Nestled beneath the music box lay a tiny porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted features bore a tranquil expression, yet one glass eye gazed slightly askew, as if holding a secret knowledge. The doll's once white dress had aged to a delicate ivory hue, its lace trim as fragile as spun silk. Most striking were the tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning to be held. As I examined the doll, the rain's gentle rhythm seemed to shift, taking on a purposeful cadence akin to footsteps moving across the attic floor. Dust particles swirled in mysterious patterns, briefly forming shapes resembling small handprints before dissolving back into the air. The temperature continued to drop, though not uncomfortably so. It was a cool caress, akin to a gentle breeze on a summer night. In that moment, memories not my own began to surface, vivid yet distant, like faded watercolor paintings coming to life. I glimpsed a young girl playing in this very attic, her laughter mingling with the creak of the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes, though dreamlike and soft-edged, carried a weight of undeniable truth. Somehow, I knew I was witnessing my grandmother in her youth, though the certainty defied explanation. At last, the music box's key stilled, and the ghostly laughter faded into silence. Holding both the doll and the music box, a compelling urge tugged at me to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth of the lower rooms. Yet a subtle resistance held me back. The doll's gaze, now fixed on some unseen presence, gave me pause. Carefully, I returned the items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket with precision. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, like a sigh of contentment, accompanied my actions. The rain resumed its natural melody, and the dust settled back into its lazy dance in the soft sunlight. In that moment, a deep understanding washed over me. Some treasures are not meant to be forgotten, even when they seem lost to time. They linger in a realm between memory and reality, between past and present, playing with phantom children in the quiet hours when no eyes watch. That evening, as I prepared to depart, a distant, haunting melody seemed to drift down from the attic, mingling with the sound of tiny feet dancing across aged floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, residing in the gentle borderland between waking and dreaming, where the improbable becomes possible, and memories waltz eternally in the dust-speckled light of aged attics. Perhaps this was why my grandmother had kept silent about the music box. Some treasures are meant to be stumbled upon, their enchantment unveiled only to those who chance upon them at the precise moment when the rain falls softly and the world grows hushed enough to hear the murmurs of the past. Story 12. The mist enveloped my steps as I wandered along the untamed path behind my grandmother's home. Despite the early hour, darkness clung to the surroundings, defying the rising sun's attempts to dispel it. The air held a heavy moisture, carrying the fragrant essence of decaying leaves and an elusive undertone, something ancient and enigmatic that eluded my grasp. A mere fortnight prior, this estate had become mine, and while the house exuded a familiar warmth, it was this enigmatic garden that captivated my soul from the start. Extending behind the Victorian manor, it was enclosed by ancient stone walls cloaked in ivy of a deep, shadowy green. What struck me most profoundly was how the towering trees encircling the garden seemed to lean inwards, creating a natural canopy so dense that even the brightest midday sun struggled to pierce through. This garden had been in my grandmother's possession for over 6 decades, yet in all my youthful visits I had never witnessed her tend to it. In fact, I had never seen her venture into its depths at all. Once I had inquired about it, and she had simply offered a cryptic smile, saying, "Some places prefer to care for themselves, dear." In my youth, I had dismissed her words as the whimsical musings of an elderly woman. But now, as I traversed the perpetual twilight of this mysterious space, her words carried a gravity that resonated within me. My footfalls made no sound on the soft earth, as though the ground itself absorbed any noise I might make. The flora here thrived in a manner unlike any other I had encountered. Pallid roses blossomed devoid of any hue of red or pink, their petals emitting a gentle luminescence in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in intricate patterns, their fronds extending like delicate tendrils whenever I drew near. Most captivating were the mushrooms that arranged themselves in perfect circles throughout the garden, their unusual blue-gray caps pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. As I delved deeper into the garden's heart, I discerned a peculiar aspect of the plant life. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to incline away from me as I approached, only to slowly pivot towards me once I had passed. It was not a result of the wind, for there was none in this sheltered enclave. The movement was intentional, almost inquisitive, akin to children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the garden's core stood an ancient stone fountain, long dry yet untouched by moss or vine. Its basin bore inscriptions that eluded my understanding, curves and lines that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Running my finger along one of the symbols, the stone radiated warmth despite the cool air. A subtle vibration coursed through my fingertip, and for an ephemeral moment I fancied I caught a distant melody on the breeze. It was then that I became aware of the butterflies. Not the vibrant, variegated insects found in commonplace gardens, but ethereal beings of pure white with semi-translucent wings, akin to snowflakes caught in the morning light. They flitted amidst the pale blooms, leaving trails of silver dust in their wake. This silvery dust did not descend to the earth but hung suspended in the air, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of constellations. As I stood entranced, I realized that these patterns were not random. They were inscribing something akin to a script I almost recognized, akin to words glimpsed in a dream, fading upon waking. The silver trails would materialize, linger briefly, then dissolve, only to be supplanted by fresh formations. It was akin to observing a dialogue I could not decipher. The ambient temperature began to plummet, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. It was then that I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking, though I could not pinpoint when time had faltered. The light remained unchanged. It always did in this garden, yet an unspoken understanding told me that I had lingered here for hours. Time ebbed differently within this realm, flowing akin to honey, dense and unhurried. In my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study following her passing, there existed but a single entry concerning the garden. It predates us and shall outlast us. It is not ours to own, we belong to it. While some gardens nurture flowers, this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, I comprehended at last. Other peculiarities began to reveal themselves. The absence of birds in flight overhead, the shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source, the swift bloom and withering of certain flowers within mere minutes, only to bloom anew. The garden pulsated with a life that defied the natural order, adhering to enigmatic laws of its own making. As dusk crept closer, though how I discerned this in the unchanging light remained a mystery, I retraced my steps towards the manor. The path seemed altered, yet the impressions of my earlier passage remained distinct in the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals tightly sealed, concealing enigmas they were not yet prepared to divulge. Prior to departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance backwards. In the distance, near the fountain, I fancied I glimpsed a figure resembling my grandmother, tending to plants that defied conventional growth. Yet in the blink of an eye, she dissolved into the mist, leaving behind solely the pale blooms and the eternal twilight that seemed to murmur, "Welcome back." That evening, as I readied myself for slumber, a solitary white butterfly alighted upon my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling words upon my chamber wall. Drifting into dreams, I perceived the fountain's elusive melody and comprehended why certain places never yearn for the sun. They possess their own luminescence, born from secrets ancient as time itself. Story 13. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple, as gentle raindrops tapped against the window, creating a hypnotic melody. The flickering candlelight on my antique vanity mirror, passed down from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that swayed with the growing darkness. The air carried the comforting aroma of burning firewood mingling with the sweet scent of wax, enveloping me in a cozy embrace. In that tranquil moment of reflection, a peculiar sight caught my eye. While tidying my hair before the mirror, a fleeting image of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, an ethereal presence in the stillness. I turned swiftly, but the room remained empty. Peering back at the mirror, I dismissed it as a mere trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections surrounding me. From the gleaming surface of a freshly polished table to the window glass at dusk, even the tiny rearview mirror in my car, all seemed to capture glimpses of that enigmatic presence. It was as if a parallel world existed within Reflections, where this silent figure observed me with a patient curiosity. The figure bore no distinct features, but exuded a gentle, silvery luminescence as if crafted from mist. At times a faint smile seemed to play upon its form, while other instances hinted at gestures, as if seeking to convey a message. Instead of fear, a sense of familiarity washed over me, as if this presence had always been intertwined with my existence, waiting to be acknowledged. One hushed evening, nestled in my cherished armchair with a book, the figure in the window's reflection appeared unusually defined. Rather than fading upon direct gaze, it lingered, almost tangible. Amidst the room's quiet, a soft rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, whispered through the air. I rose slowly, drawn to the window. Mirroring my movements, the figure approached from the other side, revealing ethereal attire that billowed gracefully as it moved, akin to a dance suspended in time. Extending a hand towards me, the figure beckoned, and without hesitation, I reciprocated. At that instant, a revelation dawned upon me. Each appearance of the figure ushered in a profound tranquility. Sounds softened, colors muted, and time itself seemed to ebb, as if bridging the realms between reality and reverie. The presence carried a slice of a serene world where boundaries blurred and peace reigned supreme. Seeking out Reflections became a deliberate act, no longer driven by fear or intrigue, but by the quest for that inner calm the figure bestowed. It manifested most in moments of serenity, when worries and distractions faded. It was as though it possessed an innate understanding of when solace was needed most. As days turned to weeks, the figure within Reflections became a silent companion in my daily rhythm. I refrained from unraveling its enigma or questioning its purpose. Some mysteries, I reasoned, were best left untouched. For in the unknown lies a beauty unmatched by answers. Even now, as the setting sun casts its warm glow through the window, painting shadows across the room, I pause to observe the reflections. In those tranquil interludes, when the world holds its breath, I glimpse it still, a radiant figure gliding amidst reflections, carrying with it a profound tranquility, and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not solved. Story 14. The night lay still, cloaked in a fog that turned the streetlights into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absently as shadows waltzed across the walls of my study, their intricate dance choreographed by the flickering candle flame on the nearby table. The aged wooden floor exuded that familiar musty scent found only in well-loved homes, while the tranquility was punctuated by the gentle tick-tock of the pendulum clock. In a moment of quiet reflection, I noticed something peculiar. Amidst the familiar shadows cavorting on the wall, there was one that seemed to move with a purpose of its own. While the others swayed in harmony with the flame's flicker, this particular shadow glided independently as though exploring the wall's surface. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my weary mind. After all, I had been toiling late into the night for weeks, and my eyes had been known to deceive me on occasion. Closing the book resting in my lap, I rose to investigate this anomaly further. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly retreated to the room's corner. I approached the wall, studying its textured surface intently. While the uneven plaster naturally cast minor shadows, the one that captivated me was distinct. It possessed a density, a clarity, as if comprised of a tangible substance rather than mere absence of light. Reaching out to the exact spot where the shadow halted, I felt a chilling coldness, starkly different from the wall's warmth. In the ensuing days, I observed other peculiarities. The shadow manifested at varying times, always in my solitude, always when the light was dim enough to birth shadows, yet not so dim that they vanished entirely. It appeared in the hallway, the kitchen, with its curious and almost bashful demeanor a constant. One evening, while seated at my desk, engrossed in writing, I sensed a presence behind me. Not an eerie sensation of being watched, but akin to feeling a cat's silent gaze upon you. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow projected on the closed study door. This time it did not retreat. It stood motionless, almost studying me in return. It was then I noticed a detail that had eluded me. The shadow lacked a source. Every shadow we know is cast by something, object, person, animal. Yet this one existed independently, as if a being in its own right. I began to communicate with it, not through spoken words but gestures and movements. In response, it danced on the wall, weaving shapes that almost resembled letters, vanishing before clarity could be discerned. Occasionally, a message seemed to surface, while at other times they dissolved into meaningless swirls. Gradually, its presence became a familiar, almost comforting presence. On restless nights, I sought it out, anticipating its distinctive movements among the ordinary shadows. It was akin to having a silent companion, a guardian of the nocturnal hours. I never unraveled its origin or true nature. Despite research, consultations with experts in the occult, no definitive answer emerged. Theories ranged from physical anomalies to residual energy manifestations, yet none encapsulated the essence of its existence. Now seated in my armchair penning these lines, I catch sight of the shadow's gentle sway in my peripheral vision. It has melded into my daily routine, an enigma I've embraced without full comprehension. I ponder if it, too, ponders my essence, if I am a mystery to it as much as it is to me. The candle's flame on the table dwindles, and I know soon the shadow will dissolve into darkness, awaiting a fresh light to materialize once more. And I will be here, as always, engaged in this silent exchange between a man and a formless shadow. Story 15. The gentle glow of the desk lamp bathed the worn surface of my grandfather's antique writing desk in soft shadows. Raindrops tapped lightly against the window, composing a tranquil melody that filled the hushed evening air. I had been sifting through old letters, my fingers tracing the delicate paper, when a peculiar sight captured my attention. Amidst the aged envelopes and faded postcards rested a pristine white envelope, untouched by time, its paper pristine and smooth. The texture felt strangely familiar yet subtly altered, akin to encountering a long-known object that had undergone a subtle transformation. This envelope bore no stamp, only my name elegantly scripted in deep blue ink that seemed to shimmer under the lamplight. What truly caught my breath was not the absence of postal markings or the quality of the paper, but the date inscribed in the corner. December 27th, 2025, precisely 1 year from that very day. With trembling fingers, I turned the envelope over. The seal, embellished with dark red wax imprinted with an enigmatic pattern, appeared to shift and ripple like a mysterious current in a quiet stream. A blend of old books and leather, typical scents from my grandfather's desk, intermingled with a subtle hint of lavender and a metallic tang, reminiscent of the air before a storm. Placing the letter down, I observed as rain-streaked shadows danced across its surface, the grandfather clock in the hallway chiming 9 times, each toll lingering in the air like a whispered secret. Amidst the chimes, a faint rustle of paper seemed to echo, though the envelope remained motionless before me. As I cautiously broke the wax seal, a sheet of paper met my gaze, folded meticulously with the same blue ink inscribed upon it. The handwriting, seemingly mine yet hurried and urgent, emitted a faint scent of lavender and ozone, now more potent, causing a tingling sensation in my fingertips. The letter commenced with a simple declaration. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice. The words pulsed gently on the page, as if infused with a life force of their own. Unfolding the letter revealed descriptions of decisions yet to be made, paths awaiting exploration, and consequences yet to be confronted. The narrative depicted moments that had not transpired, dialogues left unspoken, and choices lingering on the horizon. Reading on, the lamp's light seemed to ebb and flow in sync with the text, a mere trick of the mind in my wearied state. The rain's patter against the window orchestrated a subtle harmony with the unfolding narrative, each paragraph unraveling a future that felt simultaneously fated and fantastical. The final paragraph trailed off abruptly, leaving an unfinished thought hanging in the air. Beneath it, a postscript materialized in a darker, slightly smudged ink. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing at the grandfather clock, I noted it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound stillness broken only by the rhythmic ticking of seconds passing by. Clutching the letter, I sensed its weight becoming ethereal, as if on the brink of dissolving. Rising slowly, I approached the window with the letter in hand. The moon cast its silver glow into the room, illuminating the fading words on the page, vanishing one by one like stars at daybreak. As the clock struck midnight, the paper turned blank, leaving behind a faint trace of lavender and the lingering warmth of boundless possibilities. The envelope eluded me in subsequent searches, vanishing as mysteriously as it had appeared. On quiet, rainy nights, I catch a whiff of lavender and ozone, my fingers tingling with the memory of that ephemeral paper. I ponder the choice foretold in the letter, whether it had already been made or awaited me in the future. Perhaps both realities coexist, intertwined like the letter itself, suspended between what once was and what could be. The steady cadence of the grandfather clock persists, each tick a reminder of time's unyielding march, or so we assume. Yet on nights like this, when the rain returns and shadows dance upon my desk, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating midnight, and contemplating if, in some distant moment, I am composing a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between reality and potentiality. Story 16. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country abode, weaving a mesmerizing melody with the gentle creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet. It was an autumn evening when reality and fantasy seemed to blend seamlessly. Outside, the tree leaves swayed in the darkness, casting ever-shifting shadows on the cream-colored walls through misty panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. An unfamiliar aura lingered that night, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the thickness of the air, or the profound silence enveloping the house, almost tangible in its depth. I rose languidly, lured by a flicker caught in my peripheral vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, stretching beyond its usual confines. The shadows lurking in the corners seemed denser, almost alive in their darkness. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the deepening shadows that veiled the hallway's end. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured forth, the wooden floor emitting unfamiliar echoes beneath my steps. The ancestral portraits adorning the walls seemed to regard me with altered gazes, as if the familiar faces had undergone a subtle transformation. Midway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, a fragrance of antiquity, of old tomes and damp wood foreign to my home. I turned to the window on my right, where rain had etched intricate patterns on the glass, following a cryptic but orderly design. And there it was, a shadow, darker than the rest, gliding with unnatural grace along the opposite wall. It bore no tangible source, possessing a solidity akin to solidified mist. Moving with a delicate hesitance, it seemed aware of my presence. My breath deepened as I observed this phenomenon, a sense of recognition stirring within me, devoid of fear but tinged with an uncanny familiarity. The shadow halted by the guest room door, assuming a vague human form. Taking a step closer, I sensed a subtle reaction from the shadow, a wavering acknowledgement of my presence. The rain's whisper transformed into a constant murmur, as if conveying a message. Straining my ears, I discerned fleeting words in an unknown yet strangely comprehensible tongue. The chill in the air intensified, though not unkindly. It enveloped me like a cool silk sheet on a balmy summer eve. The shadow resumed its ethereal dance, gliding towards me in a slow, fluid motion. I stood rooted, watching as it drew near. When it stood mere steps away, it paused. In the hush of the house, my heartbeat sounded steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I raised a hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand of its own, a fleeting warmth brushing against mine where our hands nearly met. Then, with the same graceful fluidity it had appeared, the shadow began to dissipate. Like smoke carried by an unseen breeze, it dispersed into the air, leaving behind a faint scent of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway, time seeming to stretch infinitely, until the rain's rhythm faded to a whisper. Upon my return to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during my encounter. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with heightened awareness, watching for glimpses of that familiar form dancing just beyond my sight. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence has bestowed upon me not unease, but a realization that some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway of my home now cradles this secret, and on quiet nights, when rain taps against the windows, I await a blend of curiosity and serenity for a renewed encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 17. The heavy rain drummed a hypnotic melody on the roof of my secluded country abode. Each drop slid down the window panes, tracing serpentine patterns in the dim glow of the candlelight I had kindled to push back the encroaching darkness. The gentle wind rustled the leaves of the garden trees, weaving a natural lullaby. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I idly watched wisps of vapor spiral elegantly into the air. The house murmured its usual symphony, the faint creak of aging wood, the steady tick-tock of the pendulum clock in the entryway, the soft whisper of wind gliding through unseen crevices. Everything appeared ordinary, yet an indefinable unease crept into my tranquil evening. It was during a sip of my tea that I detected a peculiar occurrence. The upstairs bedroom window, reflected in the hallway mirror, emitted a peculiar glow, akin to a candle's flicker. But I knew for certain that no light source resided in that room. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose languidly and made my way toward the staircase. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight, a familiar sound from years of residence in this ancient dwelling. Yet that night, each creak held a different timbre, as if the house itself sought to convey a message. The air chilled as I ascended, a thin film of moisture clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. When I reached the bedroom door, I hesitated before turning the handle. The brass knob felt unnaturally cold, almost icy. With a slight squeak, the door swung open, revealing the room shrouded in shadows. The window, the same one reflected in the mirror, remained shut. However, to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, moving slowly as if guided by invisible hands. The window started to open incrementally, without any visible force propelling it. The breeze that wafted in did not possess the strength to justify such movement, and the air it carried bore a sweet, ancient fragrance reminiscent of dried blooms and aged timber. Approaching cautiously, I observed raindrops entering the room, forming tiny pools on the wooden sill. What caught my eye next was truly extraordinary. The drops did not fall in a typical downward path, but pirouetted in the air, tracing delicate circles before settling gently on the floor. While entranced by this inexplicable display, a motion drew my gaze. Writing materialized on the window glass as if an unseen hand were inscribing letters on the misty surface. The words materialized gradually, yet remained too blurred to decipher clearly. As the curtains swayed gently, mimicking the rhythmic breaths of a slumbering being, though devoid of any discernible draft. The moonlight filtered through rain-laden clouds cast dancing shadows on the walls, whispering silent tales. Extending a hand toward the window, I felt the cool outdoor air caress my fingertips. Just as my touch neared the glass, the window closed softly, mirroring its earlier unhurried motion. With a delicate click, the lock engaged, and the ancient aroma that had suffused the room began to dissipate. Motionless for several moments, I listened to the persistent rhythm of rain outside. The room had reverted to its usual state, yet a subtle shift had occurred. It was as though the house had sought to reveal a glimpse of another realm, a world parallel to our own, visible only in those rare instances when the boundary between reality and enigma thins to a gossamer veil. Since that fateful night, whenever rain falls, I ensconce myself in the armchair, studying the reflection of the window in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains still. Other times, it unfolds leisurely in a silent ritual now woven into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon eludes me, but I have come to embrace it as a facet of the enigma that binds me to this abode, a secret shared solely between myself and these venerable walls. On the stillest nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain descends softly, I almost sense a familiar presence hovering, an unseen guardian who has chosen to coexist within this space, manifesting through a window that opens of its own volition. Story 18. The weariness of a long day clung to me as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp painted gentle shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. The comforting scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me as I sank into my worn leather armchair. My grandmother's gift, my old diary, lay open on the polished wooden desk, its yellowed pages holding my deepest thoughts. But tonight, something was different. The last page I had penned was now filled with elegant script, foreign to my own. The ink appeared fresh, as if penned moments ago. Intrigued, I leaned closer, my breath slowing. The words painted a scene of an autumn evening, mirroring the very room I sat in, as rain tapped a soothing rhythm on the window. The lamplight danced, casting enchanting shadows around me. As I read on, the prose seemed to anticipate my every move. Curiosity urged him to turn the page, the text beckoned, and as if under a spell, my hand obeyed. New words materialized before my eyes, capturing my sensations in real time. The warmth of the lamp, my quickening breath, the shiver down my spine, all described with eerie accuracy. Unable to tear my gaze away, I watched as the script detailed books on the shelves, some unfamiliar yet present. Time seemed suspended as I sank into the hypnotic rhythm of the writing. Moving to the couch, the diary's pages continued to fill with words, the rain's melody growing stronger, cocooning me in a world of mystery. Closing my eyes, I let the rain's lullaby wash over me. When I opened them, the diary spoke of forgotten memories, intimate and untouched. Drawn back to the desk, the words felt like a whispered conversation, delving into my past. Curiosity mingled with peace as the night unfolded, each word a step towards understanding the unknown. Hours slipped by unnoticed until the clock chimed midnight, breaking the spell. The final words, "Some mysteries don't need to be solved to be understood," lingered in the air. Closing the diary, I felt the familiar leather beneath my fingers. The rain, now a soothing backdrop, whispered of secrets yet untold. Would the words remain come morning, or fade like a dream? Retiring to bed, I stole a final glance at the study. The diary lay still, unchanged on the desk. Yet within me, a shift had occurred. The night cloaked the room in silence, the lamp a faithful sentinel to the enigma that lingered. And as I shut the door, a realization dawned. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be cherished, veiled in their intrigue. Story 19. The moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, painting the old wooden floor with shifting shadows. In the stillness of the night, I found myself drawn to the ancient mahogany box perched on the mantelpiece. It had always been a fixture in this house, a silent sentinel of memories passed down through generations. The moon's gentle glow caressed its glossy surface, revealing intricate carvings that seemed to come alive in the darkness. I had never dared to open the box before, content to let it be a cryptic adornment in the room. But on this night, a subtle shift in the air beckoned me closer. The silence wrapped around me like a soft blanket as I rose from my favorite armchair, my wool sweater whispering against the stillness. As I approached the box, a mysterious aura enveloped it, as if it held secrets too ancient to be disturbed. The warmth of the mahogany beneath my fingers seemed to pulse with a hidden energy, and the carved patterns of leaves and branches appeared to sway as if caught in a gentle breeze. And there, at the center of the lid, a tiny eye peered back at me, a silent witness to untold stories. A scent, ancient and elusive, wafted from the box, stirring forgotten memories within me. Images of a woman's smile, of whispered secrets and tender moments, flickered in my mind like distant stars. The sound of the wind outside brought me back to the present, my hands trembling as I traced the edges of the box. Without a visible lock, it defied my understanding. Had it ever been opened, or was it meant to remain a mystery? Memories of my childhood in this house seemed to blur and shift, like a dream slipping through my fingers. I carried the box to the couch, its weight lighter than air, yet pulsing with a hidden life of its own. As I held it, a sense of familiarity washed over me, like reconnecting with a long-lost friend in a dream. My grandmother's enigmatic words echoed in my mind, urging me to embrace the unknown. The shadows in the room danced in silent celebration, mirroring the intricate designs on the box. With a sudden clarity, I realized that some questions find their answers in the acceptance of the unknowable. Placing the box back on the mantelpiece, I felt a silent understanding pass between us, as if the carved eye was nodding in approval. Returning to my armchair, a newfound peace settled over me, like a whisper from the past. The moon continued its gentle vigil, casting a comforting glow over the room. The night's silence deepened, carrying me towards a tranquil sleep. In that hushed moment between wakefulness and dreams, a soft exhale seemed to emanate from the box, a sigh of release, a letting go of the need to unravel its mysteries. The box remained, a silent guardian of its enigmatic contents, a reminder that some truths are meant to be cherished, not deciphered. And with that realization came a serenity that had eluded me for so long, a quiet acceptance of the mysteries that dwell in the shadows of the past. Story 20. The rain softly whispered against the windows of the cozy establishment, creating a serene melody that intertwined with the gentle clinks of cups and the muffled murmurs of the remaining patrons. Perched at the bar counter, I observed the flickering reflection of dim lights dancing upon the polished surface of the dark wood. Jack, the bartender, meticulously cleaned glasses with a slow and rhythmic motion, almost entrancing in its cadence. An unfamiliar intensity lingered in his gaze that evening, a depth I had not previously noticed in my daily visits. His dark eyes harbored hidden thoughts as he prepared my usual lavender tea. Though his hands moved with customary precision, a subtle tremor betrayed his composure as he placed the cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee and the earthy scent of aged wood that saturated the atmosphere. Jack surreptitiously cast glances towards a solitary figure seated in the far corner of the bar, their stillness almost blending them into the surroundings. With calculated movements, Jack approached to refill my cup, his breath steady yet carrying a faint tension in his voice as he inquired if I desired anything more. In that moment, a disquieting detail captured my attention. A small reddish stain marred the cuff of his typically pristine white shirt, barely discernible in the dim ambience. Time drifted languidly as the rain continued its hypnotic descent. Patrons gradually departed, leaving behind vacant seats and abandoned cups. Solemnly, the enigmatic figure in the corner remained unmoving, as if anchored in anticipation. Jack meticulously organized the counter, his meticulous actions tinged with a growing unease, while the pendulum clock's incessant ticking underscored the passage of time. Another revelation unfolded before me. Nestled among the bottles beneath the counter lay a weathered notebook, its cover worn with age. As Jack attended to the final patron, my gaze fell upon the yellowed pages of the journal. Neat, diminutive script adorned the pages, documenting names, dates, and places in meticulous succession. However, it was the concluding entries that seized my curiosity. Cryptic annotations, nonsensical numbers, and meticulously drawn symbols adorned the final pages. The sound of footsteps drew my attention upwards. The mysterious figure had finally stirred from their seat, making their way towards the exit. A fleeting exchange of charged glances transpired between them and Jack as they passed the counter. Though brief, the moment brimmed with tangible tension. The bartender nodded imperceptibly as the stranger vanished into the rainy shroud of night. Jack resumed his tasks, yet an indefinable shift colored his demeanor. His typically steady hands now trembled faintly as he arranged the glasses, his gaze adrift in contemplation, perhaps grappling with memory or seeking solace in forgetfulness. Preparing to depart, I was halted by Jack's gentle gesture. "You know," he uttered in a hushed tone, "there are sights and whispers witnessed by a bartender that are best left to rest within these walls. Yet at times, the burden of these secrets becomes too weighty to bear alone." A pause lingered, pregnant with unspoken truths. I turned towards him, noting the play of shadows upon his fatigued countenance cast by the flickering lamplight. The notebook, a silent repository of untold narratives, remained partially concealed amongst the bottles. Jack offered a faint, strained smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he murmured. "Perhaps a tale shall be shared, or perhaps not." Emerging into the obsidian night, the rain continued its gentle descent. Through the bar's window, I observed Jack resuming his meticulous routines, methodical and precise as ever. Yet now I grasped that beneath those daily motions lay a profound enigma, a mystery destined to elude complete understanding. As the establishment's lights dimmed behind me, casting shadows that veiled the secrets enshrined within, I pondered how many similar narratives lay concealed beneath bar counters. How many taciturn custodians like Jack safeguarded burdensome truths. Alas, the answer dissolved amidst the comforting cadence of the falling rain and the starless night. Story 21. The park was blanketed in autumn fog, a gentle shroud of gray silk enveloping everything in its mysterious embrace. Leaves twirled lazily through the damp evening air as I strolled along the gravel path, relishing the earthy aroma that lingered after the rain and the soft crunch of my footsteps. The street lamps cast ethereal halos in the mist, their glow barely piercing the veil ahead. Amidst this hazy scene, my eyes fell upon a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench, untouched by the passage of time. There was a peculiar stillness in the park at that hour, and the coat appeared as if it had been placed there with deliberate care. Intrigued, I approached slowly, watching as the wool fabric absorbed the moisture in the air. It exuded an air of elegance, with mother-of-pearl buttons that faintly shimmered in the dwindling light of day. As my fingers brushed the warm fabric, a chill of curiosity, rather than fear, ran down my spine. Searching the empty pockets, my fingers came upon a single bus ticket from 1985, its yellowed paper strangely well preserved, as if frozen in time. Sitting down beside the coat, I let my mind wander as the fog thickened around me, the scent of lavender and pipe tobacco mingling in the air, invoking a sense of nostalgia and forgotten memories. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials, JM, delicately embroidered in golden thread, a whisper of a past long gone. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, an old tune that seemed to drift from a bygone era, stirring something within me. Standing up to follow the music, it eluded my grasp, coming from no discernible direction. When I turned back to the coat, I noticed a subtle shift in its position, the fold no longer as perfect, a button catching the light in a different way. Despite my certainty of being alone, a subtle unease crept over me, time passing slowly as the fog wrapped everything in its ethereal embrace. Shadows danced on the fallen leaves, and the music faded into the mist, a mere echo of a forgotten past. Lost in contemplation of the mysterious owner, I felt a fleeting touch on my shoulder, a gentle caress that seemed to vanish with the wind. The coat appeared older now, as if time had taken a toll on its fabric, fading its colors further. Respecting the enigma it held, I decided to leave it undisturbed, walking away as the haunting waltz briefly filled the air, a melody of unknown origin that tugged at my heart. Returning to the park the next morning, I found the bench empty, save for the lingering imprint where the coat had rested, a ghostly reminder of its presence. Beside it lay a new bus ticket, dated for that very day, a silent testament to the mysteries that lingered in the mist. To this day, on foggy evenings, I pass by that bench, catching echoes of the distant melody and the lingering scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, in the play of shadows and light, I glimpse the silhouette of an elegant figure walking away in the park, only to have it dissolve into the dance of leaves in the evening breeze, leaving me to ponder the secrets hidden within the fog. Story 22. The aged house always whispered to me, its secrets carried on the wind, but that particular winter night held a different allure. Snow drifted down in silence, each delicate flake illuminated by the soft glow of the moon before gently settling on the earth below. Nestled in my cozy reading nook, swathed in a threadbare woolen throw, I savored the quiet crackle of the fireplace, a familiar companion in the night. The usual settling of timber and creaking of floorboards now bore a new weight, as if harboring murmurs I had never before discerned. Initially, the whispers were mere wisps of sound, a faint murmur that could easily be mistaken for the breeze weaving through the ancient timbers. Setting aside my book, I held my breath, attuning my senses to the enigmatic voices. They came again, akin to distant conversations overheard through heavy velvet drapes. Though the words remained elusive, the rhythmic cadence resonated with the human essence. Placing my palm against the wall beside me, I traced the weathered texture of the vintage wallpaper, feeling the subtle vibrations beneath my touch, akin to a slumbering cat's contented purr. Remarkably warm against the winter chill, the wall seemed to pulse with a latent energy, alluring and mysterious. Leaning closer, I closed my eyes, allowing the sounds to envelop me. The voices, though still indistinct, meandered through the very fabric of the house, flowing seamlessly from one chamber to the next. Sometimes fading into nothingness, only to resurface moments later from an alternate direction. They carried no menace, but rather evoked the ambiance of a clandestine family reunion, where cherished kin exchanged soft words late into the night. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, I roamed the house, my silent steps echoing softly on the time-worn carpets as I pursued the elusive whispers. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots adorning the walls. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes that graced the walls. Each time I neared comprehension, the voices shifted and morphed, teasing my grasp like fragments of a fading dream upon waking. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, its resonant chimes intertwining with the enigmatic murmurs, casting an ethereal spell upon the night. In the study's dim light, shadows flickered like elusive dancers against the walls, cast by the solitary street lamp outside. A peculiar anomaly caught my eye, a subtle bulge in the wallpaper, as if a hidden presence pushed gently against the fabric of reality. Drawn to the anomaly, the voices crescendoed in intensity, the wallpaper undulating subtly, akin to a breath behind a gossamer veil. With trembling fingers I reached out, the warmth of the pulsing surface beneath my touch sending shivers down my spine. Amidst the surging voices, a tender whisper, bearing my name with affection, caressed my ears. As swiftly as it had appeared, the bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, though the residual warmth lingered, a poignant reminder of the unseen forces at play. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these enigmatic bulges, transient anomalies that manifested and vanished like ripples on a tranquil shore, leaving behind only warmth and echoes of conversation. Laughter, fragments of lullabies and unfamiliar tongues. The voices wove a tapestry of mystery and comfort, their hypnotic allure guiding my nocturnal odyssey. With the impending dawn, the voices waned like dissipating mist, their ethereal embrace softening into a hushed serenade that encircled me in a cocoon of sound. The walls gradually cooled, returning to their slumbering state as the first rays of sunlight breached the darkness, casting a gentle glow upon the room. The source of the whispers remained elusive, a phantom presence enigmatic and inscrutable, yet on quiet winter nights when the snow descended in a soft cascade, the voices would return, a spectral chorus from realms beyond. Perhaps the house itself harbored memories, echoes of past inhabitants interwoven within its very essence, their spectral conversations and laughter imprinted upon the ancient walls. Or maybe, on nights when the veil between worlds grew thin, the barriers separating the seen and unseen dissolved, granting us fleeting glimpses into realms beyond our comprehension. What remains certain is the solace found in those nocturnal whispers, a lullaby from a forgotten era, a reminder that even in solitude, we are tethered to a tapestry of unseen threads. In the stillness of winter nights, when the world holds its breath, the walls of my house divulge their enigmatic secrets, sharing them in whispers that weave through the tapestry of time. Like aged wallpaper, thin and weathered, the boundary between reality and imagination blurs, inviting us to embrace the mysteries that linger just beyond our grasp. And so, amid the haunting echoes of voices past, I find solace in the knowledge that within these hallowed walls, the past and present converge in a timeless dance, a symphony of whispers that echo through the corridors of my soul. Story 23. I awoke to the gentle sound of a pendulum ticking in the dark, its rhythmic beat echoing through the stillness like a whispered secret. The room was cloaked in twilight's embrace, a veil of mystery draped over every corner. Lying on a plush burgundy velvet couch, I felt the weight of time pressing down, soft yet heavy with the weight of years gone by. A scent lingered in the air, a delicate blend of aged wood and dried flowers, mingling with an elusive fragrance that eluded my recognition. The room was a tapestry of shadows and light, with heavy brocade curtains filtering the dim glow that danced upon the faded wallpaper like ghosts of a forgotten past. Antique furniture stood sentinel in the corners, silent witnesses to the passage of time. A towering bookshelf held leather-bound tomes, their spines untouched by human hands for what felt like an eternity. A porcelain teacup sat on a small table, steam curling lazily into the air, beckoning me with its warmth. As I rose, every muscle protested as if awakening from a deep slumber. My steps were muffled on the Persian rug as I approached the window, its heavy curtains parting to reveal a misty garden where shadows played among the trees. In the glass, my reflection revealed a startling truth. I was adorned in clothes of a bygone era. A linen shirt, a vest of brocade, and velvet trousers whispered of a time long past. Yet the fabric felt familiar against my skin. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a fleeting glimpse of something unseen. I turned, but the room was still, save for the relentless ticking of the pendulum. Time seemed to bend and sway in this place, each second stretching into eternity. With a sense of curiosity, I ventured beyond the confines of the room. The door groaned open, revealing a hallway shrouded in shadows. Portraits lined the walls, their eyes following me as I passed, their silent gaze unsettling in the hush of the house. Ascending a staircase, the air grew colder, the banister chilling my fingertips with a ghostly touch. Upstairs, a series of closed doors beckoned, their brass nameplates bearing inscriptions that eluded my understanding in the dim light. A haunting melody drifted through the air, piano notes like whispers from another time. The music led me to the final room, where a grand piano stood, draped in a white sheet, its keys silent yet vibrating with the echoes of a forgotten tune. Beneath the sheet, I discovered an old photograph, yellowed with age. The image depicted the room as it once was, a relic of a past long faded. And there, seated at the piano, was a figure that mirrored my own reflection, dressed in the same antiquated attire I now wore. Returning downstairs, a sense of calm settled over me, a surreal peace amidst the unknown. The pendulum's steady beat matched the rhythm of my heart, a harmony of time and existence. Settling back onto the velvet couch, the warm teacup whispered of familiarity, of a dream within a dream. Sipping the tea, I pondered the blurred line between reality and illusion. The fog outside enveloped the garden, a shroud of mystery that blurred the edges of my perception. In this house, where time was but a fleeting whisper, I knew I had found a place that had been waiting for me, a dream woven into the fabric of existence. Story 24. The night had enfolded the ancient house in a smooth shroud of quietness, disturbed solely by the soft patter of autumn rain against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a hot cup of tea in my hands, I absent-mindedly gazed at the painting hanging on the wall before me. It was a piece passed down from my grandmother, portraying a forest scene at dusk. Though not a valuable work of art, it always held me captivated with its ability to stir up a sense of wistful tranquility. That night, with the golden glow of the floor lamp casting dancing shadows around the room, I noticed something peculiar. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, though I was certain it had always hung perfectly straight. Rising slowly, I set the cup down on the nearby table. The wooden floor murmured softly beneath my feet as I drew near to the wall. Gently, I adjusted the painting, my fingertips grazing the rough edges of the aged frame. Returning to my seat, I picked up the book I had momentarily abandoned. The warmth of the tea and the soothing rhythm of the rain outside lulled me into a pleasant drowsiness. It was only after a short while, as I lifted my gaze, that I spied the painting, now tilted to the left. A subtle chill traced down my spine as I tried to convince myself it was merely a trick of weariness, or perhaps a play of light and shadow. Rising once more, this time with caution, I neared the painting and noticed an anomaly I had never before perceived. The sunset hues appeared more vibrant, almost pulsating, and the tree shadows seemed to stretch longer than before. With trembling fingers, I brushed the canvas surface. It felt warm, as though it had absorbed the room's heat, yet something about the way the paint caught the light felt different. In the days that followed, I found myself observing the painting more intently. Each time I entered the room, it seemed to have shifted slightly. Sometimes the change was barely noticeable. Other times it was more pronounced. Not only did its tilt alter, but the details within the painting itself seemed to subtly transform. The density of the trees shifted, the clouds in the painted sky morphed in shape. I began documenting the painting with photographs each morning and evening, meticulously comparing them. The variances were minute yet undeniable. Within the painted forest, small elements came and went. A bird's nest nestled among the branches, a concealed clearing, a faint trail that had not existed previously. The sunset inched across the canvas imperceptibly, as if time within the painting flowed to a different tempo than our own. On a particularly serene evening, while settled in my familiar armchair, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. The painting was tilting on its own, moving with almost imperceptible slowness. I felt no fear, only a profound curiosity mingled with an eerie calm. The motion was fluid, as though an unseen hand was tenderly caressing it. I approached the painting once more, this time without hesitation. The canvas surface seemed to quiver slightly under my gaze. In the reflection of the protective glass, for a fleeting instant, a familiar form appeared. The blurred profile of my grandmother, ethereal and faded like a distant memory, seemed to smile while adjusting the painting to its proper alignment. Since that moment, I have come to embrace these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each evening, before retiring to bed, I devote a few moments to studying the painting, endeavoring to uncover its new mysteries. At times, I believe it's my grandmother's way of signaling her presence, keeping watch over me through this enigmatic canvas that shifts and breathes like a living entity. I have shared this tale with no one, opting to safeguard this sweet enigma within my heart. The painting continues its movements, though now less frequently, as if it has found a harmonious balance between revealing itself and preserving its secret. And I persist in my nightly ritual, nestled in my armchair with a steaming cup of tea, listening to the rain tap against the windows, observing the painting that lives its own existence, engaged in a silent dialogue that only we two comprehend. Story 25. The night enveloped the world in a quiet symphony of sounds, the gentle patter of rain blending harmoniously with the soft rustlings of the night. Stirring from my slumber, a peculiar sensation gripped me, pulling me from the depths of sleep into a state of wakefulness. My gaze fell upon an unexpected sight resting on the nightstand, an ancient brass key, its intricate design illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. A sense of familiarity washed over me, though I couldn't recall ever laying eyes on it before. Yet there it sat, as if it had always belonged to me. Casting aside the veil of sleep, I reached out and grasped the key, feeling its icy touch send a delicate shiver down my spine. Surprisingly heavy for its size, the key bore the marks of time in its weathered patina, a silent testament to its age. Its design was unlike any key I had ever seen, lacking the jagged teeth of modern keys or the ornate grooves of antiquity. Smooth to the touch, it bore intricate floral motifs intertwined with symbols reminiscent of a long-forgotten language. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from the bed and embarked on a nocturnal journey through the house. The darkness seemed to warp familiar spaces, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. Guided by the faint bluish glow emanating from the key, I ventured through the silent corridors, the wooden floor whispering beneath my feet. At each door I approached, I held the key close, sensing a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the house. The key was a beacon, leading me through the labyrinthine passages of my home. It was in my study that the key's purpose became clear. The ancient bookcase, a relic from generations past, hummed in harmony with the key's pulsating light. Tracing the key along the edges of the bookcase, a hidden resonance stirred within the wood, echoing like a forgotten melody. As the key made contact with the central panel, a profound sound reverberated through the room, causing the very air to quiver with anticipation. The bookcase seemed to come alive, revealing hidden patterns and secrets that had long been concealed. Time slowed to a standstill as I gazed upon the mystical transformation unfolding before me. The shadows danced with a life of their own, whispering secrets of ages past. With a steady hand, I pressed the key against the seemingly solid wood, and a profound sigh filled the room. The surface rippled like water, mirroring visions of long-forgotten faces and places. As morning's light broke through the darkness, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The dawn's rays dispelled the lingering shadows, but the memory of the night's events remained etched in my mind. Though the key had lost its ethereal glow, its weight still bore the weight of ancient mysteries. In the days that followed, I observed the key with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, its silent call echoing in the depths of the night. Yet I hesitated to unlock the secrets it held, wary of the consequences. Some doors I realized were better left unopened, even if we hold the key to their mysteries. Now the key rests in a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk, a silent guardian of secrets untold. In the stillness of the night, its siren song beckons to me, a reminder of the enigmatic forces that brought us together. Perhaps it was not I who found the key, but the key that found me, bound by a destiny woven in shadows and whispers. And as I ponder the mysteries that lie beyond its silent facade, I wonder what other secrets await discovery, locked away in a key without a lock. Story 26. The rainfall whispered against the windows of my study, a gentle lullaby harmonizing with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cozy armchair, I found myself entranced by the latest addition to my collection, an aged painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique store, its rich hues and enigmatic aura had drawn me in. The antique frame, weathered by time, gleamed in the dancing firelight, casting shimmering reflections across the room. On that stormy evening, as the tempest outside grew in intensity, a peculiar occurrence captured my attention within the painting. The leaves in the artwork appeared to rustle, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially dismissing it as a trick of light and shadow, I soon realized that a subtle shift had indeed taken place. The colors had deepened, becoming more vibrant and alive. The winding path within the painting, once concealed by foliage, now meandered beyond the confines of the canvas. Standing up slowly, I approached the painting, noting the chill in the air surrounding it, contrasting with the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a texture unlike that of an ordinary oil painting. Smooth, almost silky. An earthy scent of damp leaves wafted from the frame, so vivid it blurred the line between reality and artistry. While scrutinizing these anomalies, movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my gaze. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, a presence seemed to stir. Not a mere play of light, but a deliberate motion, hinting at a hidden figure among the painted foliage. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but from a burgeoning intrigue. Stepping back, I observed the brushstrokes shifting, creating new patterns and pathways in the landscape. Trees swayed gently, as though responding to an invisible current. Far off, where mist once veiled the view, the contours of a structure emerged. A quaint stone house, chimney billowing smoke, windows aglow with a golden light. Mesmerized, I pondered whether inhabitants dwelled within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, an observer in my armchair, peering through the enchanted window of art. Curiously, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, a serene tranquility enveloped my being, as if I had stumbled upon a clandestine gateway where reality intertwined with illusion. As night deepened, the painting continued its metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing dance, unveiling shades previously unseen. The distant house grew clearer, its details sharper, beckoning contemplation of its unseen occupants. The room expanded, the boundaries between art and reality blurring with each passing moment. The night unfolded, unveiling the painting's mysteries with patient grace. Figures appeared to traverse the path, their presence ephemeral, dancing shadows among the trees. Yet each time I sought to focus on these specters, they dissolved like wisps of a fading dream. With the first blush of dawn painting the sky, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, the colors settled, and the distant house dissolved into the morning mist. Only the lingering fragrance of damp earth remained, a silent witness to the nocturnal marvels I had witnessed. Since that enchanted night, I sit in my armchair each evening, watching the painting with quiet anticipation. Some nights it discloses its secrets, while on others it remains a silent masterpiece. Yet I know that beyond the canvas lies a realm that awakens when the world slumbers, a realm accessible only to those patient enough to observe and believe. Story 27. In the hush of the night, The echo of my steps reverberated down the ancient wooden corridor. The floorboards murmured beneath the weight of my presence, blending harmoniously with the gentle patter of rain on the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of aged wood and weathered paper. Standing before the door at the hallway's end, the one I had kept locked away for months, I hesitated. The lock gleamed faintly, beckoning me with a silent allure. I vividly recalled securing it last, turning the key thrice, and testing the handle, a ritual that had always brought me comfort. Yet, on this particular evening, an inexplicable shift lingered in the air. The space surrounding the door felt chilled, a thin veil of dust settling on the brass handle in intricate patterns that caught my eye. Drawing closer, I observed the dust arranged in concentric circles, almost as if an unseen hand had traced them. The door exuded a subtle warmth, a sensation only discernible by pressing my palm against its surface. Odd, considering the room had remained sealed, devoid of any heating. Leaning in, I strained to listen. In the profound silence, a faint murmur caressed my ears, akin to the slow, rhythmic breath of one in slumber. Retrieving the key from my robe pocket, its warmth against my skin felt oddly comforting. With deliberate care, I inserted it into the lock, attempting to minimize any noise. The key slid in smoothly, yet as I tried to turn it, a resistance met me. It was as though the lock had been altered from within. My heart quickened its pace, not out of fear, but a blend of curiosity and anticipation, akin to the brink of a profound revelation. Turning the key in the opposite direction, it yielded with a gentle click. Opening the door, a waft of warm, fragrant air embraced me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonlight cascaded through gossamer curtains, casting a silvery luminescence upon the room. Everything appeared familiar, yet subtly transformed. Books on the shelves arranged in patterns unseen before, the velvet armchair shifted toward the window, an empty porcelain cup resting on the side table, a detail I did not recall leaving behind. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingers trailed over its polished surface, revealing a haphazard distribution of dust, as if phantom words had been inscribed and since vanished. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet of paper bearing a solitary sentence penned in a script resembling my own, though foreign to my memory. It read, "Time flows differently here." As I absorbed those words, my breath synchronized with the gentle billowing of curtains, though no breeze stirred. The room's silence felt alive, pulsing with inaudible whispers. Nestling into the plush armchair, I gazed at the room's reflection in the window. Fleetingly, a blurred figure seemed to move in the shadows behind me, yet upon turning, only the moonlight danced in the darkness. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the tranquility. Upon reopening them, a subtle shift had transpired, every object minutely displaced. The cup, now warm to the touch, exuded a delicate wisp of steam skyward. Rising from the armchair, a sense of enigma draped over me. Advancing toward the door, my footsteps fell soundless upon the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance. The room seemed to breathe softly, akin to a slumbering entity. Gently shutting the door, I turned the key in the lock. Its final click resonated like a lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that night, a faint aroma of vanilla tea and the rustle of pages, turned by unseen hands, linger whenever I pass by the door. Though unopened, I'm certain the room harbors its clandestine existence, safeguarding enigmas best left undisturbed in the sanctity of silence. Story 28. In the soft twilight glow, the antique shop exuded a unique allure. Meandering along its narrow corridors, I found solace in the gentle creak of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm amber sunlight filtering through lace curtains of a bygone era. The air carried the rich tapestry of scents, old leather-bound books, polished wood, and the lingering essence of memories enshrined in forgotten treasures. It was in that moment that I caught the faint strains of a delicate melody, a mere whisper, floating amidst the shelves like a hidden secret. The notes, crisp yet distant, evoked a time when music was etched onto vinyl and set free into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, although the tune eluded my memory. At the farthest corner of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and watchful porcelain dolls, stood a majestic mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn arched elegantly, capturing the dying light of day. The turntable spun leisurely, though no record graced its surface. As I drew nearer, the music neither swelled nor faded, preserving its ghostly allure. Beside me materialized the shop's owner, a silvery-haired woman with kind eyes, her voice a soft echo of the phantom melody. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured. "It arrived with an estate collection last week. Curious thing, we've never wound it up." My gaze lingered on the silent winding key, yet the turntable continued its enchanting dance. The music, a waltz perhaps or a nocturne, wrapped around me like a silken shawl, pulling me deeper into its enigma. Tracing the intricate woodwork, I felt an unexpected warmth beneath the polished surface. "Would you like to bring it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze holding a mysterious wisdom. "Some objects choose their keepers, and this one seems quite taken with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, bathed in the moon's gentle light. Hours slipped away as I immersed myself in its craftsmanship, the delicate scroll work, the faded maker's mark, the poised arm awaiting a needle. The music persisted, a faint whisper from a distant era. Some nights it crooned classical melodies, others it jazzed to tunes of a bygone time, each note laden with emotions, joy, yearning, sorrow, hope. Subtle changes crept into my home. Books shifted, curtains swayed in still air, and fragrances of lavender and vanilla wafted through the rooms. Alone in the silence, a quiet rain tapping on window panes, the music shifted its tune. Clair de Lune by Debussy filled the room, its notes painting scenes of moonlit waters and lovers strolling under gaslit skies. Closing my eyes, I sensed a gentle weight on the cushion beside me, as if a companion had settled in to share the melody. The perfume grew stronger, the air thick with anticipation, akin to the hush before snowfall. Opening my eyes, shadows danced on the furniture, the mysterious presence lingering. The music ebbed back to its ethereal distance, yet a profound shift had occurred. The gramophone transcended mere antiquity, becoming a conduit between realms, a guardian of untold tales yearning to be heard. Each evening as twilight enveloped my study, I sat in quiet reverence. Sometimes I read, other times I merely listened. The gramophone spun its enigmatic melodies, and on occasion I felt that ethereal companion by my side. I never sought to record or explain the music. Some enigmas are meant to be felt, not dissected. The shop owner's words rang true. Certain objects choose their guardians, and in choosing me, the gramophone imparted a precious gift, the realization that music, memory, and magic intertwine in ways beyond our grasp. As another melody graces the air, I smile, knowing that within the music lies a truth that speaks to the soul, transcending the confines of language or logic. Story 29. The autumn rain whispered softly as it danced down from the sky, enveloping everything in a hazy shroud of mystery. The night had grown long, stretching its fingers into the late hours of my shift. Each step I took on the slick pavement harmonized with the gentle percussion of raindrops on the car's roofs. The air was thick with the unique fragrance that only rain can conjure, a blend of damp earth, decaying leaves, and that indescribable crispness that always accompanies a storm. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. They sat serenely on the bench under the transparent shelter, unmoving. Clad in a dark coat that seemed to meld with the surrounding shadows, and a wide-brimmed hat that partially veiled their face. What struck me immediately was how their coat, despite the downpour, remained utterly dry. I paused a few paces away, aiming to be discreet as I pondered this curious detail. The faint glow of the street lamp cast eerie shadows around the figure, momentarily distorting the contours of their form, like peering through frosted glass. The rain's melody seemed to soften in their presence, cocooning us in an unnatural quietude. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus's arrival. With caution, I drew nearer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating rain. The stranger sat unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Taking a seat at the opposite end of the bench, I tried to maintain a respectful distance. And then another unsettling observation emerged. Despite sharing the shelter, raindrops that neared them veered off course, as though repelled by an unseen force. The rain's cadence shifted in tone around them, emitting a barely perceptible hiss. Time stretched languidly as I attempted to distract myself with my phone, yet the stranger's enigmatic aura held me captive. Occasionally, a subtle inclination of their head caught my peripheral vision, as though they gazed upon a distant specter visible only to them. A gust of wind swept through, causing the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the stranger turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, two faint orbs glimmered, akin to the moon's reflection on tranquil waters. My heart thrummed with a steady intensity, torn between fleeing and succumbing to an insatiable curiosity. Slowly, the strangers shifted back to their original position, the moment passing like a wave receding from the shore. The familiar rumble of the bus approaching heralded the end of the silent interlude. Headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the rain-slicked road. As the bus halted with a hiss of brakes, I rose swiftly, stealing one final glance at the bench. Yet, the stranger had vanished, leaving no trace of their departure. No sound of footsteps, no hint of movement, simply gone. With legs slightly trembling, I boarded the bus, selecting a seat near the driver. As the vehicle pulled away, I stole a glance through the misted window. The shelter stood empty, but for a fleeting moment, I thought I glimpsed a shadow dissolving into the rain, akin to smoke carried away by the wind. In the days that ensued, whenever I frequented that bus stop on rainy nights, it bore an altered atmosphere. The street lamp's glow seemed dimmer, and the rain's symphony echoed with an uncanny resonance, as if the very air harbored the memory of that inexplicable presence. Never again did I encounter the stranger, but since that fateful night, on rainy evenings, I've noticed how certain raindrops defy gravity, straying from their ordained path without cause or explanation. Story 30. The night was shrouded in a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic symphony of the train wheels gliding along the tracks. Nestled in the back of the final car, I found myself enveloped in a gentle dim light emanating from the soft fixtures above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the steady movement of the train created a mesmerizing rhythm, almost like a hypnotic embrace. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist outside swirled lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the night. In that moment, I believed myself to be the sole inhabitant of the carriage, lost in my contemplation of the ethereal dance of the fog. But a peculiar sensation crept over me, a feeling that I was not truly alone. My reflection in the window seemed to merge with the shadows outside, conjuring an illusion of an enigmatic presence observing me from the other side. The lullaby of the rails whispered ancient tales, soothing me into a state of drowsiness. It was then that a peculiar anomaly caught my eye in the reflection before me. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows away. I racked my memory, unable to recall anyone entering the car, yet there they sat, a silent spectator to my journey. The train pressed on through the night, its wheels spinning tales of times long past in their rhythmic cadence. With cautious curiosity, I turned to steal a glance at the mysterious figure. Bathed in the amber glow of the carriage, they remained motionless, cloaked in a dark garment that swallowed the light. Their face hidden beneath the brim of a wide hat, A shroud of mystery enveloped them. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as I studied this silent companion, the air thick with a sense of nostalgia not my own. The passenger made no move, uttered no word, blending seamlessly with the essence of the train itself. Feeling a pull of intrigue, I rose, feigning a stroll towards the rear of the car. Each step closer revealed new details. The figure's coat seemed to drink in the light, refusing to reflect a single gleam. An unusual chill hung in the air around them, carrying hints of lavender and aged pages. Passing by the seat occupied by this enigmatic traveler, I felt a tremor in the fabric of time. The once familiar sound of the rails faded into the distance, as if echoing from a faraway realm. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. Beneath the dark cloak, there was no telltale sign of breath, no hint of life. Arriving at the end of the car, I hesitated, torn between forging ahead or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched on endlessly, the dim illumination casting hypnotic patterns on the floor. When I glanced back, the seat where the mysterious figure had sat lay vacant. In its place lay an aged train ticket, its yellowed edges whispering of bygone days. Trembling, I picked it up, noting the date stamped on it, 50 years past, to the very day. The ticket still carried a warmth as though held moments ago. Returning to my seat, the ticket a tangible reminder of the surreal encounter, I watched as the train continued its nocturnal voyage. The mist outside had thickened, and amidst its veils I fancied the silhouettes of other beings walking alongside the train, unseen companions on this midnight journey. Fatigue washed over me, prompting thoughts of those who might have crossed paths with the mysterious passenger on this final train of the night. The ticket, once solid in my grasp, now seemed to slip through my fingers like a fading dream upon waking. The train pressed on, bearing its secrets and its passengers, both seen and unseen. Drifting into slumber, a hint of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the echo of retreating footsteps down the carriage's corridor. Story 31. In the gentle moonlight that slipped through my bedroom window, delicate shadows danced upon the smooth wooden floor. A light sleeper by nature, I often found myself awakening during those hushed moments when the world paused to listen. On this particular night, a soft autumn breeze hummed a tranquil melody through the rustling trees outside, creating a soothing cadence against the window panes. During one of my midnight explorations through the aged corridors of the house, my attention was drawn to a curious anomaly in the wallpaper along the hallway. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere illusion, a play of shadows in the dimness of night. Yet, as my fingers brushed against the wall, the texture beneath transformed, evolving into a polished surface reminiscent of weathered wood rather than the familiar wallpaper. This discovery marked the beginning of a nightly ritual. As dusk descended and the world grew still, I awaited with anticipation. The subtle shift in the atmosphere heralded the impending transformation, a gentle coolness in the air, accompanied by whispers of cedar wood and an ancient essence, evoking memories of forgotten libraries and dusty tomes. Gradually, like a picture developing in slow motion, the door materialized before me. Its outline emerged faintly against the wallpaper, followed by intricate carvings that seemed to shift and waver when I tried to focus on them. The brass doorknob emitted a warm, inviting glow from within, beckoning me with a silent promise of mysteries beyond. Night after night, I sat in quiet vigil as the door took form. Sometimes a cup of chamomile tea accompanied me, its fragrance mingling with the enigmatic scents that accompanied the door's manifestation. Though tempted, I refrained from touching the doorknob, sensing that opening it would irrevocably alter my reality, a change for which I was not yet prepared. As I continued my nocturnal observations, subtle changes revealed themselves throughout the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purposeful intent. The familiar creaks and settling murmurs of the old house assumed a rhythmic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air itself grew pregnant with possibility, laden with the weight of untold tales waiting to be unveiled. On silent nights, I fancied I heard faint sounds emanating from beyond the door, not ominous, but rather intriguing. The rustle of pages turning in unseen volumes, the soft ticking of a phantom clock, and at times a distant hum of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the history of the house yielded no information about the mysterious door. Yet, accounts of past inhabitants hinted at strange dreams and tranquil nights. A former resident, an elderly recluse who had dwelt within the house for half a century, chronicled in her journal a pathway to peaceful slumber that materialized only in the darkest hours. Her musings, dismissed as the ramblings of a solitary soul, now resonated with newfound significance. The door became my nocturnal companion, a source of solace in sleepless hours. In its presence, I found a comforting familiarity, a silent confidant in the stillness of the night. Sometimes I read by its gentle radiance. Other times I simply sat in contemplation, attuned to the ethereal whispers that seemed to emanate from the other side. Rather than menacing or foreboding, the door exuded a sense of tranquility, as though safeguarding something precious rather than concealing something sinister. One memorable night, as I sat near the door, I discerned a new revelation. The carvings on its surface seemed to narrate a silent saga. Figures traversed forests, scaled mountains, and sailed vast seas, each time the patterns shifting and morphing, weaving a new tale. Years drifted by since my initial encounter with the door, yet I never ventured to turn its handle. Perhaps it reappeared because of my reverence for its enigma, my willingness to preserve its secrets. The door served as a reminder that certain enigmas are best left unsolved, their allure heightened by their mystery. On restless nights, I would gravitate to the hallway, a cup of tea cradled in my hands. Without fail, the door would materialize, emanating its customary warmth and reassurance. In those moments of quiet luminescence, I came to realize that the door's essence lay not in what lay beyond, but in the tranquility it imparted to those who cherished its nocturnal presence. When daylight flooded the rooms and the door receded into the mundane wallpaper, doubts would momentarily assail me. Yet, with the onset of night, accompanied by that subtle shift in the atmosphere, I knew that some wonders in this world existed solely for those willing to abide in the shadows and await the emergence of magic. Story 32. The grandfather clock in my study always ticked with a soothing rhythm, like a gentle rainfall on a window pane. But one morning, as I sat at my desk surrounded by old papers, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The familiar cadence of the clock seemed off, as if time itself had decided to slow down. The morning light filtered through the curtains, painting the room in a warm, golden hue. Everything appeared normal at first glance: my cup of tea, my journal, the rustling leaves outside. Yet there was an undeniable sense of stillness in the air. When I reached for my pocket watch, my hand moved as if submerged in water, and I discovered the second hand frozen in place, vibrating between two marks. It was a sight that defied logic. As I stood up, the dust motes hung motionless, the steam from my tea halted mid-air, and even the curtains seemed frozen in time. The silence that enveloped the room was serene, almost sacred. The usual sounds of life had vanished, leaving behind a peaceful tranquility. Each step I took sent ripples through the air, like stones dropped in a pond. Looking out the window, the world outside appeared suspended in a moment. A bird in flight, leaves in mid-descent, a cat on a wall, all caught in a timeless tableau. Instead of fear, I felt a profound fascination with this pause in reality. I wandered through my house, observing the suspended details of everyday life. Water droplets formed perfect spheres, clocks stood still, and the newspaper's headlines lost their urgency in the face of timeless existence. Returning to my study, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon in the mirror above the fireplace. My reflection moved in perfect sync with me, but there was a subtle difference. a hint of another dimension where time flowed differently. The reflection's eyes held a mysterious knowing, and for a moment it seemed to smile of its own accord. Hours or minutes passed in this timeless state, impossible to discern. Eventually, subtle changes began to stir. Dust motes quivered, steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred. The grandfather clock's pendulum resumed its steady swing, signaling the return of time's flow. The world outside my window unfroze. The bird completed its flight, the cat finished its stretch, and the leaves fluttered to the ground. Life resumed its course, yet the experience left an indelible mark. Sometimes in the mirror's reflection, I glimpsed that other version of myself, existing in a frozen moment where time stands still. The mystery of that morning lingers, a reminder of the beauty found in suspended moments. The grandfather clock ticks on, life carries on, but deep within, I wonder about the world where time paused, and I existed in perfect, tranquil silence. Story 33. In the hushed embrace of the night, raindrops tapped a gentle melody against my bedroom window, a soothing cadence that blended with the edges of my consciousness. Half dreaming, half awake, a steady hum broke through the veil of rainfall, persistent and unyielding. Initially, I brushed it off as the distant rumble of a passing vehicle, a mundane intrusion in the tranquility of the night. Yet, as moments stretched into eternity, the sound held its ground, unwavering. The engine of a car, its presence looming nearby. A soft crimson glow from the digital clock by my bedside hinted at the nearing stroke of midnight, beckoning me to unravel the mystery outside. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I rose from my bed, drawn to the window like a moth to a flame. Peering through the misty glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the quiet street. Headlights extinguished, a faint ethereal blue radiance seeped from within, mingling with wisps of exhaust that twirled into the night air. A surreal stillness enveloped the scene, a suspended moment frozen in time. No movement stirred from within the vehicle. No silhouette betrayed its hidden occupants. Yet the ceaseless purr of the engine persisted, a dissonant note in the nocturnal serenity. The raindrops, cascading through the halo of a nearby street lamp, painted transient patterns on the car's sleek surface, transforming it into a liquid mirage amidst the shadows. My breath misted the window as I stood transfixed, framing the enigmatic vehicle in a haze of anticipation. Each detail etched itself into my mind with dreamlike precision. The shimmering droplets on its skin, the dance of exhaust melding with mist, a fleeting ballet of ephemeral forms. With each passing moment, a tapestry of questions unfurled within me. Who would abandon their car in this deserted hour? Why this unremarkable street as their chosen haven? As if in response to my silent queries, the engine's hum modulated, a subtle shift that resonated through the air, palpable yet elusive. I discerned then that the windows were veiled in a thick shroud of fog, concealing whatever lay concealed inside. An intangible presence seemed to loom behind the opaque glass, an unspoken secret that tantalized my senses. A flicker of uncertainty nudged me towards my phone, a fleeting thought of summoning help hovering at the edge of reason. The rational explanations, a rendezvous in the making, a weary traveler seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for the night's toil, seemed feeble against the weight of the unknown. Time ebbed and flowed in a surreal dance as I stood transfixed by the window, the rain's gentle refrain merging with the car's silent vigil. Subtle metamorphoses played out before my eyes, condensation patterns morphing, mist intertwining with exhaust in a spectral waltz. Yet, the enigmatic vehicle remained an immutable enigma, a frozen tableau on the cusp of animation. Wariness crept over me like a silken veil, coaxing me back towards the embrace of my bed. But a lingering compulsion made me cast one final glance towards the mysterious sedan. There it sat, a sentinel in the night, engine thrumming in a hypnotic rhythm that now reverberated through the walls, a haunting lullaby entwined with the rain's cadence. Nestling beneath my covers, I succumbed to the siren call of slumber, the enigmatic engine's song lulling me into a realm of dreams. As dawn tiptoed into the room, casting a pale glow upon the world outside, I hastened to the window, half expecting the night's tableau to have dissolved into the mists of reverie. Yet, imprinted in the wet pavement were the telltale tracks of the departed car, a silent witness to the surreal encounter. A shimmering pool of liquid caught the morning light, an iridescent residue left behind, perhaps transmission fluid, a spectral echo of the night's mysterious visitor. The sedan never returned, vanishing like a phantom into the folds of memory. But on quiet, rain-kissed nights, a phantom echo resounds in the distance, an engine's idle murmur that stirs the stillness. And in those moments of wakefulness, I ponder how many others share in this nocturnal vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to unveil the secrets that linger beyond the foggy panes of glass. Story 34. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the bewitching hour of midnight, its deep tones reverberating through the ancient house, casting a soothing spell over the night. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cocooned in the warm caress of a woolen blanket, I listened to the winter wind murmuring softly through the cracks in the window frames. The gentle glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy oasis of light, while the shadows danced and played in the hidden nooks of the room. My nightly ritual of reading before bed had become a cherished moment of solitude, a sanctuary in the midst of the long winter nights. The house settled into its familiar symphony of creaks and whispers like an old friend drifting off to sleep. However, this night held a subtle shift in the usual tranquility of the house. I paused, lowering my book, and allowed my senses to expand beyond the circle of warm light cast by the lamp. The air carried a delicate chill, akin to the hushed anticipation before the first snowfall, though I knew the sky outside was clear. My gaze was drawn to the partially open hallway door, positioned just enough to allow the comforting chimes of the clock to reach my ears. As I observed, a peculiar anomaly in the darkness beyond the door caught my attention. The shadow appeared denser, more substantial than mere absence of light, as if it held a secret of its own. It seemed to ripple, like layers of silk stirred by an unseen hand, defying the stillness of the night. The radiator whispered its soft melody, but its warmth avoided the corner where the shadow lingered, as if in deference to its silent presence. Intrigued rather than afraid, I leaned forward in my chair, captivated by the enigmatic darkness. The shadow, almost sentient in its response, shifted and swirled with a graceful fluidity, drawing me in like a mesmerizing dance. Setting my book aside, I allowed my eyes to adjust fully to the play of light and shadow before me. As I watched, the shadow behind the door seemed to come alive, undulating gently as if moved by an unseen breeze. The room remained still, yet the shadow moved with a hypnotic rhythm, syncing with the steady beats of the grandfather clock. My breath slowed, mirroring the peaceful cadence of the shadow's motion. It swayed and pulsed, creating intricate patterns that evoked the play of sunlight on the ocean floor. A comforting warmth spread through the room, not from the radiator, but from a source unseen. The shadow's movements became deliberate, almost purposeful, as if it sought to communicate in a language beyond words. It was a silent conversation, a dance of shadows and light that transcended the ordinary passage of time. I found myself entranced, caught in a tranquil dialogue of observation and response. The shadow extended tendrils of darkness, only to retract them with a gentle grace, revealing intricate patterns and designs that defied logic. These ephemeral shapes seemed to hold secrets, offering glimpses into a realm beyond the tangible world. There was a sense of communion, of shared understanding, conveyed through the language of shadow and silence. As the clock struck 1, a subtle shift rippled through the air, signaling a change. The shadow began to fade, not vanishing entirely, but retreating back into the familiar darkness of the hallway. A sense of quiet fulfillment lingered in its wake, bestowing a profound peace upon the room. I realized that something intangible had touched me, leaving a mark on the fabric of my reality. Picking up my book once more, I sat in the gentle glow of the lamp, savoring the tranquility that the shadow's visit had bestowed upon me. Sleep beckoned, its soft embrace lulling me into a realm of dreams where shadows danced and whispered secrets in the night. And so, every night thereafter, I left the door ajar, inviting the gentle visitor from the depths of shadow to grace me with its presence. In those quiet moments, I found solace in the silent company of the enigmatic darkness, a reminder of the mysteries that dwell beyond the realm of light. Story 35, The Enigmatic Box. Winter nights have a way of casting a spell, especially when the world outside is veiled in a cloak of mist. Nestled in my cozy study, cocooned in the soft embrace of a woolen blanket, I watched as the fog painted the landscape in shades of silver beyond the window. The gentle glow of the lamp on my desk cast flickering shadows that danced upon the walls adorned with shelves of ancient tomes. Within the ethereal mist, a glint caught my eye in the glass reflection, an object unfamiliar yet strangely known. A small, enigmatic wooden box sat perched at the edge of my desk, its dark surface intricately carved with ever-shifting patterns that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. I couldn't recall owning such a thing, yet there it sat, as though it had always belonged in that room. As I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping to the floor with a whisper, the wooden floorboards murmured beneath my feet. Drawn to the box like a moth to a flame, a scent of aged wood and beeswax wafted forth, weaving a tapestry of forgotten memories around me. My fingers grazed the box, noting its warmth against my skin, and the carvings seemed to whisper tales of moonlit forests, stormy seas, and starlit skies, unfolding an ever-changing narrative. Sinking back into my chair, bathed in the comforting glow of the lamp, I realized with a shiver that this enigmatic box had visited me in my dreams of late. Its presence was constant, though the settings varied, always shrouded in a veil of mystery that now spilled into reality. In the hush of the room, even the ticking of the grandfather clock seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating the unveiling of a secret. Lifting the box, its weight belied its size, and as my gaze traced the intricate carvings converging towards the lid's center, a new pattern emerged, a pattern unknown to my waking self. The wood thrummed beneath my touch, resonating with an ancient energy that stirred something deep within me. A melodic hum emanated from within, reminiscent of a lullaby lost to time, lulling me into a trance. The world around me blurred, the lamp's light pulsing in harmony with the hypnotic hum until darkness claimed me. When I awoke, hours had passed, the fog dissipated to reveal a sky strewn with stars. The box had vanished, leaving only a ghostly imprint on the desk, as if it had been a fixture for years. Yet, on the back of my hand, a faintly glowing carving akin to those on the box lingered, a silent echo of the night's events. Since that fateful evening, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, each time bearing new revelations, as if urging me to decipher its cryptic message. Each morning, the carving on my hand evolves, as if scripting a tale that only time will unfold. I ponder if others share this mysterious connection, if they too are marked by the secrets that unravel in the realm of dreams. The line between dream and reality blurs, the box serving as a conduit between worlds unseen yet intimately intertwined. The scent of beeswax hangs in the air, a reminder that tonight, in the realm of dreams, the box awaits, brimming with enigmas yet to be unveiled. Story 36. The hotel corridor was awash in a soft amber glow filtering through glass lampshades the color of honey. It was late, the stillness of night broken only by the gentle hum of air conditioners. With a weariness settling on my shoulders from hours of business meetings, I made my way towards the elevator, dragging my suitcase noiselessly across the deep burgundy carpet. Pressing the elevator button, I watched my blurred reflection in the metallic doors while I waited. The digital numbers above the elevator glowed in a soft green light, marking its slow descent. 6, 5, 4. The light played on the walls as the doors opened with a melodious chime. Stepping inside, I found myself in a small space enveloped in mirrors and dark wood. I selected the 7th floor, the pinnacle of the hotel, and leaned against the back wall, allowing my eyes to drift shut for a brief moment. The elevator began its ascent, moving smoothly and steadily like a quiet, rhythmic breath. When I opened my eyes again, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror ahead. It seemed as though my reflection lagged behind my movements, a subtle delay that sent a shiver down my spine. Chalking it up to exhaustion, I shook my head and dismissed the oddity. The elevator came to a gentle stop and the doors slid open. Stepping out into the corridor, a sense of unease crept in. The carpet was no longer burgundy but a deep forest green, and the antique wall lamps exuded an unfamiliar charm with their Art Deco design. Checking the display, it confirmed I was on the 7th floor, yet everything felt askew. The hallway appeared elongated, more confined, and the air carried a scent of aged books and ancient wood. The room numbers puzzled me, 7A, 7B, 7C, unlike the standard numerals I recalled from booking. Turning back towards the elevator, I discovered the doors had sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above blank, as if the elevator had vanished into thin air. The silence thickened, becoming almost palpable as I tentatively navigated the elongated corridor, attempting to find my bearings. The lights flickered gently, as if drawing breath, each door I passed appearing identical yet resonating with a distinct aura, hinting at hidden stories within their dark wooden frames. At the far end of the corridor, a figure sat in an ornate armchair, an elderly doorman in a vintage uniform, his white hair immaculately groomed. As our eyes met, he looked up from his book and offered a serene smile. "Are you lost?" he inquired in a tranquil, familiar tone, as though anticipating my arrival. "I believe I might be," I replied. "I was aiming for the 7th floor, but this isn't what I expected." "Ah, but this is the 7th floor," he interjected with a cryptic grin. "Just not the one you were seeking. You see, this elevator possesses a peculiar nature. It guides weary travelers to where they truly belong, not necessarily where they think they ought to be." Surveying my surroundings with fresh eyes, I noticed subtle intricacies. The gilded frames held monochrome photographs of smiling faces in vintage attire, while the clock on the wall ticked backwards, its hands tracing an impossible pattern. "Fear not," the doorman reassured, closing his book gently. "The elevator shall return when the timing aligns. For now, why not take a seat? Time is of no essence here." Seating myself beside him, I felt the wariness dissipate slowly. The once unsettling silence now cradled me like a warm embrace, cocooning me in tranquility. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows dancing on the walls, weaving hypnotic tapestries. Time seemed to blur. Minutes melded into hours. The reverse ticking of the clock hummed a soothing melody, akin to a lullaby. At some indistinct moment, the familiar chime of the elevator sounded. "There," the doorman remarked without glancing up. "I believe your path homeward awaits." Rising to my feet, a sense of rejuvenation filled me. As I made my way back to the elevator, I turned to express gratitude, yet the armchair sat empty. The book lay on the armrest, its weathered leather cover gleaming faintly in the soft luminescence. The elevator doors parted soundlessly, and I entered, the journey swift this time. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar corridor with its burgundy carpet and contemporary wall fixtures. Reaching my room, I inserted the key into the lock, stealing a final glance at the elevator. The digital display flickered momentarily, revealing an unfamiliar symbol before returning to normalcy, displaying a simple 7. Since that enigmatic night, whenever I ride an elevator in a hotel, I ponder whether it will lead me to my destination or to where my soul yearns to rest. And on hushed evenings, I swear I hear the rustle of pages from an age-old tome, turned by unseen hands in a realm betwixt floors. Story 37. The autumn wind whispered through the trees, creating a soothing symphony that harmonized with the hushed hum of the bustling crowd. Nestled on my beloved bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of passers-by meandering along the paved pathways. The air held a refreshing chill, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and damp wood. Though I clutched a book in my hands, my focus drifted to a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It all began with a gentle nudge of awareness. One morning, on my way to work, a tingling sensation crept up my neck, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on me. I glanced over my shoulder, but only the usual throng of commuters hurried past, their faces lost in their own journeys. In the days that followed, that feeling grew more pronounced, more palpable. It visited me during lunch breaks, amidst grocery aisles, even as I sat in my favorite coffee haunt. People ebbed and flowed past my perch in the park, some solo, others in pairs. A woman draped in a crimson coat paused to check her phone. An elderly man sauntered by with a polished wooden cane. Yet amid the familiar faces, a subtle shift stirred within me, a shift that eluded precise definition. With a sigh, I closed my book and rose, deciding to embark on a stroll. As the sky painted itself with amber hues and the first street lamps flickered to life, I treaded down the main avenue, my footsteps a soft cadence on the gravel path. The sensation lingered, a phantom shadow trailing me at a consistent distance. Pausing before a store window, I feigned interest in the displayed wares. Through the glass's reflection, I discreetly scrutinized the passers-by behind me. And there, amidst the throng, I glimpsed a peculiar sight, a face that seemed ever-present yet elusive. A face that seamlessly weaved through the crowd, materializing and vanishing with ethereal grace. Resuming my journey with heightened vigilance, I veered onto side streets, then another. The crowd thinned, yet the presence endured. Seated on a bench in a secluded square, encircled by ancient edifices adorned with glowing windows, I sensed the evening's chill settle in, accompanied by the emergence of the first stars. It dawned on me then, it wasn't a singular gaze tracking me, but a collective of varied faces, passing a silent baton amongst themselves in a choreographed ballet. Some visages surfaced more frequently. A young woman in an azure scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a backpack-toting boy. Rising languidly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen gazes upon me. The streets now lay deserted, yet the sensation burgeoned in the nocturnal stillness. Perched by my window in the apartment, I peered down at the street below. People continued to traverse, some halting briefly, others forging ahead. I pondered how many were genuine travelers and how many were players in this enigmatic dance, of which I unwittingly found myself at the core. Most disconcerting was their semblance of normalcy, blending seamlessly into the crowd's tapestry. As the city lights flickered to life one by one, I mulled over the enigma of this silent surveillance. Who were they? What quest propelled their scrutiny? And most importantly, why me? Unanswered queries lingered in the ether as night draped the city in its velvety cloak. Since that fateful realization, I've acclimated to this newfound cognizance. At times I endeavor to spot my observers, while on others I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like phantoms skulking at the peripheries of my daily existence. And in the hush of night, as I gaze from my window at the dimming streets below, I muse if they too contemplate my presence, concealed within their abodes, primed for another day of this enigmatic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 38. The night had enveloped the house in a cocoon of profound quiet, broken only by the soft patter of rain tapping against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltz across the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering flames of the fireplace. The warmth embraced me like a familiar friend, as the fragrance of burning wood blended with the soothing aroma of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. It was in that moment of absolute tranquility that a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, just visible through the slightly open door. An ancient porcelain music box, a cherished gift from Grandma, seemed to emit a faint bluish light. I couldn't recall ever seeing it glow like that before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the creaking floor harmonized with the rain's rhythm, forming a mesmerizing melody. Drawing closer to the door, the glow intensified, yet remained gentle, akin to moonbeams caressing still waters. The toy room was a sanctuary of memories and enchantment. Weathered wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian gowns, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle expressions. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if moved by an unseen breath. Coming nearer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in tiny puffs in the air, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its glow, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, like a musical murmur from a bygone era. Extending my hand towards the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have turned their heads slightly to glance in my direction, but in the blink of an eye, they resumed their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I had believed forgotten. The music box began to rotate on its own, at a leisurely pace. The ballerina pirouetted with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid as if she were a living dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of yesteryears. The room filled with a palpable weight of memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small magical object. I stood transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music from the music box intertwined with the rain's melody, crafting a symphony that whispered of reminiscence and veiled secrets. The shadows in the room seemed to sway to the music's cadence, and for an instant, I sensed I was not alone in witnessing this private exhibition. Slowly, the melody began to fade, like a fading dream upon waking. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a barely discernible shimmer, and the ballerina's dance slowed until she came to a complete halt. Silence reclaimed the room, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I picked up my now tepid tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, my thoughts drifted to Grandma and her affinity for objects steeped in tales. I pondered whether she had ever experienced something akin to this, whether the music box had always harbored that enchantment, or if it was a special offering, reserved for specific moments and select observers. Since that fateful night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. At times, I believe I catch a fleeting blue shimmer, or hear the initial notes of that long-forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, much like that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 39. The night held a unique essence, that of autumn seeping into your soul and murmuring promises of ever-lengthening nights. Nestled in the armchair of my cozy study, I savored the soft touch of the breeze outside rustling the leaves, crafting a gentle, natural symphony. Amid that serene moment, a sound drifted up from the depths of the basement, a subtle murmur akin to the whisper of aged paper. Initially, I dismissed it as the routine settling of the house. the quiet murmurs every structure makes as it readies itself for slumber. Driven by curiosity rather than alarm, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I made my way to the basement entrance. The wooden stairs groaned faintly beneath my weight, as if murmuring ancient tales. With each step downward, the air grew cooler, carrying a hint of musty earth and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows swirled on the walls in harmony with the flickering light bulb. The space was familiar, filled with neatly arranged boxes and antiquated furniture draped in white sheets resembling slumbering specters. Yet on this night, a subtle shift was palpable. My gaze fixated on a detail I had previously overlooked. Nestled in the darkest corner, where light struggled to penetrate, stood a door. This door was unassuming, crafted from dark wood without embellishments. Strangely, I had no recollection of ever encountering it before, despite spending countless hours organizing my belongings in the basement. The brass handle gleamed as if recently polished, drawing me closer. The chilled floor pulsed beneath my feet as if alive. As I neared, the air surrounding the door grew colder, exhaling a frigid breath. My fingertips grazed the weathered surface, tracing its ancient uneven texture. The door seemed to quiver under my touch, as though cognizant of my presence. The basement's silence thickened, punctuated only by the echo of my heartbeat. Tentatively, I grasped the handle. Surprisingly warm against the chilly air, it turned smoothly, revealing a sight beyond belief. Instead of a wall or another room, a delicate silvery mist undulated, swayed by an unseen current. The mist emitted a soft, hypnotic glow, inviting rather than menacing, akin to a fading dream upon waking. Within it a faint melody played, distant yet enchanting, like a piano's elusive tune. The mist exuded a sweet, familiar fragrance, redolent of spring blooms and freshly steeped tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I watched as the mist wove elusive shapes that flickered in and out of focus. Sometimes familiar visages emerged, other times landscapes foreign to my eyes. It felt as though I peered through a veil separating reality from an enigmatic realm beyond. Taking a step back, I gently closed the door. The click of the lock seemed to dispel the enchantment. Familiar sounds of the house returned, the clock's gentle ticking upstairs, the rustle of wind outside, the distant dog's bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me the sensation of having stumbled upon something extraordinary. In the days that followed, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. However, on the quietest nights, when the world teeters between wakefulness and slumber, I still catch echoes of that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers hidden, awaiting discovery by another. Some doors unveil themselves only at certain junctures, when time and space intertwine in incomprehensible ways. Perhaps that is for the best, for the mystery of the basement door taught me that not every query demands an answer, and some enigmas are more alluring when shrouded in secrecy, like dreams that briefly brush against reality before dissipating into the silvery mist of memory. Story 40. The gentle night breeze carried whispers of earthy scents and the fragrance of night-blooming flowers. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I tuned into the ancient house's soft exhales surrounding me. The aged wooden structure emitted faint creaks as if harboring untold tales within its very bones. Amid the tranquility, a rhythmic, hypnotic thud caught my attention from the upstairs hallway. The sound mimicked a door knocker swaying in the wind, yet its regularity held a mesmerizing quality. The reading lamp's soft glow painted dancing shadows on the wallpaper, conjuring figures that seemed to dance to an unseen tune. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, captivated by the persistent beat. Rather than grating, it carried a melodic charm in its consistency. Rising slowly, my slippers sinking into the plush rug, I gravitated towards the staircase. Each step on the ancient wooden ascent echoed a muted groan, as if the house itself responded to my inquisitiveness. The rhythmic thud persisted, guiding me through the dimly lit corridor where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. Upstairs, a cooler atmosphere bore hints of aged wood and beeswax. Pursuing the sound, I reached the closed library door, its brass knocker maintaining its rhythmic dance against the sturdy wood. Despite the stillness outside, the knocker moved of its own accord, as if an invisible hand orchestrated its patient taps. Drawn in by the mesmerizing motion, I approached cautiously. The sound grew clearer, revealing subtle fluctuations in its rhythm, akin to an enigmatic melody. With a touch, I felt the chilled metal handle, polished by generations of hands. Though unlocked, the door resisted my push, yielding only slightly as if gently held back from the other side. Oblivious to my presence, the knocker persisted in its ancient ritual. Settling beside the door, I let the rhythmic beats lull me into a trance. Time lost its grip as I absorbed the wordless narrative woven by the persistent thuds. My eyelids drooped, drifting through hazy recollections of forgotten tomes and ancient archives. The sound melded with my breath, syncing with the nocturnal pulse. At daybreak, I awoke to a pale-lit hallway, the knocker frozen in silence, as if never in motion. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from the prolonged stillness, I found the door yielded effortlessly this time. The library appeared untouched, every tome in its place, dust frozen in the morning light. Yet on the antique desk, bathed in the sun's first rays, lay an open book, its pages pristine as if awaiting a tale to unfurl. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained dormant, yet on tranquil evenings, a faint echo of its rhythm lingers in the air as if the house strains to recall a forgotten melody. Story 41. The gentle glow of my reading lamp painted soft shadows on the polished mahogany shelves of my private library. Raindrops danced a steady beat on the window, creating a calming melody that lulled me into a peaceful state. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I breathed in the comforting aroma of old paper and wood, a scent that felt like home. There was a subtle shift in the air that evening, a change I couldn't quite put my finger on at first. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized collection of books, each one a treasure in its own right. The leather-bound volumes shimmered in the warm light, their golden titles winking at me from the shelves. And then I saw it. A gap between two books where none should exist. It was as if a single volume had been plucked from its place with deliberate precision. Rising from my chair, the leather protesting softly, I treaded lightly towards the mysterious void. Running my finger along the dust-free gap, a chill ran down my spine. The books flanking the empty space stood undisturbed, my cherished assortment of supernatural literature from the 19th century. But the missing book, a rare find I had acquired just weeks before, was gone without a trace. Puzzlingly, I lived alone, and my library was always securely locked. I distinctly remembered seeing the book that morning during my routine inspection. As I pondered this enigma, another anomaly caught my eye. The neighboring books were pristine, while a fine layer of dust cloaked the rest. Drawing nearer, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted from the void, a blend of aged parchment and something elusive. It hinted at vanilla, or perhaps old leather, with an undertone of a floral essence. Intrigued, I reached for one of the adjacent volumes, hoping to find the missing book hidden behind it. But my fingers met only the solid back of the bookcase. Replacing the book, a subtle movement flickered in the gap. A glimmer of light, like moonbeams on water, shimmered where there should have been darkness. Yet, this wall held no windows. Tentatively, I reached into the space, warmth greeting my fingertips as if the very air hummed with life. The rain outside continued its rhythmic drumming, now weaving a mysterious pattern that sounded almost like whispers in a foreign tongue. I found myself drawn to that empty space, mesmerized by its secrets. The light from the lamp seemed to bend around it, creating ethereal patterns that teased my senses. Throughout the night, I couldn't help but steal glances at the vacant spot, each time noticing a subtle alteration. Sometimes it seemed to stretch beyond physical limits. Other times, tiny sparks of light danced and vanished before my eyes. Hours slipped by as I sat in contemplation, lost in a world of mystery and intrigue. The rain softened to a gentle patter, and the darkness deepened around me. Heavy-lidded, I observed how the shadows in the room flowed towards the gap, a slow, hypnotic movement that defied explanation. When I finally decided to retire for the night, I checked each window and door as was my custom. But as I reached to extinguish the reading lamp, I hesitated. There it was, in the space between the books. A single page materialized as if by magic. Not from the missing volume. This parchment was ancient, its edges softly aglow in the dim light. Elegant script adorned the page, a language unknown to me. Before I could decipher the words, they faded away like mist, leaving behind only empty paper that crumbled into nothingness. The missing volume eluded me still, a nightly quest that remained unfulfilled. On evenings when the rain returned and shadows danced, I sat in my chair, fixated on the empty gap between the books. In moments of absolute quiet, I fancied I could hear the whisper of pages turning, though the space remained barren. And at times, a faint scent, that peculiar perfume, lingered in the air, a reminder of the mysteries that dwelled in the unexplained spaces between reality and imagination. To this day, the gap endures, rejecting any book I try to place there. Each tome I place vanishes, only to reappear on my desk by morning, as if the void itself craved its original occupant. I've grown fond of this peculiar puzzle, this fragment of uncertainty in my orderly sanctuary. Perhaps some stories are meant to wander, carrying their secrets beyond our grasp, leaving behind only questions and the faint promise of what could be. Story 42. The night was draped in a serene quietude, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the kitchen. Seated on the plush couch in my apartment, I relished the tranquility of 2 a.m., a time when the universe appeared to be mine alone. The soft glow from the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, and the steam rising from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the still air. It was in one of these moments of peaceful solitude that a peculiar detail about the neighboring apartment caught my eye. For 6 months I had paid no mind, but that night a faint light seeped from beneath the door of the adjacent unit, akin to the flicker of a solitary candle. Intrigued, I rose from the comfort of the couch, leaving my tea on the table, and ventured closer to the dividing wall. Placing my ear against the cold surface, I strained to catch any sound, yet all I encountered was an eerie silence, thick and palpable. Returning to my routine, I found myself increasingly drawn to the enigmatic apartment in the days that followed. I observed subtle details that had previously evaded my notice. The absence of accumulated mail, the immaculate doorknob in contrast to the dusty hallway, and on quiet nights, a faint rustling that hinted at elusive movements within. Curiosity, like a vine creeping steadily, wound its way through me. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed that the apartment had been leased for 2 decades, yet its inhabitants remained a mystery. The elderly janitor, his face etched with kindness, disclosed receiving rent in anonymous envelopes left in his mailbox each month. One night, amidst a drowsy stupor, the haunting strains of a piano wafted through the wall, evoking a sense of longing and sorrow. The music, almost ethereal, ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving my heart's rapid cadence to fill the void. Encountering the woman from the floor above the next day, I inquired about the nocturnal melody. Her gaze, laden with an unfathomable emotion, conveyed that no piano had ever graced that apartment. Her revelation, far from extinguishing my curiosity, ignited it further. I observed more anomalies. The absence of warmth on chilly evenings and the perpetually dry doormat on rainy days. One fateful evening, as I returned home late, The door to the mysterious apartment stood slightly ajar, a sight unprecedented. Heart hammering in my chest, I hesitated at the threshold, drawn to the ethereal glow within. A tempest of emotions raged within me, torn between unveiling the secrets held beyond that door and the fear of what lay in wait. Ultimately, I retreated, sensing an unspoken truth that some enigmas are best left undisturbed. Since that night, I have paused before the enigmatic door on my late returns. Sometimes a distant melody whispers in the stillness, other times a flickering light dances tantalizingly. I have chosen not to unravel the mysteries that shroud that apartment, finding solace in the enigmatic presence that dwells beyond the wall. In a world dictated by explanations and classifications, perhaps there is solace in acknowledging the existence of realms that defy our comprehension. Story 43. The mysterious journal materialized on my nightstand one cold winter morning, its deep red cover gleaming under the soft sunlight peeking through my window. I hadn't placed it there, but as I ran my fingers over its weathered spine and delicate cream pages, a sense of familiarity washed over me. The air carried a hint of frost, and a distant wind chime added a soothing melody to the quiet morning. The intricate designs on the cover felt like old friends as my touch followed each curve and line with ease. The leather, worn smooth by time, held secrets I couldn't quite grasp. Upon opening the journal, a gentle mix of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring memories just out of reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine in their emptiness, yet as I turned them, elegant handwriting emerged, shimmering in the morning light. It was my handwriting, unmistakably mine, detailing events that had not yet unfolded. Each day I found myself drawn to the diary, reading my own words describing moments yet to come with a precision that sent shivers down my spine. Simple predictions at first, a chance meeting, a hidden treasure unearthed, the distant toll of midnight bells, each one manifested as foretold, weaving a tapestry of quiet mysteries in my life. Conversations transcribed in advance, sunsets painted with words coming alive before my eyes, raindrops falling in sync with the diary's whispers. There was an enchanting rhythm to it all, like gentle waves lapping against a shore at twilight. Subtle details began to emerge in the entries, the aroma of fresh bread leading to an unexpected gift, a mysterious melody drifting through the garden evoking a sense of wonder. The diary became a portal to a world where reality and anticipation merged seamlessly, where the boundaries of time blurred into a soft, dreamlike reality. Pressed flowers found their way between the pages, remnants of moments yet to pass, their colors vibrant against the fading ink. As days turned into weeks, the entries dissolved once their prophecies were fulfilled, making room for new revelations to unfold. The diary, a silent guide through the ebb and flow of time, offered a sense of calm and wonder in the midst of life's uncertainties. It was a reminder to embrace the unknown with an open heart, to find beauty in the subtle dance of existence. On tranquil nights, bathed in silver moonlight, I glimpsed words forming on the pages like whispers from the future, a silent conversation between past and present. I resisted the urge to decipher them, choosing instead to let the mysteries of tomorrow unravel in their own time. The journal became a companion, a confidant bridging the gap between what was and what could be, a vessel for the quiet magic that dwells in the everyday. And as I sit here, pen in hand, I can sense the words of tomorrow taking shape in my mind, ready to be inscribed on the waiting pages. The journal rests beside me, a beacon of anticipation, holding the promise of new wonders yet to unfold. Outside, the wind chime sings its familiar tune, a reminder of the harmony between past, present, and future. A melody written in the stars, whispered by the wind and captured within the pages of a journal that dreams of days yet to come. Story 44. The autumn mist enveloped the streets like a soft gray blanket, casting a mysterious aura over the night. After a long day at work, I found myself on the familiar route home, guided by the dim glow of streetlights that morphed into hazy halos in the fog. It was then that I noticed it, a pair of headlights trailing behind me, keeping a steady distance. A subtle unease crept over me, a whisper in my mind hinting at the peculiarity of this persistent follower. The car behind me, its engine humming softly like a patient breath, matched my every move with uncanny precision. Whether I slowed down or sped up, it mirrored my actions flawlessly. Through the mist, all I could discern was a dark silhouette, a sedan perhaps, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes fixed on me without faltering. As I navigated through the quiet neighborhood, the houses stood still in their slumber, exuding an air of serenity that clashed with my growing sense of disquiet. Curiosity sparked within me, prompting an experiment. Instead of turning onto my usual street, I continued on, taking a longer, winding path. To my amazement, the car followed, maintaining that mesmerizing distance that now felt strangely familiar. The gentle patter of rain on the windshield wove a soothing melody, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. The droplets trickled down the glass, distorting the view of my persistent companion behind me. Round and round we went, through side streets and alleys, locked in a silent dance as if tethered by an unseen thread. At a red light, I stole a glance through the wet glass and caught a glimpse of a figure seated in the motionless car behind me, as still as a statue. When I finally decided to head home, the car remained steadfast, a loyal shadow in the night. Parking in the driveway, I shut off the engine, enveloping myself in the sudden hush broken only by the rain's gentle rhythm and the thud of my heart. Through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car stopped a few yards away, its headlights piercing the darkness like watchful eyes. Minutes stretched into eternity as the night held its breath. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, the headlights blinked out. In the ensuing darkness, the silhouette of the vehicle lingered, a ghostly presence in the night. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, shielding myself with my jacket as I scanned the empty street. But to my astonishment, the car had vanished, leaving no trace of its eerie companionship. Since that fateful night, driving after dark has become an exercise in vigilance, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. On fog-laden nights, a sense of déjà vu washes over me, and in the distance I swear I see those familiar headlights, patient and unwavering. I ponder in silence, wondering if the car still prowls the night, trailing another unwitting soul, or if it bides its time, waiting for the perfect moment to rejoin me in our nocturnal waltz through the city streets. Story 45. The November breeze tenderly danced with the crisp leaves scattered on the driveway as I gazed at the looming figure of the forsaken mansion silhouetted against the somber sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a misnomer of sorts, for once upon a time a soul had dwelled within its walls, a soul long forgotten, lost to the passage of time. Approaching the weathered gate, its rusted bars cold to the touch, I inhaled the distinct aroma of moss and damp stone that hung in the air. The garden, overgrown with wild brambles and nettles, clung to the cracked walls, a testament to nature's reclamation of the once grand estate. Yet, despite its state of decay, the mansion exuded a poignant elegance that stirred something within me. As a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I ventured forth into the overgrown garden, where I noticed peculiar signs of recent activity amidst the unruly foliage. Faint pathways, as if trodden upon by an unseen presence, crisscrossed through the wilderness. Who could have ventured here, I wondered, as the neighbors had assured me of the property's desolation. Pushing open the front door, it groaned softly on its hinges, granting me access to a world veiled in a bluish half-light that seeped through the closed shutters. The air inside was dense, laden with dust and the essence of aged wood, each creak of the floor beneath my feet echoing through the silent rooms. Traversing the main salon, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets loomed like spectral guardians, I ascended the staircase, my hand finding purchase on the polished wooden rail worn smooth by generations past. A procession of closed doors lined the upper corridor, concealing vacant chambers save for a few shrouded remnants of furniture. It was in the final room that a sense of disquiet stirred within me. A feminine bedroom, untouched by time save for a lingering disturbance in the layers of dust that cloaked its surfaces. A silver brush lay upon the dresser, beside strands of dark freshly shed hair, a stark juxtaposition to the prevailing stillness. My pulse quickened as I beheld the meticulously arranged bed, a faint impression left upon the lace bedspread suggesting recent occupancy. Just as I prepared to depart, a flicker of movement in the mirror caught my eye, a fleeting glimpse of a female figure seated on the bed. Whirling around, the room stood empty, yet an intangible presence lingered, a ghostly echo of life once lived. Hastening my descent down the stairs, I found myself pursued by an ethereal hum, a melancholic melody that seemed to resonate from the upper reaches of the house. Stepping out into the waning daylight, shadows lengthening in the fading afternoon, I paused, a hand resting upon the door handle, as a haunting tune brushed against my senses. Was it the wind whispering through the aged shutters, or a specter of my own imagining? With a final glance back at the mansion, a glimmer of pale light flickered behind an upstairs window, vanishing in an instant. In the ensuing days, as I compiled my report on the property's condition and market value, omitting mention of the mysterious occurrences within, I appended a cryptic note. The property possesses a singular allure that may captivate a discerning buyer. Time wore on, the house lingering on the market, a silent sentinel of bygone elegance. Occasionally, drawn by an inexplicable pull, I would pause by the gate, catching fleeting glimpses of a feminine figure flitting through the upper rooms, a ghostly presence suspended in eternal anticipation. Perhaps the secret of the never-inhabited house lay not in its lack of occupants, but in the enduring spirit that refused to depart. Story 46. In the hush of the night, the house was swathed in a tranquil embrace, as the wind whispered softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I watched as shadows waltzed across the walls, painted by the flickering lamplight. This was the hour when slumber usually beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance had taken root within me against the call of Morpheus. Night after night, for weeks on end, a recurring dream had woven its threads with meticulous precision. The room's warmth and the steady cadence of the old pendulum clock conspired to soothe me. My gaze settled upon the open diary on the desk, its pages chronicling every nuance of that haunting dream. Each entry, penned in my own hand, detailed a familiar sequence, a spiraling staircase of gray stone delving into shadowy depths, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden portal adorned with enigmatic symbols. Leafing through the entries, a detail caught my eye, one that had eluded me before. In every iteration of the dream, the chill seemed to seep deeper as I descended the stairs. The cold stone met my fingers, and my breath materialized in wisps of vapor. Yet what set this vision apart was the uncanny sense of recognition that accompanied me, as if the staircase led to a place I intimately knew, though never trod in waking life. The door at the staircase's base remained sealed, but each night brought me closer to deciphering the shifting symbols etched upon its surface. Fluid shapes seemed to dance under my scrutiny, as though imbued with life. In the dream's realm, my fingertips traced the contours of these enigmatic symbols, eliciting a subtle thrum within the wood, as if the door itself drew breath. That night, as I readied myself for rest, a new element caught my eye in the room. Adjacent to the lamp on the nightstand rested an object unfamiliar to me, an ancient bronze key, its embellishments oddly reminiscent of the dream door's symbols. Curiosity piqued, I grasped the key, taken aback by its weight and the chill it exuded. Though its origin eluded me, its presence felt as natural as the air I breathed, as if it had always been part of my existence. Nestled in bed, the key clutched in my hand, I pondered its reality, distinct from the ephemeral world of dreams. Drifting into slumber, a premonition whispered that this night held promise. The dream unfolded as before, the spiral staircase, the echoing drips, the air growing colder with each descent. Yet a subtle shift occurred as I neared the door this time. The key thrummed in harmony with the carvings. With trembling fingers I approached the door and noticed a hidden lock among the symbols. Heart pounding, I inserted the key. The mechanism yielded to a soft, melodic turn, akin to a forgotten ancient tune. The door creaked open, revealing not a chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's gaze, the steps ascended instead of descended. Awakening in the dawn's gentle light, the key lingered in my grasp, now pulsing with warmth, almost as if alive. A fresh page adorned the diary on the desk, inscribed not in my hand, but in characters akin to the door's symbols, undulating like waves in an ink-black sea. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited. The key rests upon the nightstand, its occasional subtle vibration a mere whisper in the silence. I muse on the destination atop the reflected staircase, wondering if one day courage will beckon me to ascend. For now, I content myself with observing the dancing symbols in the diary's depths, spinning a tale perhaps not yet ripe for my understanding in the darkest hours of night. Story 47. In the quiet attic, the soft rustle of paper fluttered like a whispered secret. Sunlight, a golden cascade, filtered through a dusty window, painting the air with a tranquil glow. Amidst the relics of time, I stumbled upon a faded envelope, cloaked in mystery with its weathered red wax seal. My name, elegantly scripted on its surface, beckoned me into a tale unknown. Seated upon a creaking wooden chair, the fragrance of antiquity enveloped me, aged books and ancient wood dancing in the breeze that teased the leaves outside. The envelope, weighty in my hands, held more than mere paper and ink. Delicately I broke the seal, the crackling of wax a solemn echo in the stillness. Inside, delicate pages awaited, veils of history adorned with the same graceful handwriting. The date, 50 years past, greeted my eyes as I delved into the letter's depths. The opening words, "My dear future grandchild," pulled me deeper into the enigma. As I read on, the light in the room dimmed, yet the words shimmered with an ethereal luminescence. The letter unfurled the chronicle of a grandmother unknown to me, her words a thread connecting past to present. She unveiled a family legacy, a gift of sight beyond the veil of time, bestowed upon a chosen few under celestial conditions. Moonlit nights and northern winds unveiled glimpses of the future, hazy visions woven into reality. Her pen painted a portrait of foresight, of guiding the family through trials and tribulations at a cost, the slow erosion of her own essence. Time halted in the attic's embrace, shadows dancing with memories etched in the letter's script. The narrative unfolded, weaving events past and future into a tapestry of destiny. The handwriting, a dance of elegance, wavered on the brink of uncertainty, each word a labor of love. The final page beckoned, a pivotal moment foretold, a choice looming on the horizon. I lifted my gaze to the darkening sky, the moon's glow piercing through veils of cloud. A gust of wind, pregnant with the scent of rain, stirred the air, urging me back to the letter. Her final words, a beacon in the dimness, whispered of a legacy to uphold, a responsibility, not a curse, a call to arms, a call to write a letter never sent but destined to reach its recipient in due time. I folded the pages gently, returning them to their sanctuary within the envelope. The wind, now a tempest, sang a haunting melody through the attic's time-worn boards. Rising from my reverie, I approached the window, my reflection merging with the moon's ethereal glow. A fleeting vision, an apparition of an elderly woman, smiled from within the glass, vanishing with a blink. Yet on the desk, a blank canvas awaited, paper and pen, silent witnesses to a legacy reborn. Seated once more, the silvery moonlight a celestial guide, I grasped the pen, its ink a conduit to the past and future. My dear future grandchild, I inscribed, a testament to a lineage intertwined with time's eternal dance. Story 48. The wooden floor murmured softly beneath my feet as I strolled down the hallway, bathed in the dwindling light of the setting sun. Grandma's house was a place of secrets, where every creak and groan seemed to speak a tale of its own. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of lavender and aged wood, a scent that had lingered with me through all the summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. I paused in front of the weathered attic door, my gaze drawn to a detail that had eluded me until now. The once white paint, now worn and chipped, bore curious markings upon its surface. Stepping closer, I discerned that these were no random scratches left by time's passage. They formed a pattern, intricate and purposeful, as if a message had been etched from within. As the sun dipped lower, casting long, reaching shadows across the hallway, a hush settled over the house. The only sounds that broke the silence were the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock below and the whispering of leaves outside, stirred by the gentle breeze. I tentatively traced my fingertips over the marks, feeling the rough texture of the wood beneath. They were arranged in a deliberate manner, some deep and pronounced, others barely visible, hinting at multiple instances of their creation. Lost in contemplation, I pondered how many times I had passed by this door without noticing its hidden language. Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences in the attic, yet a memory surfaced of her reluctance to ascend those stairs. A chill brushed my neck, causing a shiver to run down my spine. The hallway appeared elongated, the shadows thickening around me. With a steady hand, I retrieved the antiquated brass key from its hook on the wall. Cold and weighty, its ornate floral designs worn with age, I inserted it into the lock with a sense of trepidation. A faint resistance met my touch as I turned the key, and a subtle, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. It resembled a slow, deep breath, as though drawn from the very heart of the door itself. My heart quickened in response, and then, as swiftly as it had come, the sound vanished, leaving me in a vacuum of silence. Summoning courage, I activated the flashlight on my phone, its beam piercing the shadows to reveal new details on the door's surface. The scratches wove together in a circular motif, a spiraling design that drew my gaze inward. At the center, a set of numbers caught my eye, etched with such delicacy that they seemed to shimmer in the light. A distant recollection stirred within me. Grandma had once alluded to a hidden diary within the house, a repository of family mysteries she safeguarded with unwavering secrecy. Outside, the wind rose in intensity, causing the aged windows to protest with eerie moans. The shadows danced along the walls, a spectral ballet set to an unseen melody. A connection formed in my mind between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary, yet an unspoken force held me back from crossing that threshold. Was it intuition, or a legacy of wisdom passed down through generations of women in my family? As I retreated, a faint scratching sound emanated from the attic, gentle and methodical, as though someone within were crafting a new message. I cast a final glance over my shoulder, and in the dying light of day, the scratches seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal glow. That night, nestled in my bed, the numbers haunted my thoughts. I transcribed them into my notebook, vowing to return the following day for further investigation. However, when morning came, the attic door bore no trace of the markings I had seen. Only the brass key hanging on its hook seemed to exude a peculiar radiance, hinting at a secret yet untold. Since that enigmatic evening, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before the attic door. Sometimes, in the dim half-light, the scratches reappear, or a soft breath seems to whisper from beyond. Yet I have never ventured to unlock that door again. Certain mysteries, it seems, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the silence of an ancient home and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 49. Night had draped the old countryside house in a cloak of profound tranquility. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows pirouette on the walls while the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The snug warmth enveloped me like a cozy quilt, as outside the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. It was within this moment of serene perfection that I caught a peculiar sound, a crystalline, childlike giggle wafting down from the upper floor of the house, a laugh akin to silver bells. I paused, allowing the sound to intertwine with the fire's crackle. There was no menace in it. Instead, it was a gleeful laugh, almost melodic. Yet I had dwelled alone in this abode for over 2 decades, never once welcoming children. Intrigue seeped into me like a tranquil stream, gradually displacing the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation of my feet meeting the ancient Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly as I made my way towards the stairs. The candlelight from the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, projecting my silhouette on the walls in a silent waltz. Climbing the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler with each step. Not a harsh chill, but rather a gentle caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom used, adorned with antique furniture cloaked in white sheets that fluttered slightly, stirred by an unseen draft. The door stood ajar, emitting a silvery light distinct from any other in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor electric lamps. It was a different light, pulsating softly like a serene heartbeat. Upon nudging the door open, the ancient wood hummed a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that peculiar luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, reassuring contours, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a solid figure, but a play of light and shadow that mimicked a child. The laughter chimed once more, this time unmistakably originating from that luminous presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child seemed to toy with the rays it emitted, crafting luminous patterns on the walls as if painting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature oscillated between cool and warm, like the ebb and flow of ocean waves. As I approached, the figure bore a familiar essence. In its fluid movements, I glimpsed echoes of my childhood gestures when playing alone in my room. The recognition washed over me like a forgotten memory. That laughter, so pure and crystalline, was my own from childhood. Time seemed to stretch as I witnessed that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, occasionally interrupted by that melodious laugh, now a reverberating echo from the past. I refrained from speaking or engaging, fearful of shattering the tranquility and nostalgia. Slowly, the silvery light dimmed, akin to the sun setting on a wintry evening. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow lingered. The final laugh I heard was a whisper, a tender farewell before dissolving into darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, cocooned in a serene silence. The furniture sheets stilled, and the air resumed its normal temperature. Yet, something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository for dusty recollections, now harbored a precious enigma. Returning to my armchair beside the fireplace, the fire's embers smoldering, I comprehended that I would never truly unravel the events of that night. Was it a dream, a memory, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past materializing through a child's laughter in the shadows? Henceforth, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest of nights, I sometimes caught the faint echo of that crystalline laugh, akin to a tender lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allowed the mystery to endure. a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the dark. Story 50. The snow whispered as it descended on that wintry night, delicately draping the windowsill in a soft, velvety white cloak. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the tea embraced me, a stark contrast to the chill creeping through the ancient wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room, a mesmerizing melody akin to a lullaby. In the midst of this serene moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Among the swirling snowflakes, a face materialized, veiled in an ethereal haze, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the cold glass. The eyes, though indistinct, held a profound intensity, gazing at me with an uncanny familiarity. Rising slowly from my seat, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I approached the window. The phantom image seemed to dissipate, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The fragrance of jasmine subtly intermingled with the aroma of tea, evoking hazy memories of a summer evening long past. Despite returning to my seat, my gaze remained fixated on the window's reflection, searching for that mysterious visage. The pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted, its ticking now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Reaching for my weathered journal from the adjacent shelf, I absent-mindedly perused its pages, causing a faded photograph to slip out. Trembling fingers retrieved the image, its yellowed edges revealing a group of people captured in a moment of joy during a summer picnic. Though unfamiliar, each face bore a strange resemblance. One figure in the background captivated me, a young woman with blurred features, her deep, dark eyes mirroring those in the window's reflection. Heart pounding, I scrutinized the photograph. The woman in the white floral dress clutching a bouquet of jasmine, her smile tender and wistful. Turning the photo over, elegant script on the back implored, "Don't forget me." A gust of wind rustled the curtains, despite the closed windows, as the jasmine scent enveloped me like a gentle embrace. As my eyes closed briefly, fragmented memories surfaced, a melodious laugh, the distant echo of a piano, the whisper of a white dress in a garden's foliage. Opening my eyes, the snow fell soundlessly, the window reflecting only my weary countenance. Yet as I nestled the photograph back into the journal, I realized that haunting face would linger in my dreams, a melancholic presence akin to a long-lost melody resurfacing. Drifting onto the couch, cocooned in a cozy blanket, the pendulum sway persisted. The jasmine fragrance lingered, fading like a receding memory as sleep beckoned. Before succumbing to slumber, I pondered the myriad forgotten memories concealed in my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are not meant to fade, but rather endure as spectral guardians of veiled recollections. As I slipped into dreams, a crystalline laughter seemed to echo in the wind, carried alongside the snowflakes that continued their nocturnal ballet. Story 51. In the quiet embrace of my new home, a peculiar mystery whispered through the hallway, woven into the very essence of its structure. Doors opened and closed with familiar grace, revealing the stories of each room. The vintage tiles of the bathroom, the faded wallpaper of the bedroom, the worn linoleum floor of the kitchen. But the last door, painted a shade darker, held a secret beyond the expected. Behind that enigmatic door, a shadowed realm awaited, a basement without stairs, bathed in the soft glow of a solitary bulb that never wavered. The space below beckoned with its pristine cleanliness, its walls and corners melting into the darkness despite the light's touch. Curiosity led me to this hidden chamber during the chill of winter, when the wind whispered secrets through the aged windows. My inquiries to the real estate agent about this anomaly only deepened the mystery, for she claimed no knowledge of such a basement, insisting she had shown me every inch of the house. The original blueprints revealed no trace of the door I stood before, its dark facade a stark contrast to the surrounding walls. Days turned to weeks as I found myself drawn to the doorway, drawn to the constant light that bathed the unseen depths below. The air that drifted upward carried a scent of cleanliness, a hint of fresh linen on a crisp morning. And in the quiet moments, I could almost hear a distant hum, a melody from the depths of the earth. As time unfurled its mysteries, subtle changes began to manifest in the basement, a wooden toy block appearing, shifting its position ever so slightly, as if dancing to a silent tune. Each movement sparked questions that lingered in the twilight between dreams and reality. The block, painted with a faded A, seemed to hold secrets within its weathered surface, moving with a purpose that eluded my understanding. I watched, entranced, as it traced patterns on the floor, forming shapes that teased recognition without revealing their full meaning. Months drifted by like shadows cast by the unyielding light in the basement, a silent witness to the passage of time. The block's movements became a familiar ritual, a dance of shadows and echoes that whispered of a story untold. And then one morning, the block vanished, leaving the basement floor barren, a canvas awaiting a new tale to unfold. I sat in contemplation, the silence of the space below echoing in my thoughts, a void waiting to be filled. In the depths of night, a dream unfurled before me, stairs descending gracefully into the basement, their dark wood absorbing the dim light like a hungry shadow. With each step I took, the air sang with the delicate melody of distant wind chimes, a symphony of the unknown. Upon waking, the basement door stood ajar, a silent invitation to a realm untouched by reality. The absence of stairs remained a mystery, a silent testament to the enigma that dwelled within those shadowed depths. As the seasons turned and the world bloomed anew, the basement remained a twilight sanctuary, a realm suspended between the waking world and the realm of dreams. Shadows flitted in the periphery of my vision, whispers of movement and mystery that danced on the edge of perception. The block never returned, but in the stillness of night, the echo of wooden toys against concrete drifted upward, a haunting melody that spoke of secrets buried in the depths below. And so I learned to embrace the mystery, to let it weave its tale in the quiet spaces of my home, content to exist in the liminal space between reality and dreams. Story 52. The ocean that night lay still, an undisturbed mirror reflecting the moon's soft glow. Wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I sat on the creaking porch of my rustic wooden abode, serenaded by the gentle rhythm of waves caressing the shore. The moon, a silvery orb in the sky, cast a shimmering path upon the water, beckoning me to follow its ethereal trail to the distant horizon. Amid this tranquil scene, a peculiar sight captured my attention, a green luminescence, almost mystical in nature, swaying amidst the waves just beyond the shore. Intrigued, I rose from my rocking chair, the old wood groaning in protest. The salty breeze kissed my cheeks as I made my way down the weathered steps. The sand, still warm beneath my bare feet, whispered tales of the day's warmth lingering into the late hours. Approaching the water's edge, where the tide gently kissed the earth, the enigmatic green glow came into sharper focus. There, nestled among the waves, lay an ancient glass bottle, its elongated form exuding an air of mystery. Inside, a yellowed parchment awaited, its secrets veiled by time and tide. With careful hands, I lifted the weighty bottle, its surface adorned with a patina of salt that obscured its contents in places. The moonlight danced through the glass, casting mesmerizing reflections upon the surroundings. The cork stopper, sealed with aged black wax, bore witness to the passage of years, yet remained intact. Returning to the porch, bathed in the warm glow of an oil lamp, I placed the bottle upon the weathered table and settled into my favorite armchair. The symphony of the sea seemed to crescendo, as if whispering secrets only the night could unveil. With deliberate grace, I began to unravel the mysteries held within, removing the fragile seal with reverence. The scent that wafted forth was a symphony of the ocean, seaweed, ancient ink, and an elusive essence intertwining in the night air. Within the bottle, a parchment lay, delicately rolled and bound by a faded ribbon of azure silk. Hands trembling slightly, I untied the ribbon, revealing a script whose ink had aged to a sepia hue, its words a dance of forgotten tales upon the page. As my eyes traced the elegant yet distorted handwriting, fragments of phrases emerged. Time ebbs differently in this realm, and the light never wanes. Sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar cycles adorned the margins, weaving a tapestry of enigma within the text. But it was the intricate spiral at the page's edge that held me transfixed, a motion imperceptible yet undeniable. As I delved deeper into the message, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that danced in tandem with the sea's rhythmic chant. The very essence of time seemed to waver, as if caught in a reverie of ages past. The final paragraphs emerged, clarity etched upon their sepia canvas, speaking of a realm where dreams melded with reality and time flowed like a river unbound. A chilling realization gripped me as I read the concluding words. If these words find you, know you are chosen. Behold the sea tonight, for it bears witness to a new chapter. Lifting my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon now grown larger, its reflection upon the water taking on an otherworldly geometry. The bottle on the table pulsed with a green light, its rhythm akin to a slumbering heartbeat. With a sense of solemnity, I carefully refolded the parchment, returning it to its glass confines without resealing the bottle. Eyes fixed upon the horizon, I pondered the mysteries that had unfolded before me. Had others before me discovered such relics of the deep, heeding the siren call of the sea's hidden truths? The night wore on, a silent witness to the revelations of the tide. Whether it was the stars casting their shimmering gaze upon the water, or a shift within my own perception, something had irrevocably changed. Until the first light of dawn painted the sky, I remained on the porch, listening to the sea's ancient lullaby. As daylight crept over the horizon, the bottle's green glow dimmed, fading into the morning light. Though the true meaning of the message remained elusive, I carried with me the knowledge that that fateful night had stirred something profound within. And on nights of the full moon, a phantom green glow still dances upon the waves, an echo of mysteries best left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 53. In the soft flicker of the candle's light, I made my way down the ancient stone steps of the cellar. Each creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet was like a whispered greeting, a familiar companion on my nightly journey to retrieve Grandma's preserves. The cool, damp air enveloped me, carrying with it the earthy aroma of days long past, wrapping me in a blanket of nostalgia. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift hung in the air, a feeling that tiptoed on the edges of my awareness. The candle flame danced, casting shadows that seemed to reach out towards the darkness lurking at the base of the stairs. Pausing halfway down, a peculiar sensation gripped me, urging me to pay attention. The shelves that usually ended within a few strides now appeared to stretch endlessly into the unknown depths. The flickering light failed to illuminate their farthest reaches, as if the corridor itself was expanding before my very eyes. The silence was thick, almost tangible, broken only by the rhythm of my own heartbeat and the distant melody of water trickling through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that overpowered the faint whisper of fear, I pressed forward. Jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels bearing dates that grew increasingly distant as I ventured deeper into the cellar. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels were so faded they seemed to dissolve into the glass. With each step, the air grew colder, carrying with it a scent of aged earth mingled with the musty fragrance of ancient tomes. The walls transformed before my eyes, shifting from rough-hewn stone to intricate patterns of weathered bricks. Strange symbols adorned certain sections, etched with a precision that defied the era in which the cellar was constructed. Coming to a halt before a particular shelf, my gaze fixated on a solitary jar. Crafted from obsidian glass that seemed to swallow the light, its label bore a date that defied logic: 1820. Trembling fingers lifted the jar, and in the cellar's hush, a whisper, wordless yet profound, brushed against my senses. It was as if time itself murmured secrets in the shadows, weaving a tapestry of forgotten memories. Turning slowly, a fleeting glimpse of blurred figures danced at the periphery of my vision, ephemeral and elusive. Sensing a shift in the air, I resolved to return. But as I retraced my steps towards the stairs, a disquieting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed seemed to stretch infinitely, the light above now a mere pinprick in the velvety darkness. Pressing forward with a courage born of necessity, I counted each step, willing the familiar cellar to re-emerge from the murky depths of uncertainty. Slowly, the shelves began to morph back into their usual form, the dates on the jars shifting to more recent times. The 1820 jar remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the surreal journey I had undertaken. Emerging into the welcoming glow of the kitchen, I placed the jar on the first step, casting a final glance into the shadows below. For a fleeting moment, a ripple in the fabric of time seemed to stir, hinting at untold mysteries lurking just beyond reach. Sitting at the kitchen table, cradling a steaming cup of tea in my hands, I pondered the events of that peculiar night. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam, 2023. Yet upon opening it, a scent unlike any other wafted forth, a fragrance redolent with the whispers of ages past, sweet and familiar as a long-lost memory. Since that night, a sense of anticipation lingers each time I descend into the cellar. The stairs remain unchanged, the shelves lined with the usual array of preserves. But in moments of dim light and profound silence, a tantalizing question hangs in the air. What secrets does the cellar hold? And will I someday muster the courage to unravel the mysteries of that infinite corridor where time itself loses its grasp on reality? Story 54. Snow drifted softly outside my quaint antique shop that evening. The flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the glow of vintage lamps, casting a gentle and inviting aura. The aged wooden shelves murmured faintly, in harmony with the unhurried beat of the pendulum clock's hands. The air carried the fragrance of old books and beeswax, a scent unique to objects steeped in history. As I arranged volumes, the doorbell sang out with crystalline clarity. A draft of cold air slinked in, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved upon the wooden floor. I turned to greet the visitor, momentarily taken aback. At the threshold loomed a tall figure, cloaked in darkness that seemed to swallow the light around it. A broad-brimmed hat obscured the upper face, while a gray wool scarf veiled the lower. "Good evening," I murmured, striving to maintain composure despite a subtle unease creeping up my spine. The visitor remained silent, gliding gracefully among the shelves, their gloved hands lightly grazing the displayed curios. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as if they danced to an ethereal melody. I found myself captivated, noting how light seemed to bend oddly around them. Shadows deepened and thickened, exuding a palpable presence of their own. Pausing before an antique mirror from the 18th century, recently acquired, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the golden frame with deliberate care. The shop fell into a weighty silence, punctuated only by the clock's measured ticking, each second stretching languidly. I dared to steal a glance at their reflection in the mirror, only to find disquiet blooming within me as the glass merely reflected the shelf behind them, as if they were absent. Approaching cautiously, the floor whispered beneath my steps. "May I assist you in finding something specific?" I inquired, my voice hushed. The visitor turned towards me, shadows masking where a face should be under the hat. With fluid grace, they produced a yellowed paper from a coat pocket, unfolding it delicately on the counter beside the register. The list bore peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. As I perused the list, a chill seemed to settle in the shop, my breath materializing in wisps of vapor. Objects on the shelves seemed to hum subtly, as if recognizing something in the visitor. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but I fear I do not possess these particular items." The visitor stood motionless for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the paper with the same elegance as before, they tucked it away in their coat. They made their way to the door, pausing before departure. With a slight turn, a sound, more akin to a thought than a voice, escaped from the scarf. "You will." It was not a query, but a certainty. The bell sounded as they exited, its tone different, resonating deeply as though from afar. The snow continued its descent outside, yet for a fleeting moment the flakes appeared suspended, time itself holding its breath. Later that night, after locking up the shop, I inspected the antique mirror. Its reflection seemed to deepen, concealing a secret within its silvery depths. The pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely upon the visitor's arrival. Since then, each evening as shadows lengthened and light waned, I find myself watching the door, attuned for the bell's chime. Every object in the shop seems to share the vigil, as if we all anticipate the inevitable return of the visitor. In an antique shop, every item carries a tale, and perhaps, just perhaps, some items await the commencement of their own narrative. Story 55. The gentle cadence of raindrops tapping against my window had woven itself into the fabric of my late-night writing routine. Each droplet sketched shimmering pathways down the glass, crafting a fluid tapestry of liquid light. The cozy embrace of my desk lamp enveloped me in an aura of soft amber, while the rest of the room slumbered in tranquil darkness. I found solace in studying the raindrops, unraveling the intricate designs of their wandering trails. Sometimes, amidst my thoughts drifting from my work, I fancied narratives concealed within their crystal-clear paths. Yet on this particular night, a sense of intrigue lingered in the air. The water seemed to glide in peculiar patterns, as if choreographed by an unseen force. Initially brushing it off as a trick of fatigue, I teetered on the edge of that serene realm between consciousness and slumber. However, as I persisted in my observation, the enigmatic formations grew more defined. Droplets avoided specific sections of the glass, crafting dry patches that slowly etched what seemed to be the silhouette of a figure. Breath held in anticipation, I drew closer to the window. The reflection not only mirrored the rain, but also the dim expanse of my room behind me. Within that layered-looking glass of glass and water, a peculiar detail caught my eye. My reflection appeared slightly out of sync with my movements, as if trailing them by a fraction of a heartbeat. The gentle patter of rain escalated, serenading my ears with its delicate symphony. Mesmerized, I witnessed my reflection's hand gliding towards the glass, a motion my own hand did not echo, staying firmly in my lap. The gesture unfolded with a fluid elegance, akin to a dancer interpreting a choreography unknown to me. A subtle warmth caressed my skin, contrasting the chill near the window. Features of the reflection began to shift, undergoing nuanced alterations that rendered it both recognizable and alien. The eyes that met mine held a profound wisdom, depths that transcended time itself. Frozen in place, I watched as my reflection continued its graceful metamorphosis. The countenance blurred the boundaries of gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. Rain wove intricate patterns around it, framing the figure with liquid silver strands, while droplets defied gravity, swirling in flawless circles. A flicker from my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, and in that fleeting darkness, a presence brushed against me, gentle as a mother's caress. As the light steadied, my reflection reverted to mirroring my movements with exactitude. Yet, the rain persisted in those mystical circles, a silent testament to the extraordinary visitation. I lingered by the window for hours, meditating on the enigma that had unfolded before me. The ethereal presence lingered like a cherished melody, neither menacing nor intrusive. With the approach of dawn, the rain dwindled, leaving behind a window adorned with ordinary streaks of water. Now, on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. On occasion, under the perfect alignment of conditions and rainfall, I glimpse that alternate self peering back at me through the looking glass. We share an unspoken accord, my reflection and I, cognizant that certain mysteries transcend resolution. The rain persists in its descent, each drop carrying the promise of another clandestine rendezvous. Amidst those moments suspended between observer and observed, I ponder if, in another realm of existence, another iteration of myself sits by their window, yearning to glimpse my world through the gossamer veil of rain. Story 56. Silence draped the streets of the quaint hillside town like a plush velvet cloak. It was an autumn evening steeped in the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, with wisps of fog slinking through the narrow alleyways like stealthy felines. From my perch on the third floor of the apartment building, I gazed out at the windows of the neighboring houses, each aglow with a soft amber light. It struck me as odd to see so many lights still shining at this late hour, yet no signs of life stirred behind the misted panes. The distant toll of the church bell echoed through the night, its chime carrying a hollow quality, as though the sound itself was swathed in a cocoon of cotton. Though I had only recently relocated to this town 3 weeks prior, I had never before witnessed the streets so eerily deserted. Normally, even at this late hour, a stray dog walker or a group of youngsters from the local bar would be out and about. But tonight, the silence reigned supreme. Seated in my favorite armchair, cradling a steaming cup of chamomile tea, I observed the stillness outside. Not even the usual stray cat that frequented Mrs. Miller's windowsill made an appearance. The tendrils of steam rising from my cup danced in the air, forming fleeting shapes that dissolved into the darkness of the room. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, its soft light casting gentle shadows on the cream-colored walls, I sought solace in its muted glow. A sudden rustling sound broke the tranquility, emanating from the hallway leading to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than frightened, I rose from my seat, carefully setting down the cup on the wooden side table. As I neared the hallway, a chill in the air prickled my skin. Not a harsh winter cold, but a coolness reminiscent of entering an ancient cathedral. The floorboards murmured softly underfoot, a familiar creak that oddly comforted me. Pausing at the threshold of the bedroom, I hesitated. The door stood slightly ajar, a faint bluish light seeping through the crack, unlike any other light in the house. With a gentle push, the door swung open, emitting a soft creak. The window was shut, yet the curtains swayed as if stirred by a gentle breeze. And there, on the floor beneath the window, lay a single sheet of paper. Approaching cautiously, I bent to retrieve it, realizing it was a yellowed newspaper page. The date at the top read October 15, 1954, and the headline immediately seized my attention. Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the townsfolk had remained sequestered in their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact whose origins had faded into obscurity. As I perused the text, movement beyond the window drew my gaze. Across the street, the lights in the houses flickered out one by one, like candles extinguished by a breath of wind. Yet, behind those darkened windows, I discerned motionless silhouettes that appeared to be gazing towards the street. A vibration in my robe pocket signaled a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, everyone stays indoors. It is imperative. Turning back to the window, I observed that all lights had now been snuffed out, save for mine. In the deepening hush, the rhythm of my heartbeat seemed to slow, as if harmonizing with some ancient, enigmatic force. Perching on the edge of the bed, still clutching the newspaper clipping, I marveled at its velvety softness, as though it had been handled countless times. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enveloping the streetlights in a milky shroud. From my vantage point, the entire main street lay deserted, shrouded in silence. Recalling the accounts in the article, which detailed how the townspeople had no recollection of the events of that fateful night, I rose slowly and made my way to the light switch. Before extinguishing the soft glow, I stole one final glance at the street outside. The fog now swirled in sinuous, almost choreographed patterns, and for a fleeting moment I fancied I glimpsed figures moving within its nebulous embrace, like phantoms adrift in a sea of mist. With the room now plunged into darkness, I settled onto the bed, fully clothed. The silence enveloped me completely, broken only by the steady ticking of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a deep slumber, I pondered whether come morning I would retain any memory of this peculiar night, or if I, like the town's denizens of old, would awaken with no recollection of the cyclical mystery that haunted our lives. As sleep beckoned, the distant tolling of midnight bells reached my ears, their resonance curiously muted, as if emanating from a realm where silence reigned as the universal tongue of all beings. Story 57. The fall breeze carried soft murmurs through the deserted streets as I journeyed back from work. The street lamps painted patches of golden light on the damp cobblestones, their radiance dancing on the surface of countless puddles like scattered treasures. The night possessed a peculiar quality, where sounds lingered longer than usual, where echoes of each footfall whispered through the silence, and the rustle of fallen leaves composed a haunting melody that hung in the air. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first noticed him, though the day itself held no particular significance. He stood motionless at the bend where Main Street curves past the ancient bookshop, cloaked in layers of weathered garments. What drew me in wasn't his stillness or tattered appearance. It was the way passers-by instinctively veered around him, forming a perfect circle of emptiness, as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path home led me directly past his corner, and as I drew near, I found myself caught in that same orbital motion, my steps guiding me in a wider arc without conscious decision. It was then that he turned to face me, and I saw his eyes. Not the typical dark brown or deep blue, but black, completely, utterly black, like polished onyx capturing the glow of the street lamp. They seemed to absorb the amber light rather than reflect it. Each evening thereafter, he stood there, always in the same spot, always unmoving. Some nights I would take detours, wandering blocks out of my way to avoid that corner. Yet I could sense those eyes trailing me, even when I was streets away. Strangely, he never begged for money or food. He never reached out a cup or extended a hand. He simply observed, his obsidian gaze fixed on each passerby with a gaze that felt both tender and disquieting. On quiet nights, when the wind hushed and the traffic ebbed, I swore I could hear him humming. The melody was unlike any other, a lullaby that resonated with something deep inside me. It evoked images of distant stars and ancient songs, of melodies sung before humanity walked the earth. One rainy evening, something shifted. Approaching his corner, expecting another encounter, I noticed he had moved slightly. His hand was raised, not in supplication or greeting, but pointing upward toward the clouded sky. Without thought, I halted and followed his gesture. The raindrops felt weighty on my skin, each one carrying a significance beyond mere water. When I lowered my gaze, he met my eyes, and for the first time, I saw his lips move. His words were soft, barely audible over the rain's patter, yet they bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured. Not quite a statement, not quite a question. His voice echoed the same ancient quality as his hum, otherworldly, comforting, and enigmatic. That night, I dreamt of black eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing undisturbed on countless corners across time. I dreamt of melodies shaping the world and rain carrying messages from beyond the stars. Upon waking, I discovered my window adorned with intricate frost patterns, despite the autumn warmth. The following evening, he was absent from his corner, and the next day, and the day after. The space he occupied remained vacant, yet somehow more poignant than the surrounding sidewalk. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the street lamps flickered just so, I caught glimpses of what could be his reflection in the puddles that collected at that corner. The black eyes still watched, but now they seemed to peer outward from beneath the water's surface. Other pedestrians continued to avoid that specific spot, unknowingly forming that perfect circle of emptiness, though their reasons eluded them. And occasionally, when the wind carried that familiar melody, I found myself pausing to gaze up at the sky, pondering the messages the rain might convey. I have never encountered another beggar with black eyes, yet I now realize he was not truly a beggar. He was something else, something that selected that corner to observe, to wait, and perhaps to remind us that certain enigmas are meant to remain beyond our grasp. Each evening, I still pass by that corner on my way home. Sometimes I halt and listen for that ancient lullaby, and sometimes when the light dances on the puddles just so, I catch sight of those black eyes gazing back at me from every reflection. And in some inexplicable way, it brings me solace, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, continues to watch over our tranquil streets as the world gently drifts into night. Story 58. The autumn garden lay under a gossamer veil of mist that morning as I gathered the fallen leaves. The crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and the chrysanthemums I had recently planted. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft crunch of dried leaves beneath my feet and the sporadic melody of an early bird. It was as I swept near the weathered stone bench that a glimmer amidst the foliage caught my eye. A subtle silver sheen beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Kneeling down, I delicately brushed aside the damp leaves to reveal an ancient necklace. The piece was a marvel of craftsmanship, boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral motifs and a petite blue gem at its heart, radiating light in a mesmerizing manner. I held the necklace in my hands, sensing its delicate weight and the chill of its surface against my skin. It belonged to no one familiar, I was certain. Having inhabited the house alone for over 2 decades, I couldn't recall any neighbor owning such an exquisite piece. The blue gem continued to gleam with a peculiar luminosity, almost as if it possessed a light of its own. That night, after meticulously cleansing the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. Falling asleep, I watched as moonbeams filtered through the window, casting dancing shadows on the walls from the necklace's metallic surface. Throughout the night, I awoke intermittently, convinced I heard a distant melody, a tune akin to a music box playing somewhere within the house. Sweet and melancholic, the music eluded my grasp as I tried to focus on it. Come morning, I noticed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if moved during the night. In the daylight, the blue gem appeared dimmer, yet when I picked it up, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, contrasting the coldness of the day before. Curiosity piqued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle changes unfolded within the house. Objects on the kitchen table seemed rearranged each morning, as though scrutinized during the night. Family photographs in the hallway appeared tilted in varying angles daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer and more familiar, yet remained elusive in its origin. One evening, while seated in my armchair engrossed in reading, the necklace resting nearby, I distinctly heard light footsteps ascending the staircase, gentle and delicate, akin to a child's tiptoeing gait. Rising cautiously, I ascended the stairs, but found no one. Yet in the guest room, repurposed as a storage space, I discovered an unfamiliar wooden box, intricately adorned with floral patterns akin to the necklace. Nestled within, atop a faded velvet cushion, lay a time-yellowed photograph depicting a young woman donning an identical necklace. Inscribed on the back in faded ink was a date and a message to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night onward, the music box melody echoed more frequently, no longer unsettling but comforting. It seemed as if the house itself serenaded a lullaby, a gentle tune that filled the rooms during the stillness of night. Sometimes on autumn evenings in the garden, I caught glimpses of a hazy figure moving among the trees, like a wistful memory seeking to materialize. The woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the necklace's presence in my garden. I learned to embrace this enigma in my life, akin to embracing the ebb and flow of seasons or the passage of time. The necklace still rests on my nightstand, and on tranquil nights when the moon shines full and the wind whispers through the leaves, I swear I hear distant laughter mingling with the music box melody, like an echo of joyous days forgotten by time. Story 59. The rain pattered on the roof of the ancestral home, weaving a soothing melody as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles basking in the waning sunlight that filtered through the cream drapes. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of bygone eras, painting vivid memories of days long past. And then, amidst the sea of belongings, I stumbled upon a weathered photo album clad in dark leather. Its edges bore the marks of time, yet the material retained a softness that only years can impart. With reverence, I placed it on the antique oak table in the dimly lit living room. The album exuded a faint scent of must and yellowed paper as I turned its delicate pages. Monochrome snapshots captured snippets of family history, weddings, birthdays, carefree summer escapades. A smile tugged at my lips as I recognized the youthful faces of my ancestors, tracing resemblances through the generations. The rustle of pages melded seamlessly with the rhythmic drumming of rain against the window panes. One photograph in particular seized my attention, a scene from a summer luncheon in the garden. Amidst the familiar faces sat my radiant grandmother in a floral dress, surrounded by her siblings. Sunlight bathed them in a warm glow, casting soft shadows upon their joyous visages. Yet a mysterious figure stood at the periphery, clad in a pale dress that grazed her ankles, her features veiled by the brim of a wide hat. She existed on the fringes of memory, a puzzle piece unaccounted for in the family lore passed down through the years. Intrigued, I extracted the photo from its sleeve, drawn to unravel the enigma. A date, summer 1956, inscribed in my grandmother's elegant hand, offered no further elucidation. As I scrutinized the image, a chill breeze swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter. Dusk descended, cloaking the surroundings in a haze of uncertainty and blurred edges. Illuminated by the soft glow of a vintage table lamp, the photograph revealed a disquieting detail. The shadow of the mysterious figure defied the natural light source. While familial shadows stretched to the right, hers veered in an incongruous direction, as though illuminated by an unseen force. A distant recollection surfaced, a clandestine exchange between my mother and aunt, their hushed voices recounting the tale of a transient woman who had graced the family's threshold before vanishing without a trace. No name, no origin, only whispers and conjecture. The rain's cadence intensified, lulling me into a trance-like state. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen, her form emerging from the faded backdrop with an urgent message encoded in her gaze. Turning the photo, I detected faint, almost imperceptible markings in the corner. A cryptic message etched in ghostly script, "She always sees." A shiver traced my spine as I returned the photograph to its rightful place, the album refusing to close completely. An unseen force beckoned me to delve deeper into the cryptic narrative, to unearth the hidden truths entwined within the house's time-worn walls. As evening enveloped the dwelling in a cocoon of tranquility, I settled into an armchair by the window, the album cradled in my lap. Who was she, this enigmatic figure? What secrets did her gaze guard? Did her watchful eyes still roam the corridors of time? With a heavy heart, I left the album open on the table, the mysterious photograph laid bare to the night's embrace. As I retired to bed, a final glance toward the living room revealed a subtle shift in the figure's posture, a fleeting impression that she had turned to meet my gaze. Was it a mere trick of light and shadow, or a profound revelation cloaked in mystery, destined to linger within the faded pages of a cherished family heirloom? Story 60. In the hush of the night, a distant, delicate melody broke the silence. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a woolen blanket draped over my knees, and a forgotten cup of chamomile tea cooling on the nearby table, I lifted my gaze from the book in my hands. The notes drifted through the air like ethereal snowflakes, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. A piano, I was sure, played a tune that eluded my memory but whispered of a half-remembered dream. The house cloaked in shadows, the only light emanated from a small lamp beside me, casting a golden circle of warmth. Shadows waltzed on the walls in tune with the mysterious melody. Standing up, the blanket slid to the floor with a soft murmur as I made my way closer to the living room window. Beyond, the night lay serene and soundless. The full moon bathed the garden in its silver glow, revealing the graceful dance of tree branches swaying in the gentle breeze. The neighboring houses slumbered, shrouded in darkness. Yet the music persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously. I wandered through the house, room by room, chasing the elusive source of the music that shifted subtly with each step. In the kitchen, it whispered from the living room. In the living room, it beckoned from the stairs. On the stairs, it descended from the upper floor. A mesmerizing game of echoes and reverberations led me in a silent waltz through the familiar spaces of my home. Upon reaching my bedroom upstairs, I noticed the door slightly ajar, though I was certain I had left it wide open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music grew clearer, more distinct, as if I drew nearer to its heart. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room with intent. My ancient music box, a relic from my grandmother resting on the bedside table, gleamed in the dimness. I had never dared to open it, convinced it lay broken. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, its diminutive ballerina pirouetted slowly, casting her dancing shadow on the wall. The melody it spun was the very same that had lured me here, but now intensified, as if the entire house had turned into a chamber of resonance. Approaching cautiously, my heart beating in tune with the music, I noticed the music box shone brighter than usual, as if radiating an inner light. When I reached out to touch it, the surface felt lukewarm, almost alive. The ballerina continued her twirl. Her porcelain face, once plain, now bore distinct features. Features I recognized. It was my grandmother's face, perfectly replicated in miniature, her familiar smile etched in my memory. The tiny figurine's eyes met mine fleetingly, and in that moment, the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby she used to hum to me as a child. Frozen in place, I allowed the music to enfold me like a comforting embrace. Fear eluded me, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility and longing. The notes swelled, filling the room until gradually they ebbed away like receding tides. As the music dwindled to silence, the music box shut with a soft click. A new kind of silence settled over the house, pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair downstairs, retrieving the fallen blanket to wrap myself once more in its cocoon, I found the book still open to the same page. Yet, my thoughts strayed to the music box and my grandmother. How many melodies lay trapped in those silent gears over the years, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that night, on quiet evenings beneath the full moon's watchful gaze, a sweet, familiar melody wafts through the air, caressing the rooms. I no longer seek its origin. I no longer seek its origin. Instead, I close my eyes and listen, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled to be embraced. Story 61. The first time I became aware of this enchanting phenomenon was on a serene autumn evening. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar dimming of the natural light seeping through the window caught my attention. Glancing up, I beheld a sight so extraordinary it seemed to belong to another realm. The sky above my abode was gradually cloaking itself in darkness, while the surroundings remained bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. A subtle yet unmistakable contrast unfolded before my eyes. It was as though an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely over the roof of my dwelling. The air carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze set the lace curtains adorning the windows into a mesmerizing dance. Their delicate rustling produced a soothing melody that seemed to harmonize with this mysterious spectacle of nature. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon unfolded its magic with unfailing regularity. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent towards the horizon, that particular slice of sky above my humble abode would adopt darker hues compared to the rest of the celestial expanse. It appeared as if an artist had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue onto a rectangular canvas of sky, creating a surreal juxtaposition against the brilliant blue backdrop. I found myself captivated by this spectacle, often spending hours ensconced in the worn velvet armchair by the window. The aged wooden floor would emit a soft creak as I shifted to track the evolution of this celestial display. The room's atmosphere would grow cooler, and a delicate film of condensation would grace the window panes, forming abstract patterns that seemed to waltz with the shadows. One day, while immersed in contemplation of this enigma, a new revelation unfurled before my eyes. Amidst the darkened canopy above, tiny points of light began to twinkle and fade, akin to stars that had chosen to sparkle exclusively for me. Their movements lacked a discernible pattern, yet held a hypnotic quality, almost akin to a musical rhythm. The house's silence seemed to amplify their presence, while the steady tick-tock of the pendulum clock in the hallway appeared to synchronize with their celestial dance. As the weeks drifted by, I noticed subtle reactions from the objects within my abode to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors seemed to reflect a gentler, more embracing light. Shadows stretched in peculiar formations, evoking ancient symbols in their intricate designs. The potted plants on the windowsill flourished with renewed vigor during these moments of selective obscurity, as if drawing sustenance from that unique twilight. One evening, seated in my study, I felt a fleeting touch upon my shoulder, akin to a caress borne on the breeze. Startled, I turned around, only to find the room empty as expected. The fragrance of aged books and weathered wood seemed to intensify, enveloping me in a timeless moment where the world stood still. The hands of the clock continued their steady march, yet their ticking appeared distant, as if echoing from a far-off place. I commenced documenting these occurrences in a diary, meticulously recording every nuanced shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages filled with detailed observations of how the light transformed, how the shadows danced, how the air thrummed with an imperceptible yet palpable frequency. My script grew more elegant and flowing during these episodes, as if guided by a gentle, mysterious hand. On the stillest of nights, I fancied hearing a melody emanating from that shrouded portion of the sky. It defied verbal description, manifesting as a sensation that resonated deep within me. It felt as though the darkness housed an age-old melody, a cosmic lullaby audible solely to my dwelling. With the passage of time, I learned to embrace this mystery rather than fear it. My home had transformed into a conduit between the mundane world and a grander, profound realm. While the outside world pursued its daily rhythms, I found myself ensconced in the comforting embrace of these gentle shadows, in a ballet of light and dark that appeared tailored solely for me. Thus, night after night, I continued to gaze at the darkening sky above my dwelling, mindful that some enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. My abode had evolved into a haven of marvel, a realm where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined in a perpetual waltz of light and shadow, of the known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 62. Time stood motionless on that autumn evening, the rain whispering its delicate song on the roof of the ancient family dwelling. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I beheld the gentle glow cast by the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp held a unique allure, adorned with a stained glass lampshade that wove whimsical patterns across the room. Yet on this particular night, amidst the dancing shadows, a peculiar intrigue seized me like never before. The silhouettes playing on the walls seemed to possess a vitality of their own, crafting intricate designs unseen until now. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere trick of light, a product of the day's wariness. However, the more I observed these shadows, the more apparent it became that their movements defied the rules of nature. When a breeze caused the lampshade to sway, the shadows refused to yield in unison, instead following an enigmatic cadence of their own making. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by its mystical aura. The colored glass exuded a peculiar warmth, pulsing with a hidden enigma nestled within its geometric patterns. Tracing my fingertips along its surface, I discovered a subtle detail previously unseen. Etched into the lamp's metal base was a symbol, faint and ethereal, glowing softly in the lamplight. Meanwhile, the shadows continued their silent ballet, revealing more distinct forms. Graceful figures, swaying trees, and elusive entities that materialized and dissolved like fleeting reveries. It was as though the lamp was not casting shadows, but memories, narrating tales of yesteryears through the silent dialect of light and darkness. Enthralled, I seated myself on the floor, captivated by the surreal exhibition unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to acknowledge my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I withdrew. Occasionally, a distant melody, a symphony of whispers, accompanied their mysterious dance. A sensation of gentle embrace enveloped me, evoking not fear, but a tranquil sense of wonder. As the night aged, the projected images grew more elaborate, blending mundane scenes with fantastical visions. A child at play metamorphosed into a soaring bird, a seamstress transformed into a fluttering butterfly. The lamp endeavored to communicate through the language of light and shadow, weaving stories that straddled the realm between reality and reverie. Then, a revelation dawned upon me. Some of the shadows depicted fragments of my childhood, memories long thought forgotten but resurrected by the lamp's luminescent tales. I witnessed myself as a child, frolicking in the backyard of this very abode, my grandfather introducing me to the lamp's magic for the first time, and other recollections surfacing from the recesses of my mind. Outside, the rain persisted, providing a melodic backdrop to this intimate and mysterious performance. The droplets tapping against the window pane seemed synchronized with the shadow play, as if all part of a unified silent spectacle. Time lost its grip, and I drifted into a state of serene contemplation, enraptured by the fading figures. Their movements slowed, akin to weary dancers concluding a grand performance. The shadows softened, their edges blurring, yet retaining their mesmerizing allure. It felt as though the lamp murmured the concluding verses of a bedtime story, preparing to resume its role as a mundane fixture. As I rose from the floor, I observed the rain had ceased. The room embraced a tranquil hush, the shadows reverting to mere projections of the lamp. Nonetheless, a transformation had occurred. Gazing at the ancestral heirloom, I realized I would never regard it the same way again. I pondered how many untold stories the lamp harbored, how many memories and dreams awaited projection on my walls during nights of peaceful repose like this. Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the soft glow of the lamp, inviting slumber to claim me. In my dwindling wakefulness, I glimpsed a final shadow pirouetting gracefully on the wall. The visage of my grandfather, a smile adorning his countenance, as if to convey that some mysteries are best cherished unexplored. Story 63. The fall breeze whispered secrets through the rustling leaves as I meandered down the rural lane, bathed in the soft hues of a sunset sky. The GPS had long since given up its guidance, but I remained unperturbed. This slice of countryside was etched in my memory, or so I believed. The dirt track curved gently amidst hills adorned with barren vineyards, a symphony of nature's quietude. A crack in the window ushered in the crisp air, carrying with it the fragrance of moist soil and fallen foliage. In that suspended moment, time seemed to elongate, inviting me to relish each passing breath. A turn to the right beckoned me, signaled by a weathered wooden signpost, and then a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road did not align with my mental map of the vicinity. I paused, seeking to reorient myself. The shadows stretched languidly, casting mystical silhouettes among the tree limbs bordering the path. The road beneath my wheels was impeccably maintained, too pristine for a forgotten byway. No potholes marred its surface, just a seamless ribbon of asphalt vanishing into the encroaching evening mist. Autumn leaves pirouetted lazily in the air, as though time itself had slowed within this realm. Progressing at a leisurely pace, I observed the evolving landscape with mounting intrigue. The trees flanking the road appeared ancient, their gnarled forms more pronounced than any I had encountered before. Their canopies intertwined overhead, weaving a natural canopy through which the dwindling twilight filtered. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, darting gracefully amidst the tree trunks before dissolving like fleeting memories. The stillness enveloped me, broken solely by the gentle hum of the engine and the whisper of leaves stirred by the breeze. With each mile traversed, the road underwent a subtle metamorphosis. Its boundaries blurred, as if softened by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet not in a menacing manner. Reality itself seemed to mellow, its edges losing definition. Abruptly, an object caught my eye, an aged brass mailbox, gleaming as if brand new. Intrigued, I halted to inspect it. Devoid of any inscription, it bore only an ornate compass rose engraving. When my fingers brushed its surface, a faint warmth seemed to emanate, defying the evening chill. The road continued its sinuous path, unveiling increasingly curious features. Dimly glowing milestone stones lined the verge, their luminescence seemingly emanating from within. The firmament above assumed an indescribable hue, a color exclusive to this forgotten domain. Stars timidly peeked through, their celestial display bearing an otherworldly quality, as if plucked from a bygone era or an alternate realm. After what could have been hours or mere moments, I crested a hill and encountered a circular clearing, its cobbled surface ancient and pristine. At the center stood a weathered iron lamppost, radiating a warm, inviting glow. Halting the car, I stepped out into an eerily tranquil atmosphere, as if time itself held its breath. From this vantage point, the distant city lights appeared distant, as though veiled by an ethereal curtain. Casting my gaze over the panorama, I beheld a transformed vista behind me. The modern asphalt had given way to weathered cobblestones, etched with the passage of countless feet. Yet, I could have sworn I had traversed a contemporary road mere moments prior. Retrieving a map from the glove compartment, I scrutinized it beneath the lampost's illumination. As anticipated, the road I now stood upon eluded cartographic representation. It was as though I had traversed through a realm existing solely within dreams. Folding the map, a gust of wind caused it to quiver in my grasp. Fleetingly, golden lines seemed to materialize, tracing a path aglow before vanishing. I blinked, and the apparition dissipated. Remaining in that surreal enclave, I savored the tranquility it exuded. When the time came to depart, I noted the lamppost had extinguished silently. The path ahead lay shrouded in darkness, yet an innate assurance guided me homeward. As I journeyed back towards the city, I cast furtive glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost had rekindled its luminescence, its radiance diminishing as I distanced myself. A golden shimmer danced in the air, as though stardust had been strewn upon this road uncharted by conventional maps. In the ensuing days, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that enigmatic road. Hours were spent traversing the countryside, exploring every fork and byway. Yet the solitary lamppost and its luminous stones remained elusive, vanishing akin to a dream upon waking. A faint golden trace on my aged map served as the sole testament to my odyssey, unveiled only when illuminated by a certain light, a cryptic secret awaiting rekindling. Story 64. As the night descended, the snow whispered its way down from the sky, draping everything in a pure white coat that sparkled under the soft glow of the street lamps. In the hush of the winter night, I roamed the ancient corridors of the museum, my footsteps creating a gentle rhythm on the time-worn wooden floors, harmonizing with the faint hum of the heating system. Pausing by a towering window on the second floor, I watched in awe as the snowflakes pirouetted through the air before delicately alighting on the ground below. Amid this serene scene, a peculiar sight captured my attention in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure moved amidst the skeletal trees, yet it wasn't the presence of this mysterious being that intrigued me. It was the absence of any footprints in the fresh snow left in its wake. Instinctively, I made my way to the surveillance room, where a multitude of screens illuminated the space with their ethereal blue light. Methodically scanning each monitor, I finally spotted the enigmatic figure on one of the displays capturing the courtyard, though the image was distorted as if a veil of interference shrouded it. Determined to unravel this enigma, I ventured out into the silent depths of the museum. The stillness enveloped me as I descended the staircase to the ground floor, my footfalls echoing through the deserted halls, reverberating against the glass cases, safeguarding priceless relics. An electric tension hung in the air, a precursor to the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, I glimpsed the relentless descent of the snow, a hypnotic cascade. And there it was again, a man, or a semblance of one, cloaked in darkness that melded seamlessly with the shadows, moving with an otherworldly grace that defied the laws of nature. No sound accompanied his ethereal steps, no imprint marked his passage on the pristine snow. Trembling, I retrieved my flashlight, its beam passing through him as if he were a specter, casting eerie reflections on the snowy canvas. Slowly, the figure pivoted towards me, his countenance indistinct, as if fashioned from the same nebulous substance as his form. Approaching the door to the courtyard, torn between duty-bound curiosity and primal fear, I felt the chill of the glass beneath my fingertips, grounding me in the stark reality of the moment. The figure advanced, the frigidity of his presence seeping into the air around me, my breath crystallizing in fleeting clouds. The temperature plummeted, a delicate frost etching its tendrils on the glass. A more disconcerting revelation awaited me. Objects behind the figure seemed to waver, their solidity wavering as if the very fabric of reality bent in his wake. Leaves hung suspended in unnatural stillness, defying gravity's pull. Halting a few paces from the door, the man, this enigma, fixed his gaze upon me, a sense of ancient recognition washing over me, though I knew we had never crossed paths. Raising a hand towards the glass, his gesture lacked menace, almost resembling a salutation. Intricate frost patterns materialized on the window, akin to cryptic symbols of a forgotten tongue. Straining to decipher their meaning, the distant tolling of bells momentarily diverted my attention. When my gaze returned, the figure had vanished, leaving behind an undisturbed expanse of snow in the courtyard, devoid of any trace of his presence. The frost on the glass melted, tears of water tracing ephemeral paths downwards. In the ensuing days, I scrutinized the surveillance footage tirelessly, yet it yielded no evidence of the mysterious figure, only the silent descent of snow in the empty courtyard. Yet on nights when the snow falls in a blanket of silence, I find myself drawn to that same glass door, as if awaiting the return of that enigmatic presence that leaves no mark. Occasionally, when the light dances just so and the snow whispers its secrets, I glimpse a shapeless form moving amidst the flakes. In those fleeting moments, I ponder if our encounter was a harbinger of greater truths, a reminder of the veiled mysteries that elude our comprehension, like that elusive figure on the pristine snow. Story 65. The night lay hushed, veiled in a delicate mist that swirled like a ghostly waltz. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a plush burgundy velvet piece beside the grand antique-looking glass, I delved into a tome bathed in the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock filled the air with a hypnotic cadence, while the crackling fireplace enveloped me in a soothing cocoon of warmth. In that moment of utter serenity, a peculiar sensation caught my attention. Initially, it was but a fleeting whisper, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in one's peripheral vision. Lifting my gaze from the book, I beheld my reflection in the ancient mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. Yet as I peered at my mirrored self, a subtle chill coursed down my spine. Something felt amiss, imperceptibly askew. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed a slight delay in my reflection's response, as if it sought to mimic rather than mirror my actions naturally. I tried to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the playful shadows cast by the dancing flames. However, the longer I scrutinized, the more profound the disquiet grew within me. Raising my right hand, the reflection hesitated for a fraction of a second before mimicking the motion. A faint lag tainted its mimicry, as if striving to emulate rather than reflect. The crackling of the wood in the fireplace now seemed ominous, as though harboring a hidden message. The air thickened, pregnant with a subtle tension that urged me to draw breaths with measured slowness. The fragrance of candle wax mingled with an ancient aroma, reminiscent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. Rising from the armchair with deliberate languor, my reflection mirrored each movement, yet its motions flowed unnaturally, as if choreographed rather than spontaneous. Its gaze appeared deeper, concealing secrets beyond my ken. Drawing nearer to the mirror, I discerned further disconcerting discrepancies. The reflected room bore subtle divergences from reality. Books rearranged, unfamiliar objects strewn about. An aged photograph that depicted a tranquil seascape in my room now revealed a blurred countenance fixated upon me in the reflection. The pendulum of the clock maintained its relentless rhythm, yet in the mirrored realm, time ebbed languidly, as if flowing at a different tempo. The shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, assuming forms hinting at silent watchers. Tentatively extending my hand to touch the cool surface of the mirror, my reflection's hand extended in an almost beckoning gesture. Fingers met on the icy glass, my touch registering the chill of crystal, while my reflection's countenance conveyed an entirely different sensation. Stepping back from the mirror, I watched as my reflection hesitated momentarily, as if weighing whether to follow suit. When it finally moved, its actions grew increasingly autonomous, as if gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving a tattered velvet cloth from a drawer, I draped it over the mirror's surface. A cryptic smile seemed to flicker across my reflection's visage, a smirk foreign to my own features. As the fabric veiled the unsettling doppelganger, I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence lingering beyond the shroud. Since that fateful night, I've left the mirror concealed, yet in the stillness of the wee hours, phantom sounds seem to emanate from behind the velvet, as if an unseen entity traverses a parallel realm identical to mine. And in the tranquil depths of the night, when the house lies immersed in profound silence, I ponder whether that reflection yet lingers, existing in a mirrored world of glass and silver. The veracity of what transpired remains obscured, a haze between reality and reverie. Whenever I pass a looking glass now, a seed of doubt takes root. Is the reflection truly mine, or has something learned to mimic me so flawlessly that the line between reflection and reality blurs into obscurity? Story 66. The rain cascaded down upon the roof of the house, its hypnotic rhythm a natural melody that wove through the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a cup of chamomile tea now grown cold cradled in my hands, I found myself lost in the tranquil symphony of the raindrops. Yet amidst this peaceful ambiance, a subtle shift in the soundscape caught my attention. Beneath the steady patter of rain, a faint noise emerged, barely perceptible, like the whisper of a secret. Light footsteps, delicate and fleeting, seemed to echo from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the routine settling of an old house, for aged abodes possess a language of their own, speaking through creaks and murmurs, especially on damp, rainy nights. But this time, there was a peculiar quality to the sounds, a cadence that mirrored human steps with eerie precision. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, placing the cup gently on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet radiated a lingering warmth, a remnant of the day's fading heat. As I neared the basement door, a chill descended upon the air, creeping up from the stairwell like a ghostly breath. The brass handle, icy to the touch, yielded with a soft click that reverberated through the silent house. Descending into the darkness, each step amplified the symphony of my own footfalls, merging with the enigmatic ones that had beckoned me below. The familiar scent of the basement, a blend of ancient wood, moist earth, and elusive essence, grew more pronounced with each descent. Shadows cavorted on the walls, cavorting to the rhythm of the rain-drenched skylight. Amidst this dance of darkness, a peculiar sight awaited me. Traversing the dusty floor were ethereal footprints, ephemeral imprints of moisture as though left by someone with damp soles pacing in circles at the room's heart. Drawn to this enigma, I approached the ghostly traces, my gaze scanning for clues. While pondering the origin of these spectral marks, a flicker of movement in the shadowy corner seized my attention. In the deepest recesses, where light dared not trespass, a subtle motion stirred, unhurried and deliberate. A curiosity tinged with familiarity quickened my pulse, not born of fear but of intrigue. Advancing towards the obscure alcove, the frigid air enveloped me, and the phantom footsteps that had echoed above now encircled me, a spectral waltz that seemed to manifest from all directions. As I traced the spiral design of footprints spiraling towards the room's center, a revelation dawned upon me. The freshest prints, glistening with moisture, hinted at recent activity, as if a presence had traversed this arcane path moments before. Time seemed to suspend as I stood transfixed, watching as the enigmatic imprints gradually dissipated, fading into the cellar's icy atmosphere. The phantom footsteps dwindled into whispers, merging seamlessly with the rain's eternal cadence outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a profound tranquility enveloped me, as though I had borne witness to a primordial ritual veiled in mystery, echoing through the house's ancient veins. That night, as I retired to bed, the rain's lullaby bore a new resonance, echoing the elusive footsteps that had traversed the basement. Drifting into slumber, I pondered the enigma that lay beneath, wondering if the spectral steps would return with the dawn, beckoning me to unravel the secrets veiled within the dust of ages. Story 67. The antique grandfather clock in my study softly chimed midnight, its rich tones enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. Pausing from my leather-bound journal, I anticipated the customary single chime that followed, yet the echoes lingered, merging seamlessly into a continuous melody that seemed to elongate time itself. The warm glow of the lamplight draped my vintage desk, casting shadows that danced in harmony with the steam swirling from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the air hinted at an altered reality, not menacing, but subtly askew, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside the window appeared denser, almost palpable, as though it could seep through the glass at any moment. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, compelled by the enigmatic allure of the night beyond. Each step on the polished wooden floor murmured beneath my wool-socked feet, guiding me closer to the window. My reflection in the glass appeared clearer than usual, yet a peculiar delay in its movements caught my attention. It mirrored my actions with a fraction of a second's lag, as if time itself hesitated to synchronize. The scent of night-blooming jasmine enveloped the room, a sweet fragrance evoking a distant memory of summer nights long past. Although I possessed no such blossoms, the aroma lingered, teasing the edges of my recollection. The grandfather clock's chimes, now elongated like strands of honey, continued their ethereal song, each note a gentle caress on the fabric of time. Turning back to my desk, a curious sight met my gaze. The words in my journal began to shift and swirl, the ink meandering across the pages in intricate patterns of its own volition. Among the newly formed sentences, descriptions of this very night unfolded, penned in my own hand, but depicting a future yet to unfold. A subtle flux in the room's temperature enveloped me, a subtle undulation that mirrored the rhythm of my breath. The gentle oscillation brought a soothing warmth with each exhale, a cool whisper with every inhale, creating a harmonious dance with the shadows that seemed to pulse in synchrony. As I reached for my teacup, its porcelain surface was both warm and cool to the touch, the liquid inside shimmering under the lamplight like a celestial canvas. Each sip seemed to replenish itself, the liquid maintaining a constant level despite my consumption. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch melded with the grandfather clock's resonant chimes, weaving a tapestry of temporal lullabies. I observed with fascination as the hands on my watch defied convention, the hour hand forging ahead while the minute hand retraced its path, a paradox that felt strangely natural, unveiling time's elusive essence. Words materialized on the journal's pages without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment, the revelation washed over me. This night was not infinite because it would never conclude, but because it existed in every moment concurrently, a tapestry of dreams spanning past, present, and future in unison. Beyond the window, the darkness transformed into a tranquil expanse, not foreboding but inviting, like a soft embrace awaiting the world. Within its depths, glimpses of alternate versions of my study flickered, fragments of this ceaseless night existing in parallel realities. My reflection in the glass moved of its own accord, exploring different narratives, savoring tea at alternate junctures, a silent companion revealing the boundless possibilities enshrined within this singular night. We exchanged serene nods, two voyagers sharing the same space across divergent timelines. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes now stretched out, each resonance a universe of experience between the echoes. The night cocooned me in an infinite embrace, each moment self-contained and flawless. I grasped the essence that this night would persist eternally, not due to time's arrest, but its expansion to unveil its intrinsic nature. Always somewhere, I would remain in this study, witnessing the darkness pulsate, attuned to the clock's eternal melody, existing in a flawless now that encompassed all moments. Thus, I linger in this unending night, penning these words that have forever existed, sipping tea that never cools, beholding time unfurl not as a sequence, but an everlasting ballet of the present. The darkness outside thrums with potential, the clock's chimes echo boundlessly, and I abide in this timeless instant, in perfect harmony with the infinite night. Story 68. The breeze whispered softly that night, carrying the delicate fragrance of night blooms from the garden. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing on the walls of the living room, cast by the flickering candlelight. Beside me rested my trusty old Polaroid camera, a treasured heirloom from my grandmother. Though it had been ages since I last used it, a mysterious urge nudged me to reach for it on that haunting evening. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of solace as I inspected it in the dim glow. My fingers instinctively gravitated towards the shutter button, a ritual I had performed countless times before. Without deliberate thought, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and clicked. The flash briefly illuminated the space, followed by the familiar whirring sound as the photo slowly materialized. Patiently, I awaited the image to reveal itself, watching hues materialize on the blank canvas. That's when I noticed something peculiar. In the corner I had captured, an ethereal figure emerged in the photograph. Vague and hazy, it almost seemed to hover in the air, resembling a wispy veil of mist taking on a faintly human shape. Instinctively, I glanced towards that corner of the room, only to find emptiness. Intrigued, I decided to snap another photo in the same direction. This time, the developed image was entirely transformed. The figure appeared more distinct, as if it had moved closer to the lens. A semblance of a face was discernible, though the features remained blurred and enigmatic. A subtle chill ran down my spine, not from fear, but from a reverent curiosity. I proceeded to take more photos, as if under a captivating spell. With each new snapshot, the figure seemed to inch nearer, gradually taking on clearer form. It was as though it used the photographs to materialize itself, each shot granting it more substance in our realm. The blurred contours began to solidify, unveiling what seemed like a vintage attire, possibly from the 1940s. The room sank into profound silence, almost tangible. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an unseen presence that I keenly felt. The air grew colder, and the candle flame flickered without a breath of wind. I continued capturing images, more deliberately now, savoring every moment of this uncanny silent exchange. In the final photo of that evening, the figure loomed so close it almost filled the entire frame. I could distinctly see a gentle smile on the woman's face. Her eyes appeared to gaze directly into mine through the glossy Polaroid surface. There was an inexplicable familiarity about that face, stirring up dormant memories from my childhood. It was only when I rose to retrieve an ancient photo album that I realized my hands trembled slightly. Leafing through the faded pages, I stumbled upon what I sought, a vintage photo of my grandmother as a young woman, captured with the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored, identical to the one I had just immortalized in the last picture. Carefully arranging the evening's photos on the table, I placed them in chronological sequence. Together, they silently narrated a tale of a connection between two worlds, forged through the lens of an antique camera. I never attempted to replicate the experiment, and the Polaroid found its way back to its spot on the shelf. Even now, on tranquil evenings when the light takes on the golden hue of twilight, I sit in my armchair and peruse those photos. At times, it appears as if the smile in the image subtly shifts, as though my grandmother were endeavoring to convey a message. In those fleeting moments, the divide between the realm of memories and reality thins, akin to the surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 69. The gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow, painting shadows on my bedroom walls as I readied myself for another tranquil evening in solitude. Raindrops whispered against the window panes, their rhythmic patter harmonizing with the steady cadence of my breath. Surrounded by the familiar embrace of weathered wooden furniture and the earthy scent of well-loved leather-bound books, I found solace in the quietude of the night. Yet on this particular evening, an unspoken shift lingered in the air, a subtle undercurrent of anticipation. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound beckoned my attention. a faint, almost imperceptible scratching emerging from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the commonplace settling of an aged abode, a peculiar pattern in the noise piqued my curiosity. It was as though someone, or something, was purposefully marking the wall's surface. Leaning closer, I pressed my ear against the time-worn wallpaper, the scratching growing more defined, shaping itself into a deliberate cadence. With cautious fingers tracing the textured surface, I detected a subtle warmth emanating from a specific spot. Gently peeling back a section of the aged paper, a revelation awaited me. Etched into the plaster lay enigmatic symbols, meticulously carved as if with intention. These were not mere random scratches, but a deliberate series of markings, some resembling ancient glyphs, others akin to intricate mathematical equations. In the dancing candlelight, I reached for my notebook and began to transcribe the cryptic symbols. As my pencil sketched their intricate forms, a pattern emerged. A sequence of 12 symbols repeating in varied arrangements, akin to a cryptic code awaiting decryption. The longer I studied them, the more they stirred a sense of familiarity, as if plucked from a half-forgotten dream. Time ebbed away as the rain's gentle melody provided a soothing backdrop to my silent investigation. The symbols seemed to shift under the wavering light, morphing into different interpretations depending on my perspective. At times, they resembled foreign words, while in others, they mirrored celestial constellations whose names eluded me. The old house murmured softly around me, the candle's flame swaying in response to unseen whispers in the air. Further exploration of the wall unveiled more hidden sections, each concealing additional symbols that expanded outward like ripples in a tranquil pond. As my fingers traced their intricate outlines, a subtle warmth pulsed through them, as if imbued with a latent energy. Outside, the rain intensified, its cadence harmonizing with the pattern of the symbols etched within the wall. In that ethereal moment, I realized that these markings were not mere static designs. They pulsed with a faint luminescence, a mesmerizing glow that might have been a trick of the flickering candlelight or something more profound. As the midnight hour drew near, a sense of anticipation thickened the air. The scratching sound had faded, replaced by a soft, melodious hum seeping from the wall, like a distant choir singing an ancient lullaby. I labored through the night, transcribing the symbols onto page after page, only to find new ones materializing as if the wall itself was slowly unraveling its enigmatic tale. The candle's light cast playful shadows, animating the symbols to life, their dance across the exposed plaster resembling living beings in a silent reverie. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, and with a reluctant heart I retired to bed. As sleep beckoned, the rain's gentle serenade continued outside, and in the hushed darkness, whispers seemed to drift from the wall, soft murmurs of long-forgotten secrets exchanged among kindred spirits. With the dawn's arrival, sunlight bathed the room in a new clarity. The symbols remained etched upon the wall, their enigma subdued yet ever-present, patiently awaiting the cloak of nightfall. Running my fingers over them one final time before concealing them behind a painting, I grasped a profound truth. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and pondered upon. To this day, on quiet rainy nights, the familiar scratching sound lingers in the air, a gentle reminder of the hidden messages within. The cryptic language of the wall remains a riddle unsolved, and perhaps it is destined to remain so. For in the elusive allure of the unknown, in the profound mystery that shrouds these ancient symbols, lies a beauty and wonder that transcends mere comprehension. Concealed behind the veil of a painting, the symbols stand as a silent testament, a reminder that even within the most ordinary of walls, extraordinary narratives lie dormant, waiting for the perfect moment to be unveiled. Story 70. The gentle patter of autumn rain whispered against my office window as I toiled away in my cozy study. It was a night when the world seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that created a soothing, almost hypnotic tune. The warm glow from my desk lamp bathed the aged paper of historical manuscripts I diligently organized for the city's archive in a soft golden light. And it was in that tranquil moment that she appeared, for the very first time. A solitary figure glided across the square below, sheltered beneath a striking scarlet umbrella, like a vibrant brushstroke on a canvas of autumnal grays and browns. There was a certain allure to her stride, a rhythmic dance with the raindrops that harmonized seamlessly with the falling rain. Each evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella crossed the square, her presence weaving into the fabric of my nightly routine, leaving me increasingly curious. Her face remained veiled, obscured by the shadow of the umbrella and the mist of rain that trailed faithfully in her wake. But one fateful night, as she paused in the center of the square, something shifted. For a fleeting second, she turned towards my window, and I thought I detected a hint of a smile playing on her ethereal visage, illuminated by the gentle glow of the street lamps. But as quickly as it appeared, she continued on her path, disappearing into the shroud of evening fog. In the days that followed, subtle disturbances caught my attention. Water droplets began to appear on the very documents I meticulously sorted, as if touched by rain-dampened fingers. The delicate yet persistent fragrance of antique roses enveloped the study during evening hours, lingering even when all windows were tightly shut. And one evening, atop my desk lay an old black and white photograph, unfamiliar to my memory. It depicted the square as it stood 50 years prior, with a figure wielding a red umbrella amidst the crowd, the sole splash of color in the faded tableau. Scribbled on the back in elegant penmanship was a date, October 15th, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unearthed the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who had once graced the halls of my very building half a century ago. Known for her scarlet umbrella and her fervor for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end in that very square, on a rainy night not unlike the others. As I pored over her story, the fragrance of roses intensified. The rain's melody seemed to morph into a gentle lullaby, as if a ghostly presence hummed in the background. The pages of the documents I perused rustled as if brushed by an invisible breeze. Raising my gaze to the window, there she was, closer than ever before. This time, the red umbrella lay folded, revealing her countenance with clarity. Her eyes exuded kindness. Her smile radiated serenity. In that moment, no fear gripped me, only a profound sense of melancholy and empathy. Following that poignant encounter, the woman with the red umbrella never traversed the square again. Yet on rainy nights, when the archive is cloaked in silence and shadows dance across the walls, I catch whispers of her footsteps and the lingering scent of antique roses. And occasionally, while sifting through aged documents, I discover fresh water droplets on the pages, as if someone had just graced the paper with rain-kissed fingers. I often ponder if Sarah still watches over her cherished books, if her spirit continues to wander in the rain with her red umbrella in tow. This tale remains mine alone, a tender secret shared between myself and the library's spectral inhabitants. And when the rain taps softly on the windows, I can't help but smile, knowing that somewhere in the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella embarks on her eternal journey.